Lord of Mysteries, I Became the Mayor of Tingen by author Qing Jiao Wo Shi Qi. Chapter 1 to 40. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel. Get early access to video on Patreon. 1. Mayor Leonardo. North District, Tingen City, 15 Howard Street. This was a 3-story Georgian-style townhouse. The grayish-white stone walls were covered with withered ivy, and above the bay window on the second floor was a small stone balcony with intricate carvings on the cast iron railings that showed clear signs of weathering. Sitting on the sofa in the first-floor hall, feeling the morning sunlight, Leonardo woke up amidst a pungent smell of alcohol mixed with blood. He wore a white mutton-sleeve shirt tucked into his trousers, which were sharp and crisp, but a patch of blood red had bloomed across his chest. He stood up, supporting his forehead. Perhaps the alcohol hadn't worn off yet, or perhaps it was the shock of the unfamiliar environment, but he couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Leonardo looked up and saw a strange face in the mirror. He looked to be 23 or 24 years old, in the prime of his youth, with well-defined facial features. His long golden hair curled over his forehead, revealing a pair of deep blue eyes. Who is this? He wondered in his heart. At the same time, a surge of unfamiliar yet familiar memories flooded into his mind. He heard his own name, Leonardo Connor, and saw various memories from childhood to adulthood. Of course, many of them featured R-rated bedroom scenes, making his cheeks flush with embarrassment. This was practically like watching the growth and romantic history of a profligate playboy. Leonardo thought to himself, pushing those blush-inducing memories to the depths of his mind. He remembered that the night before, he had been writing furiously to prepare for the civil service exam when he suddenly felt dizzy and experienced a sharp mental pain, falling into a deep sleep with extremely faint breathing. When he woke up again, he was in this unfamiliar room. He suddenly realized an unbelievable fact. Transmigration. So the dizziness and mental pain last night weren't fatigue, but premonitions of sudden death. Leonardo couldn't help but feel speechless, but looking at the unique decoration style of the living room, he decided to search those unfamiliar memories to see what kind of world this was. Thus, he had to browse through those memories filled with erotic scenes once again. Finally, after reviewing the memories more carefully once more, despite his face being red with embarrassment, he still captured some key factors. He was in the kingdom of Loan, Tingen City. His father was the mayor of Tingen City but had passed away from a heart attack caused by long-term overwork. Due to his father's outstanding contributions to Tingen, Leonardo was nominated as the new mayor at this youthful but inexperienced age. He soon became a manipulated puppet, a shield for the conservative party against the attacks of the new party. Then, he captured the original owner's great dream in his memory. I want to become a Beander. I heard there's a class of women in this world called demonesses. I really want to give it a try. I hope father can use his position to bring me more potion formulas. I'll choose arbiter, so I can punish all those old fogies who look down on me. I can already imagine the wonderful life of waving a whip and lashing those old guys into serving me. It's truly something to look forward to. Wait, using a whip. Why didn't I think of that before? He really was a textbook profligate son. Leonardo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he understood which world he had come to. Lord of the Mysteries. One of those novels that was great to read but he absolutely would not want to transmigrate into. Because this world was simply too dangerous, he might not even know how he died in the near future. Leonardo looked at the handsome face in the mirror and suddenly noticed the blood-red patch spreading across his chest. The blood had dried. In his memories, he saw that the original owner had died in an assassination. The masterminds were naturally the new party members who wished he would die in an accident every single day. After all, only if the original owner died could the new party push their own person into the position and gain more power. Therefore, he suddenly pulled open his collar and saw the scar from a dagger wound on his chest that had almost healed. Tingen City's North District was a gathering place for the wealthy, with many noble estates as well. Clearly, the assassination had succeeded. A somewhat foolish profligate son, completely unaware of his dangerous situation, had died under last night's crimson moonlight. However, his transmigration had given this corpse a heartbeat and breath once again. Thinking of this, Leonardo picked out an identical mutton-sleeve shirt, sat back on the sofa, and began to ponder his current situation. The front-page headline of today's morning paper would surely be that he died from excessive drinking and overindulgence in women. But if those new party members saw that he wasn't dead, they would inevitably carry out another assassination. The status of mayor could make it easier for me to obtain potion formulas and materials, but at the same time, I have to face those predatory council members every day. While thinking, Leonardo made up his mind. I must become a Beander, otherwise, I truly won't have the ability to resist risks. Rely on those council members. Whether it's the Conservative Party or the New Party, my death is an outcome both sides hope for or can accept. They certainly won't send extra people to protect me. Therefore, only by possessing Beander powers can I avoid the next assassination. However, becoming a Beander will definitely take time. Although I have money, Beander materials aren't easy to find. Today, the council members will surely be impatient to hold a meeting, even though it's Sunday, a holy day, a day of rest. They must be very eager to push their own person onto the throne of the mayor. Leonardo rubbed the bridge of his nose, seemingly thinking of a way to temporarily distance himself from the risk. Suddenly appearing at this afternoon's council meeting and openly expressing his desire to become a Beander, while having these party members collect things for him. He wasn't worried that no one would listen to him. Although these council members weren't all Beanders, they certainly had contact with Beanders, and everyone was well aware of the risks involved. Since the original owner was a foolish profligate son, dying in the Beander world was only a matter of time. This was a result both sides were willing to see. If they hired someone for another assassination, there would be a risk of exposure. Although it wouldn't cause a huge stir, it would be enough for the opposing party to talk about it at length in the newspapers, damaging their party's image. But what they didn't know was that the soul now inhabiting this body was a reserve civil servant from the 21st century with a good education. Thinking of this, Leonardo's mood improved significantly. He leaned back on the sofa and casually picked up a book from the coffee table, wanting to find something to distract himself, relax, and relieve the fatigue after thinking. The book wasn't thick, but it didn't feel right. It wasn't the gilded cover common in this era, nor was it bound in parchment. The cover was wrapped in a layer of smooth, somewhat cheap-feeling cardstock. He flipped it open, and the moment his fingertips touched the paper, he stopped. Sensing something was wrong, Leonardo slowly flipped back to the first page and saw the Chinese title printed in standard Songti font. His heart tightened, and his fingers trembled slightly. Lord of the Mysteries Setting Collection. 2. Reader. Isn't this what I saw on Cuttlefish's official account? Leonardo was somewhat puzzled, but more than anything, he was excited. If that was the case, wouldn't he essentially be born with all the potion formulas? A single sequence 9 potion formula could be sold for 400 to 500 pounds. That was roughly equivalent to his annual salary as mayor, wasn't it? Feeling the arrival of unprecedented wealth, he couldn't wait to quickly browse through it. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. It contained all the sequence 9 potion formulas and names. The only slight disappointment was that he could only see the sequence 9 formulas. The subsequent sequences from sequence 8 to sequence 0 were all blurry and unrecognizable. He guessed that this setting collection needed to be unlocked bit by bit, perhaps after he gained more knowledge of this world, or perhaps only after he had completely digested the sequence 9 potion. This cheat was very much in Cuttlefish's style. Leonardo thought, his mood relaxing completely. The lingering resentment from the original owner's murder vanished along with it. Looking at the full 22 sequence 9s, he couldn't help but fall into hesitation. If he chose the seer pathway like Klein, without various cheats to aid him, let alone achieving Klein's level of success, it would turn this entire setting collection into nothing more than a money-making tool, greatly diminishing its advantage. He immediately considered the pathways of Audrey, Alger, Derek, and the others, but sighed and shook his head slightly. This setting collection didn't just have potion formulas and sequence descriptions, it also contained hidden occult knowledge. No matter which one he chose, it didn't seem like he could fully utilize its value. Suddenly, Leonardo thought of a philosophy that didn't have much screen time in the original work but had left a deep impression on him. Omniscience means omnipotence. The reader pathway. He felt his heart swell with uncontrollable excitement. If he unlocked the entire setting collection, digested it, and memorized it, wouldn't that be equivalent to omniscience? This was a setting collection written by the author himself. The reader pathway was the most suitable pathway for a transmigrator like him. He immediately flipped to the page corresponding to the reader pathway and looked at the formula and description at the top, unconsciously reading along. Sequence 9, Reader. The Beander of this sequence has enhanced memory and comprehension, and can use ritual magic. If they read extensively, they will possess a wealth of knowledge. Potion formula. 1 book-eating worm, 1 portion of knowledge addiction root. ... Leonardo firmly memorized the formula. After calming his emotions, he stood before the mahogany-framed full-length mirror, tidied his hair, and dashed out the door, heading for City Hall to attend the council meeting he hadn't been invited to. Because the original owner's father was too incorruptible, he didn't have servants or live in a manner like other high-ranking officials, so he had to find another way to travel. Leonardo thought about walking, but decided it didn't fit his status. He hailed a rental carriage. Sitting inside, Leonardo couldn't help but start daydreaming about his plans after becoming a Beander. He had the sequence 9 potion formula. It was currently July, which meant Qing had just transmigrated. Therefore, the tarot gathering hadn't officially started yet. Miss Audrey, the big sponsor, hadn't become a spectator through Alger. He could find an opportunity to get to know Qing and have him sell it to Audrey during the tarot gathering for a commission. He believed that the god of poverty, Qing, would definitely agree, as long as he gave a sufficient reason and didn't harbor hostility or ulterior motives, which Qing would be able to divine. And once the divination result was good, Qing would follow the revelation and complete the deal. Thinking of this, Leonardo was already impatient to meet him. But he couldn't rush. The most important thing right now was to stop the new party from trying to assassinate him. The carriage drove to the border of the North District and the Golden Sycamore District. After it came to a steady stop, he paid the driver 2 solely notes, jumped down, and looked up at the typical Victorian Gothic Revival building. It was built of grayish-white Portland stone. The gray of the outer walls varied in shade, and the structure was symmetrical. In the center was a prominent bell tower, topped with the coat of arms of the Kingdom of Loan. Stepping through the arched dark brown oak doors, the sound of shouting reached his ears. Most of the noise came from the families of workers from Iron Cross Street, seeking compensation because their family's sole breadwinner had been injured or even killed by robots. Leonardo didn't pay much attention. With his power, he couldn't possibly push for labor protection legislation for the grassroots, so he quickly passed through the central hall. Arriving outside the second-floor meeting room, the noise decreased significantly but could still be heard. However, the topic had shifted from seeking compensation to the election date for the new mayor, and how to bury the accidentally deceased mayor. I wonder what kind of expression those guys from the new party will have when they see me. Leonardo took a deep breath, feeling a hint of anticipation. In City Hall, the new party wouldn't dare to make a move. After all, it would be like handing the Conservative Party leverage. Thus, he slowly raised his hand and pushed open the heavy oak door. The moment the door opened, the heated argument came to an abrupt halt. The 13 council members present all turned their heads, their gazes dull with shock. Why wasn't I notified about today's meeting? Leonardo acted as if he hadn't noticed the council members' shock. Instead, he mimicked the original owner's personality and movements, lazily walking toward the empty high-backed chair at the end of the long table. Feeling the softness of the cushion, he propped his legs up on the conference table. His gaze swept over the files on the table, which contained various plans and options for how to bury himself. The Conservative Party believed that although Mayor Leonardo was insignificant and even a bit of a nuisance, based on his father's outstanding contributions, the funeral should be conducted according to noble etiquette. The new party, on the other hand, thought they should just throw Leonardo into a dirt pit and be done with it. Why so many rules? The election date for the new mayor should be as soon as possible. He smiled inwardly, while casually glancing at the leader of the new party on the left, John Maynard. This emerging factory owner in his 40s or 50s, of medium build with slicked-back grayish-brown hair, looked at him with great astonishment and a hint of wariness, his face a mass of wrinkles expressing confusion. He must be afraid that I'll reveal the mastermind behind the assassination. That would be very detrimental to his political future, Leonardo analyzed internally, while looking to the other side. Sitting at the top on the right was the leader of the Conservative Party, Constance Howard. This viscount had grayish-blue eyes and an ebony cane resting by his right hand. Although he was equally shocked by Leonardo's resurrection, his years of noble upbringing allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Withdrawing his gaze and pulling his legs back from the table, Leonardo crossed his arms over his chest and spoke slowly. I was assassinated last night. John visibly clenched his fists, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Constance nodded slightly, as if he had long expected it. But I brandished the empty wine bottle in my hand and, like a knight, defeated the assassin, who fled in panic. I'm sorry you can no longer discuss my funeral or the election of a new mayor. I want you to find the mastermind. After saying that, Leonardo gave John a meaningful look. After hearing his story, several council members at the end of the long table couldn't help but gasp. Meanwhile, John's eyes were fixed intently on Leonardo. Then, Leonardo's shoulders relaxed as he leaned back against the soft backrest, returning to his usual, profligate playboy, persona. He deliberately raised his voice. However, there's no rush on that. First, help me collect some Beander materials. Although those present weren't of high status, they all knew of the existence of Beyonders. Quite a few people began to whisper among themselves. Leonardo continued, I have already obtained a potion formula. I need one book-eating worm. 3. Blackthorn Security Company. Perhaps sensing some change in Leonardo, Viscount Constance wanted to ask something but found no opening, simply observing him in silence. John, however, looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Realizing he had lost his composure just now, he calmed his emotions, putting on a fake smile to appear at ease. He spoke up. Regardless, we should be glad that the headline in the morning paper was false. We are very happy that you are still alive. I also admire your courage in repelling that assassin, Mayor Connor. Leonardo noticed that the other man placed a specific emphasis on the words, you are still alive. Is this a reminder to stay in line? To make me understand that last night's assassination could happen again at any time. Leonardo did not change his posture and gave a slight nod. He heard several other council members whispering. The mayor actually wants to become a Beyonder. Is he mad? Hey, I'll bet great, mayor only has 1 month of life left. I'll bet £200. Seeing those council members at the back getting so carried away with their conversation that they forgot they were in the solemn setting of the council, Viscount Constance finally spoke up slowly. He coughed twice, interrupting the minor council members' discussion. Since Mayor Connor is still alive, let us abandon all the plans we discussed previously, though they may eventually be of use one day. He pulled out a new file from behind him and tossed it in front of the new party members led by John. Recently, factory girls have been dying of lead poisoning on the streets. Time flew during the morning session at the council. Although Leonardo tried his best to appear as if he were listening intently, his mind still wandered. After the council session ended, there was a brief period for dining. This was a time for council members, both high and low, to engage in overt and covert struggles and test one another. Leonardo had no interest in this for the time being, so after quickly finishing his lunch, he stood up and left the council without any regard for etiquette. He walked out of the city hall and boarded a rental carriage. His next destination was none other than the Blackthorn Security Company. It wasn't to seek the protection of the Nighthawks, after all, that required a significant amount of money. Although his original self's annual salary was considerable, it, along with his father's inheritance, had long been squandered in brothels, bars, and other such places of luxury. So he decided to have them investigate who the assassin was. He needed to determine if the one who tried to assassinate his original self last night was a Beyonder. If it truly was a Beyonder, he would have to take adequate precautions. He had chosen the reader pathway. Having read the original novel, he knew that this pathway was far too fragile before Sequence 7. Although Sequence 7 had not yet reached the core ability of the pathway, imitation, it would still strengthen one's combat skills to a certain extent and make one an expert in ritual magic, capable of dealing with risks. Therefore, he had to be extremely cautious in the early stages. Now that he was in Tingen, finding the Nighthawks to protect him was the most suitable choice. He took the carriage and passed through 3 or 4 streets before reaching his destination. 36 Zoutland Street, Golden Sycamore District. Since it was a journey within the same district, it only cost 1 solely. After paying the fare, Leonardo stepped out of the carriage and looked up at the sign above the 2nd floor. Blackthorn Security Company. Just as he stepped into the hall, Leonardo heard a somewhat sweet but cracking scream. He raised his deep blue eyes and saw the brown-haired girl working at the reception in a light green dress, Roseanne. Roseanne let out an "ah," and then asked with a mix of surprise and fear. "Ma, Mayor Connor, what brings you here?" As she asked, Roseanne recalled all sorts of negative news about this mayor. These stories had filled her afternoon hours countless times, accompanying her through the boring moments of her reception work. Now seeing him in person, Roseanne's face turned slightly red, not from the shyness of a young girl's heart, but because she remembered all the comments she had made about this mayor in the past. Tingen is truly doomed with a mayor like this. If any girl marries him, her life is truly over. If it were me, I wouldn't marry him even if it killed me. Leonardo walked up to the reception desk without a care, leaning his body against it with one hand. He knew exactly what the other person was feeling at this moment. It was as if the villain from a novel she had badmouthed countless times had just stepped out. "I have a commission," he said in a low, magnetic voice. "Please describe the details of the commission," Roseanne replied, returning to her professional state, her light green eyes filled with seriousness. "I was assassinated last night. I need someone to investigate the identity of that assassin." As soon as he finished speaking, Roseanne's expression became visibly shocked. Assassination? Who would assassinate Mayor Connor? Although his reputation was indeed bad, it shouldn't warrant assassination, right? Roseanne inexplicably felt a bit of sympathy for Leonardo. We can do that. A voice came from the corner of the stairs, steady and reassuring. Looking toward the source, a rugged face with a prominent nose, deep gray eyes, and a slightly high hairline came into view. The man was wearing a black windbreaker, and there was a gold watch chain near the buttons on his chest. Leonardo quickly guessed the man's identity. Dunn Smith, a Sequence 7 Feet Nightmare, and the captain of the Tingen Nighthawks squad. Unfortunately, under Ince Zhangwill's plotting, he would eventually sacrifice himself, and his Beander characteristic would be taken. Dunn Smith's gaze toward Leonardo also held a hint of shock. Just now in the office, he had heard Leonard, Klein, and the others discussing today's morning paper headlines. It said that the mayor had died of a sudden heart attack. Roseanne, go and draft a contract. Dunn's shock lasted only a moment, and he quickly gave Roseanne her instructions. Having received the order, Roseanne ran upstairs with a pitter-patter and entered the clerk's office. At the same time, the sound of a telegraph machine rang out, echoing in the silent first-floor lobby. Just as Leonardo was about to say something, Dunn suddenly spoke and extended his left hand toward him. Dunn Smith, captain of the security personnel here. Leonardo shook hands politely, mimicking the manner of a nobleman, while Dunn continued to maintain his silence. The scene became somewhat awkward for a moment. At least, that's what Leonardo thought. Should I say something? This is Dunn Smith after all. I should seize the chance to talk to him, like meeting an idol. Let noble etiquette go where it belongs in the dustbin of history. In the silence, Leonardo suddenly spoke, causing Dunn to show a rare look of confusion. Captain Smith, do you have anything else to say? Or anything to add? Dunn was clearly confused. This scene made Roseanne, who had just come out of the clerk's office with the contract, chuckle. She quickly covered her mouth with the contract and ran to the accounting room on the other side to get it stamped. The captain's reputation for forgetfulness has even spread outside, Roseanne thought. Before long, she emerged from the accounting room with the stamped contract file and handed it to Leonardo. Looking at the few lines of clauses and the prominent price for the reward, Leonardo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With the two gods of reimbursement, Old Neil and Klein, around, the Blackthorn Security Company certainly placed great importance on finances. The total reward is £50, with a £20 deposit. Although his original self had been squandering money, fortunately, he could still receive the annual salary issued by the kingdom, which was £500. Though the Loan Kingdom would divide these £500 into 4 parts and pay them quarterly. After paying these £50, I should have about £70 left. There really isn't much left. Leonardo thought. Even if his original self hadn't been assassinated, he probably would have starved to death this quarter. Now I must get in touch with Klein as soon as possible and sell the spectator potion formula through him to alleviate my financial situation. After reading the clauses a few more times, Leonardo placed the contract back on the desk, picked up a fountain pen, and signed his name. He placed 2 £10 notes on the contract at the same time. When will you start the investigation? He asked casually. Now. After Dunn replied calmly, he added, we have a lady here who is very skilled in spirit medium techniques. She's from Ahawa County. You might think this is ineffective, but it's our tradition. It allows our members to feel sufficiently at ease during missions. Leonardo quickly guessed who the lady Dunn was referring to was. The spirit medium, Daly Simone. 4. The blushing spirit medium, Daly. It actually wasn't Klein. Perhaps it's because he just became a seer, and hasn't learned how to use his Beander abilities yet, so he might mess up the mission. He had thought Dunn would let Klein use dream divination to reconstruct last night's crime scene, but now, facing the spirit medium, Daly, Leonardo was still somewhat worried about his secret as a transmigrator being discovered. Klein had the gray mist to block Daly from seeing his memories of Earth, but he didn't have the help of any gray mist. However, he soon felt relieved. After all, as a transmigrator, he inherently possessed Beander characteristics such as anti-divination. This transmigrator characteristic should obscure Daly's vision, allowing her to only see the original host's memories. Thus, he agreed to Dunn's suggestion and followed behind the reliable captain into the clerk's office on the 2nd floor. Standing at the doorway, Leonardo saw 3 desks in the room, with a young woman in a black robe sitting behind the one by the window. She looked up, revealing eyelids coated in blue eyeshadow and a pair of emerald green pupils. The white crystal pendant on her wrist swayed gently with her movements. Even Daly was quite shocked to see Leonardo appear. After all, the news of his death had spread through every street and alley. Daly, this is our client. His request is. Dunn explained Leonardo's request in detail. After finishing, Dunn took a step back, signaled for Leonardo to enter the office, and then closed the door. Captain Dunn really does lack some confidence when facing the spirit medium daily. Leonardo commented inwardly. Mr. Leonardo, please take a seat. Daly had Leonardo sit on the sofa to relax while she stood before him, unfastening the silver chain wrapped around her wrist that held the white crystal pendant, letting it swing slowly before Leonardo's eyes. She began to speak in a low, almost chanting voice, guiding Leonardo into a trance. Leonardo felt his consciousness begin to blur as Daly's voice echoed in his ears. Relax. Recall the past day, yesterday, the day before. Leonardo desperately resisted the drowsiness, maintaining a final sliver of clarity through his unique characteristic as a transmigrator. Following Daly's guidance, he only allowed her to see the original host's memories, mischievously magnifying those erotic scenes to completely hide the secret of his transmigration. Finally, Daly withdrew the crystal pendant, her cheeks feeling somewhat flushed. Looking at the blushing, spirit medium, Daly, Leonardo once again marveled at how profound the original host's memories of such things were. It was rare for them to be able to affect a meander of the death pathway. Daly sat opposite Leonardo, took a small sip of the black tea on the table, and spoke slowly. Mayor Connor, have you been experiencing some slight memory loss lately? I only saw the face of that assassin, everything after that was completely cut off. Perhaps, I'm not clear on last night's memories either. Leonardo replied sincerely, then feigned surprise and asked, you can actually see my memories? Daly maintained her smile and didn't answer his question directly, acting like a medium. I merely received some revelations. You can return in 3 days. Our company's security personnel are very professional, 3 days is enough for them to investigate thoroughly. After leaving Blackthorn Security Company, Leonardo felt a faint sense of being scammed. However, for a transmigrator who had read the original work, the authority of Blackthorn Security Company was beyond doubt. No wonder the clients who came with requests in the original work were all skeptical. I can only hope that Blackthorn Security Company can investigate quickly whether the one who came to assassinate me was a Beander. This is important, who knows if that failed Beander will come to assassinate me again out of anger. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see Klein. He should have just become a seer, and it will be a while before he joins the divination club. He remembered that Klein only decided to join the divination club after receiving revelations from Old Niels, Mystery Prior's Code, and Emperor Russell's diaries regarding the acting method. Did he really have to recite the honorific name of the Fool, and have Klein pull him into the tarot gathering? No, that's clearly impossible. Leonardo shook his head. Given Klein's cautious personality, although he currently needed to expand his network in various ways, understand this world better, and collect Emperor Russell's diaries. Having just brought in Justice and the Hanged Man, he probably wouldn't have any thoughts about adding new members for a short while. Sigh, I hope Klein can join this investigation. Leonardo thought as he boarded a rental carriage, intending to return to his residence. And he carried that Lord of the Mysteries setting book with him to prevent members of the new party from sending someone to raid his room and find it. They wouldn't recognize the simplified Chinese characters on it, which would bring him even more trouble. 15 Howard Street. In the first-floor living room, the fire in the fireplace burned brightly, orange-red light dancing on the dark green suede sofa. The white porcelain teacup on the coffee table remained as its owner had last used it, and a copy of the Tingen City Honest Man's paper lay spread out beside it. Leonardo stood in the middle of the living room, feeling that something was off. He crouched down and lightly ran his finger along the edge of the carpet. The direction of the pile had changed. Clearly, someone had lifted it and then spread it back down, but it hadn't been fully restored to its original position. Had someone really come to search the place? He speculated inwardly, turning to head up the stairs to the second floor. The study door at the end of the hallway was slightly ajar. Pushing the door open, he found that the fire in the fireplace had been relit at some point, making the room warm and cozy. The desk was placed by the window, the lamp was on, and its green shade gathered the light into a soft halo. A gray-blue knitted blanket hung over the back of the chair, folded neatly. Looking at the blanket, folded so neatly it was seamless, Leonardo couldn't help but inwardly mock the professionalism of the intruder. With the original host's lazy habits, how could he have possibly folded the blanket so neatly? If the original host's father hadn't hired some temporary maids to clean the dust and trash every evening, this house would have long been uninhabitable. Actually, there was nothing much to rummage through. After all, the original host truly had died at the hands of an assassin, and he was just a transmigrator. Could they really search out that he came from the future? Leonardo didn't mind, but he heightened his sense of vigilance and planned to carry all valuable items with him. Leaning against the soft back of the chair, he took out the Lord of the Mysteries setting book and began to read it with great interest. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, evening arrived. The doorbell rang, and the temporary female workers came to clean the house and prepare dinner for him. Although Leonardo was currently somewhat strapped financially, fortunately, the icebox that provided cold storage was still there, containing a wealth of vegetables and meat. After enjoying a hearty dinner and paying the workers' fees, Leonardo politely saw them out the door. This left them somewhat surprised, but also a bit relieved. Although this young mayor had a terrible reputation, he had never defaulted on wages. The moment they heard the front page news this morning, they were still worried about their future for losing a fairly secure job. However, when they rang the doorbell with a glimmer of hope and saw that somewhat handsome but lazy face as usual, they immediately felt at ease. On the way back, stepping through the crimson moonlight, the workers were still talking about the beauty of the mayor's resurrection. After seeing the workers off, Leonardo was just about to close the door and return to the second-floor study to continue reading the setting book. The door was suddenly blocked by a slender, snowy white arm. He looked up and saw a beautiful and moving face, one that looked like it belonged to a woman of the demimonde. "Who are you?" "Mayor Connor, you were the one who said I should come here every night. Tosher, you. I am sincerely glad to see that you didn't die of a sudden heart attack." The woman spoke, her voice tingling and seductive. 5. The assassin's true face. Leonardo looked up, staring at that delicate face covered in heavy makeup. He suddenly found it somewhat familiar. Who was she? I seem to have seen her in my memories. Leonardo calmed himself and did not let the woman enter the house immediately. He racked his brain for memories, and finally, deep within his mind, he once again saw those erotic scenes from the original owner's head. This woman's name was Annie Hina. She was an informant planted by the new party leader, John, around the original owner. Every day after dinner, Annie would come to engage in intimacy with him. And on the very night the original owner was assassinated, Leonardo once again saw this woman's face in his memories. He saw the original owner lying on the sofa, enjoying himself, with Annie sitting on his lap. Just as the original owner was about to unbutton her clothes, a dagger was thrust ruthlessly into his chest. Annie was the murderer who killed the original owner last night. Realizing this, Leonardo's pupils constricted violently. He slammed the door shut and ran back to the study in a panic. "Damn it, why is she back again?" Leonardo growled in a low voice while pushing a bookshelf to block the door. "I haven't even become a reader yet, my cheat code hasn't even had the chance to be used." Leonardo slumped into an armchair and began rummaging through everything to find something for self-defense. Unfortunately, this was a study. Forget pistols or knives, he couldn't even find a stick. Leonardo suddenly thought of his experience at the Blackthorn Security Company this afternoon. Daly saw Annie's face. "The Nighthawks must be near my house right now." He forced himself to calm down and think of a strategy. "I still have 30 gold pounds left to pay, the Nighthawks definitely won't let me die." At this thought, Leonardo stood up abruptly, the chair toppling over from the momentum. He turned toward the window, watching the moonlight cast a crimson glow over the street. Just as he was about to open the window to call for help, Annie's voice rang out behind him once more. He turned his head toward the sound and saw that in the full-length mirror in the corner, it was no longer his own reflection, but Annie Hina, who had just been downstairs. Annie stood inside the mirror, looking at Leonardo with a playful gaze. Then, she stepped forward, seemingly about to walk out of the mirror. She really walked out. She is a sequence 7 feet demoness. John actually sent such a powerful Beander to assassinate the original owner. Leonardo watched in disbelief as Annie's graceful figure emerged from the mirror, while her tingling voice rang in his ears once again. "Don't worry, my dear mayor. I'm here to deliver a potion to you. Of course, after that, we can revel together just like usual, as long as it makes you forget last night's unpleasantness." Annie pulled out a metal box from behind her and opened it before Leonardo. Meanwhile, Leonardo was desperately restraining himself by the window. "I didn't expect the original owner to have already tasted a demoness. No, I absolutely cannot be charmed by her. Who knows if I'll end up dead like the original owner." Leonardo kept taking deep breaths. At the same time, he saw the metal box in her hand emitting a deep blue glow. The witch. Annie placed the metal box on the desk. The clicking of her high heels on the wooden floor seemed to come alive, drilling through Leonardo's ears straight into his soul, echoing deep within his heart. Leonardo felt a distinct dryness in his mouth and a heat spreading through his body. He knew this was the witch, Annie's Beander ability, the power of charm. Annie kept closing in until Leonardo's back was flat against the window. She lowered her voice and whispered into his ear. "Mr. Mayor, why are you so different today? Let's forget those unpleasant things together." With that, Annie's finger slid from Leonardo's cheek all the way down to his waist. Immediately, Leonardo grabbed her arm firmly with one hand while throwing himself backward with force, smashing through the glass window, then leaping out and falling straight back. He lost his balance and plummeted from the second-floor window, suspended in midair for a moment. "I don't believe the Nighthawks will just stand by and watch me die. I still owe them 30 gold pounds. The customer is God Almighty." Leonardo knew that if he stayed in the same room as the witch, Annie any longer, he would likely be completely charmed and lose his sanity. This would only turn him back into a puppet manipulated at will by the Conservative Party and the New Party. He still had his own great ambitions. He wanted to be a beloved mayor like the original owner's father, pushing for the legislation of basic security acts. He also wanted to become a Beander and embark on his own great adventure in this world. Thus, Leonardo had to think fast and chose to jump from the building. A fall of 7 or 8 meters wouldn't kill him anyway. If the Nighthawks dared not to act, he would sue the Blackthorn Security Company until they were bankrupt. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Leonardo saw the arched window receding and caught a glimpse of the witch, Annie's face flashing by the window. Then, the feeling of weightlessness vanished instantly. Aside from some muscle strain, he was uninjured. He looked up and saw a face with the temperament of a poet. The midnight poet, Leonard Mitchell. At this moment, Leonardo was being caught steadily midair in a bridal carry. Although Leonard's gaze seemed calm, a trace of panic clearly flashed through it. Anyone would subconsciously panic seeing their employer suddenly jump off a building. Not until Leonard landed smoothly did he set Leonardo down. "Last night, that assassin came back." Leonardo gasped for air and then swallowed hard before adding, "I shut the front door, locked the room door, and even blocked it with a cabinet, but she actually walked out of the mirror. I'm not exaggerating, she literally walked out of the mirror step by step." As soon as Leonardo finished speaking, Leonard's gaze became alert, and he looked up at the smashed second-floor arched window. "Is she still on the second floor?" Leonard asked, brushing back the long hair on his forehead. "Yes, I saw her just as I jumped down." Leonardo, pretending to know nothing about the Beander world, told Leonard everything that had happened, coming home in the afternoon to read, eating the dinner prepared by the maids, and the encounter with the witch, Annie tonight. However, he did not mention the existence of the Lord of the Mysteries setting collection. Leonard rubbed his chin with one hand while gesturing to the side. Looking in the direction of the gesture, Leonardo saw a figure that was both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. A figure wearing a half-top hat and an expensive-looking but ordinary material tailcoat, holding a cheap cane, emerged from the shadows of a nearby wall crack. The moment he saw Leonardo, the figure tipped his hat in salute. "Hello, Mr. Mayor. My name is Klein Moretti." Chapter 6, Deal Struck. So this is Klein. As expected from the books, he's currently in a period where buying a decent formal suit is difficult. Leonardo thought, watching Klein finish his hat-tipping gesture and put his top hat back on. After Klein came out, Leonardo saw another familiar face. He wore glasses, his hair was white and sparse, and deep wrinkles lined the corners of his eyes and forehead. He bowed slightly to Leonardo, the mayor, squinting his eyes and pulling a somewhat bitter smile. "Mystery Prior, Old Neil." Seeing Old Neil appear, Leonardo immediately felt relieved. He had been afraid that after Klein performed dream divination, he would see the process of Leonardo reading the setting collection in his study that afternoon. As a fellow transmigrator, Klein would definitely recognize the Chinese characters on it. But if Old Neil did the divination, he wouldn't know simplified Chinese. At most, he would only associate those characters with being somewhat similar to Emperor Russell's diary. As the mayor of Tingen City, and with his original self having a strong interest in Beyonders, perhaps in Old Neil's view, it wasn't anything strange or noteworthy for Leonardo to obtain some rubbings of Emperor Russell. It was only a matter of time before he and Klein exposed themselves as fellow Earthlings, but Leonardo felt that now was not the most appropriate time. In the early stages, Klein was extremely cautious. Even for the red chimney he saw in his dreams, he would hire a private detective to gather relevant information. If he exposed his identity as a fellow countryman, Klein would probably avoid contact with him. Amidst his fluttering thoughts, Leonard had also finished discussing strategies with Klein, Old Neil, and the others, and they were ready to act. Just as the three were about to enter the house, Leonardo's voice suddenly rang out. I think it might be a bit dangerous to leave me here alone, Mr. Security." Leonardo looked up, staring at Klein with his azure eyes, and continued, "Why doesn't this gentleman stay here with me? I think he's easy to get along with and has some ability to protect me. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Klein's obvious resistance. He probably fears that assassin might return. Leonardo added in his heart. Yes, Mr. Mayor, we were indeed a bit inconsiderate. Let Klein stay here with you to handle security. We'll be back soon. After Leonard finished, he patted Klein's shoulder, signaling for him to stay put. Then, he led old Neil into Leonardo's house and walked straight to the study on the second floor. As the night grew darker, Leonardo looked at the somewhat uneasy Klein, who was constantly looking around, and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Don't worry, Klein, that witch won't be coming back, she came to deliver a potion to me. While teasing inwardly, Leonardo decided to have a good interaction with him. So, he cleared his throat, looked toward the door to confirm that Leonard and old Neil had entered the house, and then said, Mr. Klein, I have some matters that are quite difficult to handle. I wonder if you would be willing to do it on my behalf. Hearing Leonardo strike up a conversation, Klein was clearly surprised. Just this morning, he had seen a newspaper report about Leonardo's death. Of course, Klein didn't care about the negative reviews of Leonardo in the newspapers. He had originally thought Mayor Connor was an extremely arrogant figure, and since he was merely a security guard on the surface, logically, someone like Leonardo wouldn't talk to him. But Klein quickly withdrew his surprise. He pulled back his gaze and met Leonardo's blue eyes. Mayor Connor, within my capabilities, I am willing to do it for you. As long as you're willing to pay some extra compensation. Klein added in his heart, waiting for the other's reply. Knowing Klein's reputation as the god of poverty, Leonardo naturally knew what he wanted. So he decided to be open and offer a price the other couldn't refuse. If he paid extra, he'd consider it making a good friend. Mr. Klein, I know you are a Beander, and that you and your companions possess miraculous abilities. Leonardo saw Klein was clearly shocked, but he didn't give him a chance to speak. It's like this, I also want to become a Beander, and I want to get in touch with more Beander circles. But my identity is too sensitive, and I'm under constant surveillance. I understand that Beander circles are very secretive, and no circle might be willing to accept someone with such a sensitive identity as mine. Seeing that Klein was indeed listening intently, Leonardo took a deep breath and stated his ultimate goal. I obtained a sequence 9 potion formula for Spectator. I believe it would sell for quite a bit, at least £500. If you can sell it for me, I can give you a 20% commission. Before Leonardo could finish, he could already sense Klein's shock. Klein quickly calmed his emotions to maintain a decent appearance. He didn't answer Leonardo immediately but waited in his mind. Leonardo also gave him enough time to consider. After a moment, Klein slowly spoke. This is indeed a deal that's hard to refuse, Mayor Connor. In fact, I've only recently become a Beander myself, and I've never encountered a circle where formulas can be sold. Before Klein could finish, he suddenly paused. Was it really too direct? Was I rejected by Klein after all? Leonardo suddenly felt a bit discouraged. He thought £100 commission would be enough to move any sequence 9 Beander, but now it seemed he had been a bit too hasty. Damn it, the first deal with Klein failed just like that. He roared helplessly in his heart, but Klein's voice rang out again. But I am willing to do it for you. After all, you are the mayor of Tingen City. I look forward to you making more contributions to Tingen, just like your father did. As soon as the words fell, Leonardo unconsciously relaxed his shoulders. A slight smile appeared on his lips, but he was ecstatic in his heart. As expected, £100 commission is still an irresistible temptation for Klein. Just like the temptation of the demoness to the original owner. He restrained himself from laughing out loud, as if he could already see the 400 gold pounds in his pocket. This would allow him to spend this quarter comfortably and welcome the quarterly payday. Thank you, Mr. Klein. I hope it's as soon as possible. After expressing his gratitude to Klein, Leonardo ended the topic and kept observing him out of the corner of his eye. Today is Sunday. Tomorrow, Monday afternoon, Klein will open the tarot gathering once again. If the divination results regarding me after he returns home are good, then this spectator potion formula can be sold smoothly. And I truly have no hostility toward Klein, my goal is only to sell the spectator potion through him. As for my identity as a transmigrator, Klein won't be able to divine it, nor will he try. After all, it's an extremely low probability event. Thinking of this, Leonardo was in a great mood. So, he spoke leisurely. Mr. Klein, I would like to maintain long-term contact with you. If our transaction this time is quick and perfect, I hope you can act as an agent and help me sell more. How about giving me your home address? We can agree on a time each week to meet and trade in person. As soon as the words fell, Leonardo saw Klein's expression suddenly become somewhat awkward, his cheeks slightly flushed. He suddenly realized a problem, realizing he had been a bit impolite. Klein hadn't moved to his new home yet. Chapter 7, Consuming the Potion. You can find me at the Blackthorn Security Company, I'm often there. After Klein answered, Leonardo gave a soft hum of acknowledgement. Neither of them continued the conversation, and an awkward atmosphere settled between them. Leonardo gazed at the crimson crescent moon. Right now, he really wanted to say something like this. This moon is really, quite a moon. The two of them remained in silence, lost in their own thoughts, until Leonard and old Neil appeared at the main entrance. All right, Mr. Mayor, the problem is resolved. The assassin escaped, which might be a lapse on our part. Leonard first gave a slight bow, then looked toward Klein, who was boredly fiddling with his cane. However, our mission was only to investigate, not to capture. Remember to come to the Blackthorn Security Company tomorrow at noon to pay the balance. We will also provide you with detailed information about that assassin. After Leonard finished speaking, he intended to take Klein and old Neil back to the Blackthorn Security Company. He added a final playful remark. Mr. Mayor, your lifestyle is truly enviable. Take care of your health. Leonardo said nothing. Already feeling somewhat embarrassed, he could only bring the conversation to a hasty close. He could only complain in his heart. He wanted to erase the Tingen people's stereotypical impression of the original host, but Leonardo knew it was impossible. After all, the image of that playboy had long since been spread through the streets and alleys by the newspapers, becoming the only source of amusement for the people of Tingen after their meals. The late-night streets were already deserted, with glass shards shattered by Leonardo scattered everywhere. The dim yellow of the gas lamps intertwined with the crimson moonlight, illuminating Leonardo's golden hair. After thanking Klein and the other two, Leonardo watched them board a public carriage and depart. The night in Tingen City seemed so quiet and peaceful, yet this commission had given Leonardo much to reflect on. He looked at old Neil's hunched back. Before the man boarded the carriage, he heard his final advice. Mayor Connor, if you are going to consume the potion, please make sure to stay conscious. After Leonardo bowed deeply in the direction the carriage had gone, he returned to the house and felt the warmth provided by the fireplace. The study on the second floor was a mess. A light breeze fluttered the window curtains in midair, and the crimson moonlight spilled through the window onto the desk. Amidst the dappled light and shadows, Leonardo saw the potion that Annie had originally placed on the table. It had now been poured into a jar, emitting a glow where green and deep blue intertwined. He guessed that old Neil had prepared it for him. After all, the man was so kind. Through dream divination, old Neil must have also learned the secret of how he obtained the potion. But dangerous potions could often be vaguely sensed as something unusual even before consumption. Leonardo speculated in his heart that if he had chosen an evil god's pathway like devil, instead of reader, old Neil would have definitely destroyed these Beander materials with his own hands. Sitting back in the easy chair, Leonardo looked at the jar of glowing potion and, with uncontrollable excitement, drank it in one gulp. The taste of the potion was light and faint, almost illusory. However, once the liquid hit his throat, an intense burning sensation instantly exploded within him, as if something were burning and surging through his blood vessels. He could clearly feel the potion sliding down his esophagus into his stomach, then rapidly spreading to his limbs and bones. A piercing headache struck. Leonardo wanted to rub his forehead to ease it, but he seemed nailed to the easy chair, unable to even lift his arms. Only his thoughts were racing frantically. He clearly felt his memory constantly strengthening. Those erotic scenes that had once been thrown into the depths of his memory were now playing before his eyes like small movies. Even though he closed his eyes, every detail of the images was incredibly clear. He still forced himself to meditate to counteract the mental stinging brought by the consumption of the potion. A few minutes later, when Leonardo opened his eyes again, the stinging sensation had vanished, replaced by a sense of ease. He felt the physical changes brought by the potion. The obvious enhancement of his memory allowed him to easily recall the knowledge he had once read in books. With his learning ability strengthened, Leonardo felt that if he took this potion back to Earth, he would definitely become the top scorer in the Gaokao and enter Tsinghua Peking University in one fell swoop. Those mathematical formulas and problems that were difficult to understand during high school felt very simple when he recalled them now. Pulling back his thoughts, Leonardo turned to stand by the window. He no longer controlled his emotions, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He looked at the electric streetlights on both sides of the street, blurring into halos of yellow light in the mist, and recalled the relevant knowledge he had learned in physics class on Earth. When Leonardo snapped out of it with a smile, he turned his gaze to the setting collection on the table. The once blurry text in the sequence 8 column had now become incredibly clear. At the same time, at the end of the potion formula, some occult knowledge and simple ritual magic simultaneously appeared as text on the blank pages. He saw the reader rule. Knowledge must be internalized, must be used, and must become a part of you. Omniscience is omnipotence. It was nearly dawn, and not until the clock struck the hour and echoed through the study did Leonardo somewhat reluctantly close the setting collection. From the moment he consumed the potion, Leonardo's heart had settled. He wished he could digest all the newly appeared knowledge in the setting collection and imprint it all in his mind. But he knew he couldn't be too hasty now, balancing work and rest was the most important thing. So he returned to his room. When he woke up, it was already 9 in the morning. The news of his resurrection had once again made the front page headlines. The streets were no longer quiet, the sound of passing carriages and the morning conversations of people echoed throughout Tingen. The warm and gentle sunlight reclaimed the room as the sun and the crimson moon completed their transition. Leonardo got up and dressed. Having just become a Beander, he was in a great mood. After a simple wash, he took a piece of soft bread from the refrigerator, popped it in his mouth, and prepared to head out to attend the council. The council's hours were from 9 in the morning to 12 noon every day, but this was limited to weekdays. Usually, on weekends, unless there was a particularly urgent matter, the councilors would enjoy their holidays at home. Leonardo went over the spectator potion formula in his mind one last time. He planned to go to the Blackthorn Security Company after the council meeting to pay the remaining balance and complete the transaction with Klein. He checked his somewhat thin wallet, tucked it into his shirt's chest pocket, hailed a carriage, and headed toward City Hall. Just as he boarded, he suddenly felt that the driver's face looked a bit familiar. Leonardo sat in the carriage's cabin and observed the driver in front. In his memory, the public carriage he had taken yesterday morning surfaced. After triple checking, Leonardo realized that even the driver of the carriage he took to go out was the same person, an informant used by the two parties to monitor him. The prostitutes who came to serve him every night were witches. Leonardo couldn't help but wonder if this driver might also be a Beander. He could only complain helplessly in his heart. Chapter 8. Veto Power. Parliament was as boring as ever. The Conservative Party and the New Party were nearly at each other's throats in the Assembly Hall over the issue of female workers dying from lead poisoning. While Leonardo maintained his usual look of indifference, he still listened intently. Currently, the New Party, led by John, held almost no advantage. Furthermore, the failed assassination of Leonardo had aroused the suspicions of the Conservative Party. Most of the New Party members were not from the nobility but from various business circles. Even a factory owner could buy a seat in Parliament. Regarding the issue of lead poisoning among female workers, although Leonardo felt distressed hearing about it, he remained powerless and could only focus his thoughts on how to act as a reader. A reader was not a listener. Listening to the two sides argue in Parliament would not help Leonardo at all, so he began to carefully scan every file on the table. Among them, the files on basic livelihood security and the Tingen City sewer renovation and management caught his eye as areas where he could intervene. As the current mayor of Tingen City and a transmigrator, and as a fan of the book Lord of the Mysteries, Dunsmith's sacrifice also caused him great heartache. In his memory, Ince Zangwill had exploited Lenevis's greed and the resentment in the factory district to facilitate the birth of an evil god, indirectly leading to the sacrifice of the Nighthawk captain, Dunn, and Klein's fake death. Therefore, if he wanted to stop Ince's plan, improving the lives of the working class was the primary task. As for Lenevis, the fraud case had long since concluded. Leonardo guessed that Lenevis should have just come into contact with the Aurora Order, that evil god organization, and the Nighthawks were also constantly searching for his whereabouts. If even the Nighthawks, with their many Beyonders, couldn't find him, Leonardo didn't expect to find him on his own. Looking at it this way, the only thing he could intervene in was the issue of resentment in the factory district. But how could he improve the workers' resentment, which had been growing since the Industrial Revolution, in such a short time? Leonardo withdrew from his listening state and began to think of feasible methods. While the Conservative Party also didn't care about the lives of those workers, as long as something targeted the New Party without harming their own interests too much, most of them would accept it. As for the New Party, Leonardo was still somewhat wary. Who knew if John would send that witch to assassinate him again? Leonardo suddenly felt a headache coming on. As a sequence 9 inches reader, his available Beander means in the early stages were minimal. Even though he knew the acting method, the fastest he could digest it would be 2 months. Only under strict acting would the digestion speed be at its fastest, within a month. But his identity was too sensitive, he couldn't spend all day in a library being a true reader. Even if he quickly promoted to Sequence 8, it was now early July, only about 3 months away from the date of Dun's sacrifice. By then, a Sequence 8 Beander would be nothing more than a speck of dust before Ince. The man could kill him whenever he wanted. Therefore, he could only use his position as mayor to accelerate the promotion of the worker protection system in the factory district. Putting his thoughts aside, Viscount Constance's voice rang out. Let us vote. The vote he spoke of was precisely regarding the issue of cleaning and maintaining Tingen City's sewers. Since the pollution in Tingen City's sewers mostly came from factory wastewater, Viscount Constance's proposal was for the new party and the many factory owners behind them to provide the funding, while the Conservative Party would be responsible for selecting the personnel. There were 13 council members present. Facing Viscount Constance's proposal, there were 7 votes in favor and 6 against. Finally, the file was presented for Leonardo to sign. Although he did not have the right to vote, any file or bill had to be signed by him to take effect. This was the most comforting thing for Leonardo throughout the entire morning. This meant he had veto power. Although in the future, whenever the new party proposed a bill that oppressed workers, he could directly refuse to sign it, that would certainly invite retaliation. After some thought, Leonardo signed his name, deciding to go with the flow of the council for now and avoid provoking either side. If only I had a mystical item that could influence the minds of ordinary people. Leonardo thought helplessly to himself. After the files were signed, the session ended. After a simple lunch, Leonardo walked out of City Hall and, under the somewhat hot July sun, boarded a carriage to head for the Blackthorn Security Company. As soon as he sat down, Leonardo pulled out that setting collection and began to learn some basic ritual magic. He had no direct combat power, so the more ritual magic he mastered, the more emergencies he could handle. In the setting collection, Leonardo noticed 3 types of ritual magic that were quite suitable for his current state. The first was coin divination. This was the most basic form of divination, simple, convenient, and universal to all beyonders. Although it couldn't provide more revelations, like a seer, for Leonardo, it could at least tell him if he was facing danger. For example, is it suitable for me to go out today? Or, is anyone trying to assassinate me today? And so on. The second was the wall of spirituality. This could isolate certain spiritual entities and Beander attacks, and it was relatively simple to use. Leonardo guessed that if he infused more spirituality, the wall of spirituality's sturdiness would also increase. The third was ritualistic enchantment, which could enchant ordinary weapons, allowing them to harm spiritual entities or Beander creatures. This would be his only means of attack for the next 2 months. Leonardo didn't stay idle. After fumbling a gold coin out of his trouser pocket, he began practicing coin divination. So, he completely relaxed, leaning against the back of the carriage's sofa cushion. Through meditation, he entered a semi-sleeping state. In his blurred consciousness, he flicked his thumb, and the gold coin flew up. At the same time, he silently chanted in his heart. Is Klein willing to help me sell the Spectator potion formula? Clang! The gold coin tumbled in midair, its circular edge shining golden in the sunlight. It continued to climb to its peak before making a very regular free fall motion downward. Just as Leonardo thought his first divination was about to succeed, he heard a startled cry from the carriage driver. His consciousness snapped awake, and his head slammed heavily against the wooden board at the front of the carriage due to inertia. Then, he watched as his gold coin, also due to inertia and the violent shift in the carriage's driving angle, hit the wooden window frame. With a clattering sound, it was knocked out the window, rolling away from him onto the gray streets of Tingen City. The driver's curses came from ahead. Are you lot in such a hurry to die? Leonardo felt a deep pang of regret for his gold coin. After all, his financial situation wasn't enough to support losing another one. But just as he was halfway out of the carriage to get down, he suddenly stopped. Would this be a bit too unfitting for my status? I'm the mayor, after all. Leonardo was hesitating when he suddenly heard a young girl's angry voice. Hey, it's clearly your fault for not paying attention and almost hitting Elizabeth. Leonardo was suddenly stunned. Huh, Elizabeth. 9. Melissa and Elizabeth. Leonardo followed the sound and saw a girl with fair skin, dressed decently and elegantly, with an oval face, baby fat, and slightly curly long brown hair. She was squatting in the middle of the road, looking at the carriage driver with a face full of rough flesh, her expression somewhat terrified and aggrieved. Beside her, a young girl in a cream-colored long dress was protecting her friend, hands on her hips, fearlessly, standing up, to the carriage driver. Is that Elizabeth? Then the one next to her is Melissa Moretti. At this thought, Leonardo suddenly came up with a way to maintain his dignity while earning some goodwill with the Moretti family. Stepping off the carriage with his left foot in its leather shoe, he first approached the gold coin he had lost, looking around as if he were analyzing a traffic accident. Then, very discreetly, he picked up the gold coin and held it in his palm. At that moment, he also saw which way the gold coin was facing. The side with the king's likeness was facing up, which meant, yes, representing that Klein would choose to cooperate with him. After confirming this, Leonardo tossed the gold coin as he strode toward Melissa and the others. He first bowed slightly to the two ladies, then put on a kind smile. "Ladies, I believe my carriage driver indeed failed to notice your presence. I think he was distracted, I hope you can forgive him." Leonardo's sudden appearance caused Melissa and Elizabeth's emotions to shift from fear and anger to shock. Melissa's clear eyes gazed at Leonardo as her mind constantly tried to confirm whether this decent and polite blonde man before her was the playboy mayor she had seen in the newspapers. Elizabeth, however, recognized Leonardo almost instantly because her father had once taken her to a ball held by a grand counselor. It was at that ball that she had seen this mayor dead drunk, even subjecting her to verbal harassment. Yet this mayor with such a terrible reputation was now being extremely polite to Elizabeth and Melissa. According to the stereotype she had of him, this mayor would definitely have ignored their quarrel entirely and would have shown obvious irritation. Leonardo stood up and noticed many Tingen City citizens gathering around. It was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Those walking the streets at this time were almost all from middle-class families, which made him feel this was a good opportunity to improve his image. Thus, he squatted down and, under everyone's astonished gazes, briefly examined Elizabeth's scraped knee without making any physical contact. Of course, Leonardo also knew that his predecessor had harassed her before, so he wasn't surprised to see the look of disgust and resistance in Elizabeth's eyes. "Beautiful young lady, although your injury isn't serious, I suggest you head to the hospital as soon as possible." As Leonardo spoke, he handed the gold coin he had just picked up to Elizabeth and added, "I hope this can compensate for the harm you've suffered. I have urgent business, so why not let this driver take you and your companion to the hospital for an examination?" As soon as Leonardo finished, he heard the surrounding onlookers gasp one after another, as if the turn of events had exceeded everyone's expectations. Indeed, the image of his predecessor as a playboy had already been deeply ingrained in people's hearts. The Blackthorn Security Company wasn't far from here, at most a 5-minute walk, which was why Leonardo was willing to generously give up his carriage. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Leonardo signaled Melissa to help Elizabeth into the carriage. He then paid the driver an additional 2 soldi note, hoping he would take the beautiful girl and Elizabeth to the hospital to check their injuries. Throughout the process, Leonardo maintained an incredibly gentlemanly demeanor. He did not touch Elizabeth or Melissa directly, kept a kind smile, and expressed his intentions to the driver in an extremely calm tone. Afterward, he did not leave immediately but stood there, watching the carriage drive off in the opposite direction. At the same time, he felt a pang of regret in his heart over the loss of a gold coin. "Perhaps I'm more suited to playing a faceless," he joked to himself. After handling the matter, Leonardo heard the surrounding citizens' opinions of him beginning to vary. Some believed the mayor had truly turned over a new leaf. Some believed the mayor was merely pretending to be a good person. Still others believed the mayor had taken a liking to those 2 young ladies and was only doing good deeds to get close to them. However, since they weren't of marriageable age, they expressed great disdain for what the mayor had just done, considering him a psychologically perverted beast. But Leonardo didn't care too much. He understood that changing the Tingen people's perception of him was definitely not something that could be done in a day or 2, it might even take several months, or even years. Furthermore, he didn't care for the time being what the citizens thought of him. After all, they were talking about his predecessor, as long as no one threw eggs at him, it was acceptable. He did this only to leave a good impression on Klein through Melissa, which could facilitate more cooperation between them. But thinking of that gold coin just now, and then thinking of his severely depleted financial situation, Leonardo couldn't help but lament in his heart. Being a gentleman is so exhausting. Tingen in the afternoon was the same as ever. In the coffee shops, middle-aged women gathered to start their afternoon tea chats. Most of their husbands were middle class, with annual salaries sufficient to support hiring servants for their families, giving the mistresses more time to do their own things rather than cleaning the house. As for the pedestrians coming and going on the streets, Leonardo saw many men in crisp suits and ties, carrying briefcases, hurrying through the city's streets and alleys. Putting away his thoughts, he stepped forward and walked straight toward the Blackthorn Security Company. Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, Roseanne, who was buried in a newspaper, looked up and saw Leonardo, immediately putting on a sweet smile. At the same time, she took out a well-sealed file from a drawer in the counter. Before Leonardo could speak, Roseanne placed the file on the table and pushed it toward him. Mayor Connor, I presume you're here to pay the balance. After their brief interaction yesterday, Roseanne found that this mayor might actually know some etiquette and wasn't as terrible as the newspapers said. Though his tabloid scandals were indeed very entertaining to read. Leonardo nodded. From his already deflated wallet, he pulled out 3 10-pound gold notes and handed them to Roseanne, watching her verify their authenticity. A moment later, Roseanne placed the 3 gold pounds in the accounting room, looked up, and said, Mayor Connor, here is the detailed information you requested. Thank you for your generosity. If there's nothing else, you may leave. You're welcome to visit again. Roseanne replied very politely. Even though Leonardo didn't seem that bad, she was still a bit nervous being alone with him. What if he suddenly molests me? I must scream so the captain can come rescue me. Yes, the captain will definitely rescue me. Although his memory isn't that good, he's very reliable. Roseanne thought to herself, only to hear an unexpected answer from Leonardo's mouth. I'm looking for Klein Moretti. 10. The deal with Klein. He's right here. I can go get him for you. Although Roseanne was somewhat shocked that Leonardo knew Klein, she still quickly trotted upstairs to look for him. Leonardo was in no hurry. He sat on the sofa in the lobby, opened the file Roseanne had given him, and began to read through it carefully. It's all basic information on Annie Hina. It's not actually that important. After all, she and the original owner of this body were old flames. But did the Nighthawks really need to investigate so thoroughly? They even recorded how many times Annie had served the original owner in the past month. 30 times in a month of 30 days. Leonardo laughed to himself, unable to help but admire the original owner's constitution. Like any citizen of Tingen City, he flipped through this detailed, scandalous news. Perhaps I should sign a confidentiality agreement with the Blackthorn Security Company. If this information were made public, my image would instantly plummet to freezing point. Leonardo was thinking when Klein's voice rang out from the corner of the stairs. Mayor Connor, let's talk outside. After taking off his hat and bowing, Klein leaned on his cane and led Leonardo out of the Blackthorn Security Company's lobby. Leonardo noticed that when Klein said the word, outside, Roseanne was clearly disappointed. Perhaps her gossipy nature was at work, wanting to see what unspeakable secrets Klein and Mayor Connor shared. It wasn't until they reached a secluded corner that Klein slowly stopped. He turned around in the shadows to face Leonardo. Mr. Klein, I believe you'd be very willing to reach a deal with me, right? Leonardo spoke first, his azure eyes staring straight at the other man. Perhaps uncomfortable with Leonardo's direct gaze, Klein pressed down the brim of his hat, hiding his eyes in the shadow. He then cleared his throat and replied, Yes, I am. You can transcribe the spectator potion formula for me now. Just as Klein finished speaking, Leonardo noticed his left hand tapping his glabella. Is he activating spirit vision to confirm if I've consumed a potion? Leonardo thought. He took out paper and a pen from his pocket and quickly transcribed the potion formula for Klein. Leonardo didn't mind Klein's use of spirit vision. After all, even his potion had been personally prepared by old Neil, so his status as a Beander was no secret. Due to his status, the Nighthawks couldn't invite him to join them. They could only monitor him in secret to see if there was any risk of him losing control. This task naturally fell to Klein. The Nighthawks likely wouldn't care about any deal between them, and Klein certainly wouldn't tell Dunn about the secret of the tarot gathering. Thus, their current meeting was something that could be resolved by turning a blind eye. But I should find an opportunity to properly thank old Neil. I wonder if the setting collection contains a more detailed ritual magic that can resurrect a dead person. If not, perhaps a method to allow old Neil and his late wife to meet his spirits could prevent him from losing control. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Klein's shoulders suddenly relaxed as he quickly entered a half-sleeping state to begin meditating. At the same time, he tossed a coin, a copper one. This made Leonardo marvel at the professionalism of a seer. Leonardo saw the copper coin land in Klein's palm, with the head side facing up. Your potion formula is correct. I will sell it as soon as possible. Once the sale is successful, I will write to your home. I'll have to trouble you to visit the Blackthorn Security Company again then, by Wednesday at the latest, Klein said methodically. Actually, you'll be able to complete the sale when you go home at 3 o'clock this afternoon, selling it to Justice Audrey at the tarot gathering. Leonardo exposed him in his mind, then bowed slightly to Klein in thanks. Mr. Klein, you must be a very powerful Beander. I look forward to your good news. Their transaction was quickly concluded. Leonardo hailed a carriage by the roadside and left the Golden Sycamore district where the Blackthorn Security Company was located. Watching Leonardo leave, Qing suppressed his excitement at the prospect of receiving 100 gold pounds. He drew a circle on his chest, inwardly thanking the man for his generosity. He quickly returned to the Blackthorn Security Company, avoided Roseanne's gossiping eyes, and went to Dunn's office. As he pushed open the door, Dunn's voice rang out. "He's become a Beander." "Yes, that's what spirit vision shows," Qing replied. Continue monitoring him." Do you know which pathway he belongs to?" "No, he didn't tell me. I can try to perform a divination. I should be able to find out what Beander abilities he possesses." After hearing Klein's suggestion, Dunn nodded and continued. "All right, do as you say." After Dunn finished speaking, his gray eyes swept over Qing, and he waved his hand to indicate there was nothing else and he could leave. Seeing that Dunn didn't ask too much about what he and Leonardo were doing, Qing prepared to get up, intending to divine Leonardo's Beander pathway. Just as his left foot stepped out of the office door, Dunn's voice suddenly rang out behind him. "By the way, one more thing. It's already 2 o'clock. You can go home and perform the divination tomorrow. What I mean is, you're off duty." After hearing this, Qing turned back and bowed to Dunn again. However, he was in no hurry to leave and lingered at the door for about half a minute. Seeing that Captain Dunn indeed had nothing else, Qing prepared to head home. Dunn's voice rang out once more. "Don't forget to collect the bullets you lost during the last operation." Qing suppressed a strong urge to complain and bowed to Dunn once more. After confirming that the man hadn't forgotten anything else, he quickly left the office and walked out of the Blackthorn Security Company. 15 Howard Street, Connor House. Leonardo had called workers to fix the glass he had shattered the previous night. Sitting in an easy chair in his second-floor study, he tossed a gold coin up and down while asking in his heart, "Will Annie Hina come to see me tonight?" With a clang, the gold coin landed steadily in his palm. Heads up, representing negative. Leonardo could guess that Annie knew there were Nighthawks around him and certainly wouldn't expose herself easily. There was no need to take that risk. Performing the divination was merely to get a definitive answer so he could feel at ease. Calming his mind, Leonardo took 4 or 5 books from the bookshelf and placed them on the desk. The acting method for a reader was to absorb knowledge like a sponge. Therefore, Leonardo intended to use all his free time for reading to digest the potion as quickly as possible and advance to sequence 8. With nothing else to do, Leonardo prepared to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge for the entire afternoon. 11. The Grassroots Labor Protection Act. The Moretti home. It was already late at night. The crimson moonlight filtered through the window frame, spilling onto the living room. Melissa and Benson had returned home one after the other, and Qing had completed his transaction with Audrey. As for Leonardo Connor's sequence pathway, Qing planned to head to Blackthorn Security Company to perform a divination after starting work tomorrow. He pulled out the bank card Leonardo had left him before departing, hoping that Miss Justice would remit the 500 pounds as soon as possible. With that, he could begin making arrangements for Benson and Melissa to move. He could even buy a decent set of formal wear. Melissa pushed open the door. After eating the dinner Qing had personally cooked, she looked up and shared what she had seen and heard today. "I met Mayor Connor today." Upon hearing the name, Connor, the fingers Qing was using to flip through the newspaper paused slightly. How could Melissa have met Leonardo? Qing was wondering to himself when he received an unexpected answer from Melissa's mouth. He had assumed Leonardo would leave a bad impression on his sister. After all, from reading the daily contents of the Tingen Morning Post and the Tingen Honest Boy, he could see that Melissa's evaluation of the mayor was usually negative. But after careful consideration, Melissa said, "I don't think he's as useless as the newspapers say." The public carriage she was riding today almost hit Elizabeth, and Elizabeth still fell and scraped her knee from the fright. "You absolutely won't believe it, but he actually took out a gold pound as compensation. And he even had the driver take Elizabeth and me to the hospital for treatment." After speaking, Melissa carefully recalled if there were any details she needed to add. Once she confirmed she had explained it clearly, she turned her gaze toward her 2 older brothers to see their reactions. Benson spoke before Qing could, his tone full of disbelief, yet still carrying the natural, instigating, air of an older brother. "Hey, maybe he was just in a good mood today." Benson set down the newspaper. Under his receding hairline, his forehead reflected the warm yellow light of the kerosene lamp. He continued to add, "But Melissa, it's better if you're careful about contacting him. Ideally, don't contact him at all. Who knows if he has any special proclivities toward young girls of marriageable age." After Benson finished, he picked up the Tingen Honest Boy again and began to examine it closely. Klein also expressed the same wish as Benson to his sister, hoping she would avoid contact with Leonardo as much as possible and asking her to warn Elizabeth as well. While Klein wasn't as extreme in his thinking as Benson, he felt it was better for his family to have as little contact with Beyonders as possible. It seems his selling of the Spectator potion formula was indeed because his financial situation is very bleak. As for why it was the Spectator formula, perhaps it's a coincidence. Klein's thoughts were a whirlwind, and he sighed inwardly. A mayor riding a public carriage. Time flew by, and Tingen City passed another seemingly peaceful and quiet night. When Leonardo woke up from his slumber, it was already 8 in the morning. After a simple wash, he pulled back the curtains, letting the sunlight flood into the room. A warm and relaxed feeling instantly washed over him. Breakfast was still a piece of soft bread and milk. Every time he reached this point, Leonardo would lament why he didn't know how to cook. Even though both he and Klein came from that great nation of foodies on Earth, when it came to culinary skill, Leonardo couldn't help but recall that summer of his sophomore year in high school. While home alone, even boiling a bowl of tomato and egg noodles led to food poisoning. If not for the existence of that miracle medicine, Haoshang Zhengqi water, he probably would have kicked the bucket that summer. After studying throughout the entire afternoon and evening yesterday, Leonardo had not only mastered those 3 ritual magics but had also finished reading book after book in the study, covering subjects ranging from astronomy and mechanical dynamics to mathematics. However, he could sense that the digestion of his potion was only in the beginning stages. Leonardo naturally understood that this was not something to be rushed, but he had no choice. He had to increase his sequence as quickly as possible. He couldn't help but have some self-doubt, because this sequence 9 feet reader was simply too much of a weakling, wasn't it? Straightening his attire and wearing that white leg of mutton sleeve shirt, Leonardo left his home. The streets were full of office workers, wearing suits or formal wear, which made him, a mayor wearing only a shirt, stand out a bit. In truth, Leonardo also wanted to learn to wear a suit, but he had searched through almost the entire wardrobe and couldn't find a single suit jacket. He also didn't have enough money to support buying a set of formal wear. Leonardo also hoped Miss Audrey could remit the money for the Spectator formula into the bank card he left behind as soon as possible. He had also considered whether doing this would overly expose his identity, but thinking of Justice Audrey's personality, he felt she would definitely treat him as a blessed one of Mr. Fool. Leonardo didn't care about the identity of the heirs blessed, and besides, it wasn't as if he didn't want to join the tarot gathering. It would allow him to obtain Beyonder materials and mystical items much more easily. Leonardo had already made his plans. He decided that once Miss Audrey's money was remitted, he would go to Blackthorn Security Company to issue a commission to Klein, asking him to keep an eye out for any mystical items suitable for him in the Beyonder circles. Actually, Leonardo preferred to personally experience Beyonder gatherings, but his identity as the mayor was too conspicuous. In the entire Tingen City, even the beggars on the street could recognize him. Therefore, Leonardo had no choice but to let Klein buy things on his behalf when the time came, as long as he had the money. Money was almost omnipotent. After taking a public carriage to City Hall, Leonardo once again threw himself into the boring work of signing. He was listless the entire morning, feigning a deep sleep in his high-backed chair while his mind constantly recalled the knowledge from the books he had studied yesterday. After finishing dinner, he was just about to leave for home to dive back into the sea of knowledge when he was called out to by Counselor John, who came chasing after him. The bloated John wore a small mustache and held a sandalwood cane. The buttons on his shirt were nearly bursting from his belly. "Grand Counselor John, what business do you have with me?" Leonardo made his tone cynical to prevent John from noticing his changes. John and Leonardo stood at the corner of the second-floor staircase, separated by the shadows cast by the electric lights. John pinched his mustache and spoke in a threatening tone. "Mr. Mayor, you received the Beyonder materials I provided, didn't you?" "I did. Thank you very much for your contribution." Leonardo bowed flamboyantly to the other man, which only drew a more disgusted look and a snort from John. "There's no need to play dumb with me here." John's eyes were full of contempt. The clamor for that Grassroots Labor Protection Act that old fellow Constance wants to push is getting louder and louder, and the support rate is getting higher and higher. But this will affect our interests. I think I don't need to spell out what you should do I? After speaking, John lowered his voice and leaned into Leonardo's ear to add, his tone thick with threat. "Annie is one of my people." Chapter 12, Countermeasures. Even after Leonardo returned home, his mind was still filled with Counselor John's words. Annie is one of my people. John's meaning was clear. If he waited for Viscount Constance and others to submit the Tingen City workers' basic security bill to him, he would exercise his veto power and refuse to sign, preventing the bill from taking effect. But this would bring another problem. Currently, the majority of people supported Viscount Constance. If he followed John's wishes, he would offend even more people, putting himself in even greater danger. Moreover, without the implementation of this basic labor bill, the resentment in the factory district would likely grow even thicker, making it even harder for him to influence Zhangwill's plan. And the phrase the other man added was actually saying, if Leonardo did not follow the wishes of John and the others, then Annie would likely come to assassinate him once again immediately. He was only a sequence 9, facing a sequence 7 inches which, he was like a fish on a chopping block, left to be slaughtered. Leonardo suddenly felt himself caught in a dilemma. If he signed, it would invite assassination by the witch, Annie. If he didn't sign, he wouldn't be able to influence Ince's plan. He naturally wanted to sign. The current Leonardo was no longer that profligate playboy who indulged in pleasure every day, but a new human from the 21st century. If he had to pick a side, even without the factor of Ince's plan, he would naturally choose to stand with the workers. However, if he sought protection from Viscount Constance and the others, they would surely propose raising taxes at some point. The problem returned to its starting point. At this moment, Leonardo felt that no matter which side he stood on, the resentment in the factory district would likely become even more intense. Tell everyone that this would lead to the success of Ince's plan. That was simply a fantasy. Setting aside whether those councillors knew who Ince Zhangwill was, trying to search for a traitor of the church in the vast sea of people in Tingen City would significantly drain the resources of all the councillors, subordinates. They would only think that since Ince Zhangwill was a defected archbishop, he should be left to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. It had nothing to do with them. Moreover, the two political factions were already fighting tooth and nail in the shadows. Expecting them to cooperate was also wishful thinking. Therefore, Leonardo now had to protect his own safety and facilitate the passage of this bill without using the resources of either party. Then there was only one problem to face. With his sequence 9 strength, how was he supposed to guard against the sequence 7 Annie coming to assassinate him? Leonardo suddenly felt that as long as this witch, Annie Hina, was alive, he wouldn't be safe for a single moment. Although John could find more Beander subordinates, finding another sequence 7 would definitely take a lot of time. By then, Leonardo himself might not still be at sequence 9, he might even reach the realm of sequence 7. The old problem had been resolved. Leonardo no longer had to defend passively but could take the initiative, using all available resources to kill Annie. Now a new problem had appeared. How to kill Annie. The opponent was a witch, mastering many eerie black magic spells, and her physical strength was also beyond that of an ordinary person, with a more acute perception of danger. Even if he truly had the strength to kill her, how could he prevent her from discovering the traps he laid? One problem after another followed. After much thought, Leonardo decided to rely on the Nighthawks to help him eliminate this hidden threat. Witches belonged to the Demonist sect, which was an absolute evil cult in the Loan Kingdom and a common enemy faced by all 7 major churches. Since she came to deliver Beander materials to him last time, Annie had probably long been targeted by the Nighthawks. Thinking of this, Leonardo suddenly realized a serious problem. Annie Hina was a sequence 7 inches witch, of the Demonist pathway, belonging to the Demonist sect. And his Beander materials had been delivered to him by Annie. Would the Nighthawks suspect that I have private dealings with the Demonist sect? Or would they think I am a member of the Demonist sect? Leonardo suddenly rose from his easy chair and abruptly turned his head to look out the window. In the midday hour, Howard Street was as peaceful as ever. In the distance were rows of villas, and nearby were 3-story Western-style houses like his own. Almost all the pedestrians on the street wore formal suits and carried canes, while the women wore billowing long dresses with lace decorations on the hems and hats, and often wore necklaces set with gemstones around their necks. Leonardo's Beander ability was not oriented toward observation, so he naturally couldn't see any clues, let alone the hidden Nighthawks. He allowed his mood to gradually calm down, sat back in the easy chair, took out a new gold coin, relaxed his shoulders, leaned back, and entered a state of meditation. He murmured in his mouth, "I am being investigated and monitored by the Nighthawks." The gold coin flipped 2.5 times in the air and landed steadily in his palm, with the king's head facing up, representing an affirmative. So, Leonardo was currently under the surveillance of the Nighthawks, just as he had guessed. Almost at the same time, Leonardo finally thought of a relatively safe plan to break the deadlock. Since the Nighthawks were monitoring him, he could use them to protect himself. Although he didn't know what the Nighthawks' surveillance pattern was, they had plenty of sequence 9 inches sleepless within their ranks who didn't need sleep to recover their energy at all. And once Annie came to assassinate him, he could use the Nighthawks once more to help him confront her. A sequence 7 Annie would definitely draw Dunn Smith into action. As long as he could find a way to keep Annie trapped in the house for a short time until Dunn controlled her, the Nighthawks would surely be able to kill her with ease. What needed to be solved now was to get the Nighthawks to pay enough attention to him and increase the manpower monitoring him. Leonardo quickly selected a target. Qing Moretti. He could tell the other party through a letter, and because of the transaction for the spectator potion formula, there was a certain level of trust between the two. Leonardo naturally couldn't directly say words like, "Annie is coming to kill me again," otherwise, in the captain's eyes, it would surely be the profligate mayor making jokes at the Blackthorn Security Company. After all, the stereotype his original self had left on everyone truly existed. And Qing was also a smart person. He would surely be able to analyze from Leonardo's written sentences that Annie would carry out another assassination against him. Only if this conclusion was conveyed to Dunn by Qing would it be taken seriously. Thinking of this, Leonardo slapped his thigh, pulled out paper, pen, and a postmark, and began to write rapidly. "My dear friend, Mr. Qing Moretti, perhaps this will seem a bit forward to you, and perhaps in your eyes we cannot call each other friends. Ever since I ran out of money, life has become increasingly boring. At this time, I found that those ladies and gentlemen who were once enthusiastic toward me are now constantly distancing themselves. I think you are not that kind of person, so please forgive my letter. I have taken the liberty of wanting to share my observations and feelings of today with you. I truly feel depressed. John Maynard actually came to threaten me after the council meeting today. He wanted me not to sign the Tingen City Workers' Basic Security Bill, submitted by Viscount Constance. He doesn't want to see this bill take effect, but I simply won't comply. He said Annie is his subordinate, and he threatened me with my life. I am the great mayor. How dare he commit such a transgressive act? So I have decided to sign this bill, to let John and the others see who the real power holder in Tingen is. He hired someone to assassinate me and actually dared to make demands of me. Such a person is simply unreasonable." Chapter 13. Inside a Dream. Blackthorn Security Company, Dunn Smith's office. Dunn held his pipe in his mouth, listening to Klein's recent report with a solemn expression. "You mean, Annie Hina will attempt a second assassination on Mayor Connor? In that case, our suspicions of him have indeed been dispelled." Klein sat upright opposite Dunn, his expression equally solemn. "I'm certain, Captain. Moreover, I received a revelation through dream divination that Annie Hina will indeed assassinate the mayor." "Then do you know the specific date?" "No, that is beyond my capabilities." As Klein finished speaking, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became heavy and quiet. Leonardo Connor did indeed believe in the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and as the mayor of Tingen City, the Nighthawks truly had a mission to protect him. Furthermore, this would provide a new lead on Annie Hina, whom they had been pursuing all along. If they could kill her, it would certainly ensure the safety of Tingen City. "Do you think this letter of his is a plea for help?" After a moment's thought, Dunn spoke again. Klein maintained his upright posture and replied, "I think this mayor is not as dull as we thought. If he were simply sharing his daily life, he should have mentioned the payment for the spectator formula instead of just expressing his dislike for John Maynard." Klein briefly organized his thoughts in his mind. Dunn clearly fell into deep thought. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "I understand. I will personally lead a team to monitor the mayor. Go and draft a report. We need to apply for a sealed artifact." Dunn quickly made his decision and gave his instructions. Klein nodded in agreement and stood up, intending to go to the clerk's office next door to draft the report. He didn't rush out but lingered at the door of Dunn's office for a few minutes. Until Dunn looked up and saw Klein still standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him to add something. "I have nothing more to add." Just as he finished speaking, Dunn suddenly thought of something and called out again, stopping Klein, who was already halfway out the door. "Wait, write in the report that the sealed artifact we want to apply for is 2049. Late at night, Leonardo had just finished an afternoon of study and had also received Klein's reply. The letter mentioned that Klein had received the payment for spectator, totaling £500. He would return the bank card after taking out the £100 he was owed. In addition, Klein gave a simple, even somewhat perfunctory, response to Leonardo's mention of John's threat in the letter. Leonardo wasn't afraid that Klein would misreport the payment for spectator. After all, the transaction records were traceable, and he believed the other party wouldn't be so foolish. What concerned him more was Klein's attitude toward him. Why is Klein still so cold to me, he thought helplessly. Although they had indeed only met a few times, seeing Klein's somewhat icy response still caused a slight sense of disappointment to arise within him. Leonardo shook his head, intending to brush his teeth and wash his face before returning to his room for a pleasant dream. Since Klein's reply mentioned Leonardo's response to John's threat, it meant the Nighthawks would indeed intervene, or at the very least, they wouldn't just stand by. Leonardo tossed a gold coin to confirm. Seeing the king's head facing up, he finally felt relieved. Just as he entered the washroom to brush his teeth, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who would come looking for me at this hour? Leonardo muttered to himself as he walked toward the front door. He wondered if the witch, Annie Hina, had come early, but then he remembered her previous ability to dive into mirrors and dismissed the suspicion. After all, with such a Beander ability and having been exposed, she likely wouldn't use the front door. Approaching the door, Leonardo looked through the peephole and saw a gray-haired man in a black trench coat with deep-set eyes. On his chest was a silver badge depicting half a face obscured by the shadow of a hood, showing only one eye. Dunn Smith. He must be here to ask about Annie and John. Leonardo thought as he turned the doorknob. Hello, Captain Dunn. Is there something you need? Dunn didn't speak. He looked around to ensure no one was following before entering the room. The fireplace in the living room had long since gone out. No lights were on in the room, and only the crimson moonlight provided faint illumination, casting red outlines on Dunn's sharp-featured face. Dunn lit his pipe, the warm yellow light illuminating his cheeks. Your faith is in the Church of the Evernight Goddess, right? Dunn asked instead of answering, sitting on the single sofa in the living room. Yes. Leonardo traced a circle on his chest. Do you really have no collusion with the demonist sect? Just as he finished speaking, Leonardo suddenly felt a breeze blow behind him, yet it wasn't cold at all. What is the demonist sect? Leonardo covered for himself guiltily, while simultaneously feeling that something was off. His gaze swept over the extinguished fireplace and then at the curtains fluttering in the cold wind, yet he felt no coldness at all, it was even somewhat warm. In the silence, Leonardo looked at Dunn Smith. He suddenly thought of the other's sequence name. Nightmare. Dunn can freely enter and exit others' dreams. Leonardo thought to himself, suddenly realizing a fact. He might be in a dream right now. He had been wondering why Dunn's actions were so reckless. After all, he was under surveillance at all times. It was late at night, the streets were empty, and Dunn's attire was so conspicuous, showing no concern about being discovered. Just as Leonardo was thinking of how to confirm the dream, Dunn broke the silence first. What is your sequence name? Hearing this, Leonardo hesitated. The reader pathway belongs to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He didn't know the Nighthawks' attitude toward Beyonders of different pathways. But after thinking it over, Leonardo still felt it was better to tell him as soon as possible. This would make him seem less of a threat. Reader, Leonardo said in a deep voice, a hint of pride mixed in. Dunn wasn't as shocked as Leonardo had expected. Instead, he nodded as if he had already anticipated it. He spoke again, pressing for more. How did you obtain the potion formula? This time, Leonardo didn't hesitate. After all, he clearly knew he was in a dream, which allowed him to remain conscious and keep thinking. Unlike the chaos of a normal dream where it's easy to say the wrong things, reveal hidden secrets, mention that setting collection, or disclose his identity as a transmigrator. My father found it for me before he died. I couldn't gather all the Beander materials alone, so I made the fact that I am a Beander public in the council and had the councilman under me help me search. Annie Hina came to see me the night before last to deliver the Beander materials, and because of that, I became a Beander just like you. After listening to Leonardo's statement, Dunn didn't scrutinize the loopholes but looked up with a face full of shock. All the councilmen know you are a Beander. Aren't you afraid it will lead to more trouble? Under Dunn's shocked gaze, Leonardo leaned back against the sofa cushions and stated his point of view. They would rather I become a Beander. They utilized me, and I am utilizing them in a different way. Only my death in the Beander world is the outcome everyone wants to see. Chapter 14. Next time, I'll definitely side with you. Dunn did not speak. He stood up, adjusted his cuffs and collar, and stood in the crimson moonlight. He began to look at Leonardo on the sofa again with a scrutinizing gaze, looking at that playboy mayor known to every household. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke and tipped his hat in a salute. Let me reintroduce myself. Dunn Smith, captain of the Tingen City Nighthawks squad. Leonardo's dreams suddenly began to shatter. The extinguished fireplace was now burning, and he was lying in a warm bed. Dunn's final words still echoed in his mind. Captain of the Tingen City Nighthawks squad. Does this count as being open and honest? Leonardo thought, falling back asleep. He guessed that tomorrow Viscount Constance would formally announce the Workers' Basic Security Act, and after tomorrow's council session ended, he would be placed on Senior Councillor John's must eliminate list. Perhaps even at the very top. Time came to the next day, the Wednesday council session. Constance Howard, dressed in elegant formal attire and wearing a gold-rimmed monocle, stood under the gaze of the councillors and began to read the detailed provisions of the act. First, the daily working hours of every worker shall not exceed 10 hours, and the weekly working hours shall not exceed 60 hours. Furthermore, no factory shall employ child labor. Children under the age of 13 should receive education in night schools instead of appearing in factories to operate robots several times larger than their own bodies. Second, the wages of all workers shall be increased by 30%. Every Sunday, all factories shall cease operations and close. This is the holy day, a day of rest, and a gift from the goddess. Third, factory owners should allocate a portion of their profits to guarantee the basic livelihood of workers, either by providing housing or expanding welfare institutions. Simultaneously, all factory owners are prohibited from exploiting workers in other ways. Fourth, a specialized regulatory department shall be established. If any factory owner continues to exploit workers in private, they shall be punished according to the law. Viscount Constance's voice was not loud, yet it was very powerful, echoing in the hearts of all the councillors and Leonardo at the session. Every clause he mentioned could bring a significant improvement to the lives of the workers, but they touched upon the interests of almost all factory owners. Leonardo sat with his hands crossed on the table, supporting his body as he listened intently. Although Constance appeared to be standing by the workers now, Leonardo understood that the enactment of this law would hardly affect the interests of nobles like him. Nobles were different from factory owners, most of their income came from estates and banks. At the same time, it would greatly increase Viscount Constance's influence and support rate in Tingen City, giving him more say in the council in the future. Truly killing two birds with one stone. Leonardo couldn't help but admire the Viscount's political mind in his heart. Viscount Constance's calm gaze swept across everyone present. Aside from the members of his conservative party, even the new party and the minor councillors at the end of the table were almost swayed by him. Although this indeed involved party disputes, the seats of these minor councillors were mostly bought. They did not possess the immense wealth of John and the others. They all understood that if the situation were allowed to worsen, more workers would die on the streets and in the sewers. The lives they would have to bear were actually compensations, which would crush their capital chains and eventually lead to bankruptcy. Therefore, except for the few new party councillors led by John, everyone else present had already leaned toward Viscount Constance. John's gaze toward Constance was much like a hungry wolf seeing a fat sheep. In the nearly 20 years since he became a councillor, Constance had always been opposing him. But now, John did not seem worried or angry because of Constance's proposal. Instead, he looked as if victory was within his grasp, sitting leisurely to Leonardo's left, smoking and blowing out clouds of smoke. Since no one wishes to speak, let us begin the vote. As soon as the words fell, the result was 7-6, only the Conservative Party had cast votes in support. Although the minor councillors of the new party also hoped for the enactment of this act, they did not dare to openly oppose John. This was also the reason why the Conservative Party had more members than the new party. In recent years, more and more newly appointed councillors of the new party chose to switch sides and join the Conservative Party within 2 years. This was because the various acts proposed by John were centered on himself to ensure his own interests were maximized, while those minor councillors couldn't even get a bit of profit. They would only bear huge compensations for accidental deaths caused by the exploitation of workers. Everyone lowered their hands after raising them. The secretary then presented the drafted file to Leonardo for his signature and confirmation. At this moment, Leonardo suddenly felt his lower leg being lightly kicked. He looked up at John, whose fingers were tapping the table, his eyes full of warning. Leonardo gave an imperceptible nod and conveyed the meaning of, "I know what to do," to John with his eyes before opening the file. Then, under John's shocked gaze, he signed the words, Leonardo Connor, with a flourish in the confirmation column. Once signed, the act took effect immediately. Leonardo looked up, meeting John's gaze, which looked as if his eyes were about to burst, with an innocent look. Leonardo's expression seemed to say, "Didn't you mean for me to confirm it? I thought that's what you wanted. Don't be angry, I'll definitely side with you next time." After the act took effect, the members of the Conservative Party on the right erupted in a burst of applause and cheers symbolizing victory. Meanwhile, those minor councillors at the end of the table on the left all breathed a long sigh of relief. Only John and the two councillors behind him were filled with shock. They knew John had already threatened Mayor Leonardo. They thought they had the victory secured, so they hadn't even thought about speaking during this council session to win back some of their support rate. But who would have known that this mayor would take the benefits but not do the job? Leonardo looked toward the three councillors on the left with a slight smile, expressing his apology with an innocent face, then withdrew his gaze and listened to the continued speeches of Constance and the others. Then, Viscount Constance stood up again and said, "We should increase the taxes in Tingen City. So the fox's tail is finally showing," Leonardo thought, indifferent to Constance's subsequent speech. In any case, increasing taxes wouldn't bring him, the mayor, any benefits. That money would only end up in the pockets of the nobles. Leonardo turned his attention back to reading the various files on the table. Although this wasn't book knowledge, it allowed him to understand some of the current situation in Tingen City. Well, this could be considered learning, right? The council session ended after lunch. Leonardo went downstairs, just about to leave the city hall, but felt that the clerical staff around him were becoming increasingly abnormal. Even the guards standing at the door had a huge contrast from their usual selves. Everyone seemed not to see him, the mayor. In normal times, although almost all evaluations of Leonardo were negative, many people would still greet him and bow to curry favor with the mayor and get help with their work. But today, everyone was at their posts, operating the robots very numbly, like puppets on strings, without any emotional fluctuations, or rather, they didn't look like living people at all. The more Leonardo thought about it, the more he felt a chill down his spine. He wanted to walk quickly out of the city hall's main gate and return home, but just as he was about to step out, he felt as if he had touched an illusory barrier. At that moment, Leonardo realized he couldn't get out. He had fallen into a trap without knowing when. A tingling, charming voice sounded in his ear, and warm breath lingered around his earlobe. "Mayor Connor, long time no see. During these days when I haven't served you." The voice suddenly paused, and the sound of swallowing reached Leonardo's ears. "I've been so lonely." 15. Praying to the fool. Almost in an instant, Leonardo pulled a revolver from inside his shirt and aimed it at Annie Heine's temple. He quickly pulled the trigger, a metal bullet whistled through the air with a sharp scream, piercing the atmosphere. However, there was no expected spray of blood. Instead, the bullet seemed to pass through a pool of viscous, pitch-black liquid, slamming heavily into the wall panel and leaving a deep crater. Up until this point, the clerical staff and guards in the lobby acted as if they hadn't seen a thing, numbly tapping away at their telegraph machines without any reaction. Leonardo's heart instantly filled with panic. He hadn't expected to move against Annie Heine in broad daylight. Moreover, security at the city hall was strict, making it difficult even for Nighthawks to infiltrate. At this moment, Leonardo was all alone. Self-doubt flashed through Leonardo's mind. He had been too confident in his own deductions, assuming Annie would sneak into his room to assassinate him late at night. But since Annie was already being watched by the Nighthawks, she likely knew Leonardo was under their surveillance. If he had made a move at night, he would have been doomed. Thus, led by John today, Annie had sneaked into the city hall and made her move right after the council meeting ended and Leonardo had signed the confirmation. Annie Heine's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving behind a pool of black liquid before merging into the shadow beneath Leonardo's feet and disappearing silently. At that moment, Leonardo heard applause coming from the stairwell. Clap, clap, clap. Looking toward the sound, John Maynard came into view. His hands were placed in front of his bulging belly, a smile on his face, his mouth twisted into a bizarre curve that also held a hint of anger. "Mayor Connor, I already warned you. Regrettably, you didn't do as I said, so I have no choice but to bear the pain. Even if I strike in broad daylight, do you really think your death will attract anyone's attention? I believe that old fellow Constance will surely attribute your death to a sudden heart attack just to maintain the reputation of the council." John stood at the stairwell, maintaining a safe distance from Leonardo as he spoke, his words full of provocation. Leonardo's gaze kept scanning the surroundings. A witch could use shadows to teleport short distances, so Annie could appear in any corner. He had no time to worry about John. He gripped his revolver tightly with both hands, frantically searching for Annie's silhouette. Since Leonardo was only a sequence 9 inches reader, his combat capability was practically non-existent. The only thing he could use to respond now was this revolver, which he had previously enchanted using a spirituality tempering ritual. His eyes swept rapidly over every shadow, finally catching a faint outline of Annie in the stairwell behind John. Without any hesitation, Leonardo injected his spirituality into the revolver. With another gunshot, the bullet's speed continuously increased, and possessing a ricochet attribute, it passed through the shadow again, hit the wall, and flew straight upward, severing a wooden crossbeam on the ceiling. However, the expected collapse didn't happen. not even a single wooden beam fell. The bullet had merely snapped it, leaving a clear bullet hole. Leonardo understood that Annie was controlling the surrounding environment, preventing him from taking the chance to escape. Fuck! Leonardo roared in his heart while pulling out a small silver knife, drawing an illusory wall in the air. This was a wall of spirituality. Leonardo completely enveloped himself within it, pouring in most of his spirituality to sustain it, hoping to block Annie's attacks and hold out until the Nighthawks arrived. Captain, come save me quickly. I don't want to die yet. While Leonardo made his unanswered prayers in his heart, he saw Annie fly out from a shadow in the corner. A fireball condensed in her palm, and at her command, it slammed heavily against the wall of spirituality. With a bang, dust scattered everywhere, and the wall of spirituality began to become unstable. Leonardo's spirituality suffered a massive shock at the same time. Leonardo was forced to pour all his remaining spirituality into it, which instantly made him feel incredibly exhausted, as if he were about to fall into a deep sleep. His brain spun frantically, thinking of any way he could survive. Annie Hina was like a cat that had caught a mouse, not directly dealing the killing blow to Leonardo. She moved rapidly through the shadows around him, seemingly enjoying the fear he felt. John looked at Leonardo with the confidence of someone who had already won. Although he wasn't a Beander, he knew Annie Hina was a sequence 7 inches witch, while Leonardo was only the most basic, sequence 9. He wasn't in a hurry to see Annie kill him in one blow. He looked at Leonardo with a playful gaze, recalling how many restrictions he had faced while leading the new party during the time the boy's father served as mayor. When the former Mayor Connor was alive, he served as the mayor of Tingen City for 10 years with the full support of the Conservative Party. During those 10 years, it had caused John's factories to lose nearly 10 million gold pounds. John also wanted to watch Leonardo be slowly tortured to death, which would allow him to vent his frustrations. His lips moved slightly. Franstone Connor, my great predecessor, watch closely from the Divine Kingdom as your son is flayed alive by me. Leonardo had not completely given up. After pouring out all his spirituality, he suddenly knelt on the ground, murmuring as if praying to some deity. Amidst the scattered firelight, Leonardo spoke with utter devotion. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. If you can hear my plea, please descend with your great power and save me. I don't want to die yet. Leonardo had thought of many ways to contact the outside world, but under Annie's confinement, no message could get out. Therefore, he had no choice but to use this method, which would arouse Klein's suspicion, to convey information to him so the Nighthawks would arrive as soon as possible. Leonardo didn't know if Klein would choose to come to his rescue. After all, Klein had been so cold to him, and there was only a monetary transaction between them. Moreover, saving him would cause suspicion within the Nighthawks and carried the risk of exposing Klein's own secrets. Leonardo also didn't know if the wall of spirituality he had deployed as a sequence 9 could hold out until the Nighthawks arrived. North District, Howard Street. Nighthawks scattered across various corners of the street were keeping their eyes fixed on the 3-story house with number 15 carved on the doorplate. Klein stayed with Captain Dunn Smith. Dunn kept his eyes on his watch. The council meeting time had already passed. Generally speaking, Leonardo would return home within this time frame. But his figure was nowhere to be seen even now. As Klein, who was also waiting anxiously by his side, suddenly saw the gray fog manifest before his eyes, a crimson star bloomed within the mist. Justice, or the Hanged Man. While thinking, Klein told the captain he was going to perform a dream divination to track Leonardo's whereabouts. He left the spot, turned into a narrow alley of an unoccupied house, stood in the shadows, entered a semi-sleep state, wrapped himself in spirituality, simulated an upward motion, and arrived above the gray fog. The gray fog beneath his feet remained eternal and unchanging. Klein sat at the uppermost seat of the long bronze table in a high-back chair, reached out his finger, and touched that crimson star. Almost instantly, the shining star sent out crimson ripples through the gray fog, and an illusory image appeared. Klein gasped. He saw that inside the city hall, Mayor Leonardo Connor was currently kneeling on the ground. He had drawn a wall of spirituality around himself, while outside the wall, the witch, Annie Hina, was leaping like a phantom, using fireballs in her hands to bombard the wall of spirituality. He saw that all the clerical staff in the city hall were turning a blind eye, as if they couldn't see Leonardo, Annie, and the others at all. He heard Leonardo say that sentence in standard Hermes language. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. 16. Nightmare. How could he know the fool's honorific name? Could it be that he knows justice and the hanged man, and learned of my existence through them? No, the hanged man spends the whole year at sea. Even if they knew each other, news would never travel back to Tingen in Loan so quickly. And Justice is clearly a naive daughter of a wealthy family. Such a girl should avoid contact with someone like Leonardo, and it's even more impossible for her to tell him the fool's honorific name. Klein's thoughts raced. He took out the copper coin and performed a divination above the gray fog. As the copper coin flipped in the air, Klein muttered, "The outcome of saving Leonardo Connor." The copper coin landed steadily in Klein's palm, king side up. Klein didn't dwell too much on how Leonardo knew of the fool's existence. After all, a life was at stake now. Judging by Leonardo's state, he could only hold on for a few minutes at most. If he was a step too late, Leonardo might actually die suddenly. After all, the man had generously given him £100 reward. Seeing the coin's result pointing in a positive direction, Klein quickly wrapped himself in spirituality, simulated a descent, and returned to the real world. Then, he ran in a panic toward Captain Dunn, who was still looking at his watch and counting the time. "Any findings?" Dunn stepped forward to ask, his brow furrowed. Clearly, Dunn already had some bad premonitions regarding Leonardo's disappearance. Klein took a breath, calmed his mind to stay composed, and replied. "Mayor Connor is being attacked right now. That Annie Hina chose to act at the city hall." As soon as Klein finished, Dunn immediately pulled him along and hailed a public carriage, telling the driver that the situation was urgent and to reach the city hall as fast as possible. "Why don't we Nighthawks have a car?" Even in this desperate situation, Klein couldn't help but have this irrelevant thought. He noticed that as soon as the captain boarded the carriage, he fell into a state of sleep. Klein guessed that the captain must be using his nightmare ability. On one hand, it was to inform the surrounding Nighthawks, on the other, it was to control Annie Hina through this ability to alleviate Leonardo's current danger. At the corner of Howard Street, Leonard Mitchell and Kenley White were also searching for Leonardo in the crowd when a sudden wave of drowsiness hit them. Both were unable to resist and collapsed under the noon sun. In the dream, they saw Captain Dunn. It didn't last long. Dunn only left a single sentence before immediately waking them up. "Open Channy's gate and take out 2049. Bring it to the city hall immediately." On the other side of Howard Street, Luo Yao Leighton and Seika Tian also fell into a slumber and quickly woke up. After exchanging a look, they immediately set off for the Blackthorn Security Company to assist Leonard and Kenley in retrieving 2049 and transporting it to the city hall. Inside the city hall, Leonardo was pouring his remaining spirituality into the wall of spirituality. He no longer cared if he would lose control because of this, as dying here was the worst possible outcome. Annie's fireballs were still coming one after another. When Leonardo looked up, he suddenly noticed that John, standing at the far end, had collapsed and fallen asleep at some point. And the surrounding clerical staff and guards had also uniformly fallen unconscious. "It's Dunn Smith's nightmare ability. Klein received my plea for help and brought the Nighthawks to save me." Leonardo's heart, which had been filled with coldness, suddenly grew warm as hope rekindled. Captain Dunn has pulled everyone in the city hall into a dream. Annie's attack frequency is gradually decreasing, she won't be able to hold on much longer. Leonardo thought, suddenly noticing that Annie's movements had stopped. She had also noticed the abnormality of the surroundings and quickly associated it with the Nighthawks and Dunn Smith's nightmare ability. Annie suddenly realized something was wrong. She stared with a somewhat distorted expression at Leonardo, who was holding his ground within the wall of spirituality. "You're the one who contacted them." Annie's voice was no longer soft and seductive, instead, it became sharp, like the wail of a wraith. She had already sealed the entire city hall with black magic and blocked everyone's consciousness. Even though the main doors were wide open, looking in from the outside would appear perfectly normal. Even the Nighthawks wouldn't have discovered it in such a short time. Therefore, the only one who could have notified the Nighthawks was Leonardo. Annie furiously suppressed the urge to sleep, using her spirituality to resist Dunn Smith's nightmare ability. At this thought, Annie's gaze toward Leonardo suddenly turned fierce. In her palm, there was no longer a violently burning fireball, but an ice spike. This ice spike emitted a white chill and was entwined with wisps of black aura. Before Leonardo's disbelieving eyes, the white ice cone began to turn black and grew into the shape of a rose. Leonardo knew that his wall of spirituality couldn't possibly block Annie's next ice spike attack. So, he stopped relying on it and stopped pouring spirituality into it. Instead, he picked up his revolver, which had been tempered through a ritual, and poured his last remaining sliver of spirituality into it. At this point, Leonardo could only gamble. Gamble that draining his spirituality wouldn't lead to losing control. Die. Annie's shriek suddenly pierced Leonardo's ears, stimulating his eardrums and causing his consciousness to blur. The black rose ice spike shot out, and Leonardo pulled the trigger at the same time. Bang! The bullet and the ice spike collided in the air with a metallic clang. As the gunshot rang out, Leonardo seemed to lose all his strength and fell straight to the ground. Because the bullet had a reflection attribute, it deflected the ice spike's angle of impact. Instead of piercing his chest, it stabbed straight into Leonardo's left shoulder. A sharp pain surged, and Leonardo felt his consciousness grow even more blurred. Just then, Annie also emerged from the shadows. Due to the prolonged struggle against the nightmare, her spirituality had also significantly diminished. Leaning against the wall, Annie stumbled as she prepared to flee. The entire hall returned to its original state at that moment, the ceiling effect completely vanishing. In his blurred consciousness, Leonardo felt as if he had entered a dream. He saw the hall restored to its former state in the figure of Dunn Smith. Looking at that steady back clad in a black trench coat, Leonardo's heart immediately settled. Captain Dunn. Leonardo wanted to speak, but found he had lost even the strength to open his mouth, and could only whisper silently in his heart. He heard the other party speak in that reassuring tone. Mayor Connor, please rest assured. We have come to save you. 17 Dream Divination. Amidst the fragmented dreams, Leonardo suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Klein's face. He was pouring a bottle of potion into his mouth. At the same time, Leonardo felt his spirituality rapidly recovering. Slumber potion. Leonardo quickly guessed the name of the potion. The moment Leonardo woke up, a complex expression clearly appeared on Klein's face. There was some suspicion and also some wariness. He was afraid that Leonardo truly knew he was actually the fool, and he feared that Leonardo would tell others the secrets above the gray fog. While Leonardo was unconscious, Klein had already performed a simple coin divination to see if Leonardo knew about him being the fool. Eventually, the coin landed heads up. But even so, Klein did not relax. He planned to pull Leonardo above the gray fog tonight to test him after this mission ended. Meanwhile, Leonardo's consciousness had fully cleared. When he sat up, he realized he wasn't in the City Hall's service hall but was lying on a sofa in the reception hall of the Blackthorn Security Company. Looking at the somewhat familiar environment, Leonardo instantly felt much more at ease. Just as he tried to lift his left arm, a surge of pain came from his shoulder. Don't move yet. Your shoulder was pierced by her magic. You need some rest, Klein said, turning to pick up bandages and a hemostatic agent to provide Leonardo with a simple dressing. Following Klein's gaze, Leonardo saw a bloody hole in his left shoulder, with the muscles there exposed to the air and twitching. Leonardo noticed there was no black cursed aura on his shoulder, so he didn't think much more of it and quietly accepted the bandaging. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Captain Dunn Smith walked in, saluting Leonardo and expressing his apologies. I am very sorry, Mayor Connor, for letting you get injured. It was indeed our oversight. We didn't expect the witch to choose to strike at the City Hall. Dunn suddenly paused and pointed at Klein, who was bandaging Leonardo. Thanks to our new member here, he keenly sensed the anomaly and discovered through divination that you were in a dangerous situation at the time. Hearing Dunn's statement, Leonardo looked at Klein and suddenly noticed that the other man seemed a bit guilty. Of course, Leonardo wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Klein the truth here. He knew the other party would definitely perform a divination, but because of his own anti-divination trait as a transmigrator, the results would certainly be a failure. And Leonardo would naturally help Klein keep his secret. So, no matter what phrasing Klein used for the divination, the results would always point in a good direction. Besides, with this accident, Klein might pull him above the gray fog for a test. If he could bluff his way through, it wouldn't be long before the great Mr. Fool allowed him to join the tarot gathering. He believed his position as mayor was still quite attractive, which would make it convenient for Klein to open up information channels in the political world. In any case, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid today next year would be the anniversary of my death. After the bandaging was finished, Leonardo stood up, placed his right hand over his chest, and bowed slightly. How much compensation do you require? I will pay it, Leonardo added. Although his financial situation was quite strained, his gratitude was heartfelt. However, Dunn put on a slight smile. No, Mayor Connor. Protecting your safety is also within the duties of the Nighthawks. We do not require payment. Seeing Dunn's answer, Leonardo watched Klein's expression turn from anticipation to slight disappointment, but he didn't argue further with Dunn. After all, his financial situation likely couldn't afford the payment anyway. Leonardo also thought about how to repay Klein for his rescue this time. There was still a lot of Emperor Russell's diary content in the setting collection. If he could join the tarot gathering, he could give some introductory gifts to Klein to thank him. Watching Klein leave the room, Leonardo tactfully expressed his gratitude to Dunn, saying, "I will provide assistance to you within the scope of my official duties." After speaking, Leonardo prepared to leave the Blackthorn Security Company and return home to immediately dive into the ocean of knowledge. Before heading out, Leonardo said to Dunn, "Thank you for guarding Tingen, Captain Dunn." Dunn smiled and returned the salute, watching him leave. Then he went back to his office and sat down, intending to draft a report to submit to the church. While tapping on the typewriter, Dunn rubbed his forehead, feeling like he had forgotten something. 15 Howard Street. Leonardo sat at his desk, intending to use dream divination to see how the Nighthawks had killed Annie. He didn't choose to ask Dunn directly because he knew it was definitely within the scope of confidentiality, so he didn't want to make a fool of himself. Thus, following the method in the setting collection, Leonardo used his spirituality to seal the entire study, lit the sandalwood, and wrote the sentence, "How the Nighthawks killed Annie Hina," on the parchment. After taking a deep breath of the sandalwood, he leaned back into the easy chair and fell into a state of sleep. In this divination dream, countless intermittent scenes rushed in like a shattered mirror. He saw that after he had fallen unconscious, Klein drew his gun and fired, scaring off Annie, who was about to finish him off. He saw Captain Dunn falling into a deep sleep in the carriage and saw Leonard and the other Nighthawks swarming forward. He saw Leonard holding an old doll that made one's skin crawl. He saw that under the influence of the doll, the witch, Annie's movements gradually became stiff and mechanical. He saw Annie frantically drinking 3 or 4 bottles of potion before being completely assimilated by the doll. Even in the dream, Leonardo could feel Annie's spirituality rapidly recovering at that moment. At the end of the dream, he saw Annie break free from the Nighthawks, restrained after unleashing a full-strength strike, temporarily shaking off the doll's influence and vanishing into the shadows. The divination ended, and Leonardo woke up in the easy chair, reflecting on the scenes he had seen. The doll in Leonard's hand should be 2049. To kill Annie, the Nighthawks had applied to use a sealed artifact. But the point that caught Leonardo's attention the most was that Annie wasn't dead yet. The Nighthawks might not understand the witch's abilities and didn't know she could plant a curse on a target to achieve a remote kill. And after his shoulder was pierced by that black rose ice spike, he had likely been cursed by Annie. She would probably kill him after she recovered. Thinking of this, Leonardo broke into a cold sweat. The stinging pain in his left shoulder wound became more pronounced, and his heart tightened. He forced himself to calm down and think. Annie Hina had taken a potion. That potion was similar in function to the slumber potion, allowing one to recover sanity and spirituality in a short time and shake off certain negative effects. And the slumber potion was a secret of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, its formula not shared externally. The potion Annie took must have come from the demoness sect. This meant the side effects of the potion would be even more pronounced, perhaps even requiring Annie 2 to 3 days to recover. So, Annie was very weak right now. As long as Leonardo could find her whereabouts as soon as possible and kill her with his own hands, he could completely get rid of the risk brought by the cursed aura. Thinking of this, Leonardo quickly wrote on the parchment, "The whereabouts of Annie Hina. Basement of the Blackthorn Security Company." Dunn, who was responsible for guarding the Chinese gate, finally remembered what he had forgotten. He forgot to tell Leonardo. Annie Hina had fled toward Howard Street in the North District. 18. The Witch's Story. Leonardo fell into a deep sleep and entered a dream. Once again, he saw Annie Hina escaping the Nighthawks' encirclement after her spirituality erupted. He saw Annie wearing a black robe, her face hidden beneath a hood. She dragged her weakened body along, leaning against the wall as she fled step by step toward the North District. Annie's movements began to stiffen, her limbs were almost completely assimilated by 2049, her skin turning a grayish white. He watched her traverse street after street and narrow alleyway until she reached Howard Street and stood before a 3-story Western-style house. When Leonardo saw the house number, he gasped sharply. 15 Howard Street. Isn't this my house? Leonardo jolted awake, cold sweat soaking his shirt. He gasped for air, struggling to calm himself down, making it look as though he had merely experienced a normal sleep. Annie Hina's hiding place was actually my house. Leonardo was deeply shocked. He picked up a book from the side, pretending to read it carefully while his mind raced, considering his options. He had to stay calm. Perhaps Annie was monitoring him from some shadow. After taking several deep breaths, Leonardo finally managed to calm his nerves. Annie Hina probably wouldn't dare to confront him head-on now. Her spirituality was nearly exhausted, and she was extremely weak from the backlash of 2049 in the potion. Thinking of this, Leonardo suddenly had a bold idea. Perhaps the current Annie Hina would be completely defenseless against him. So where would she be hiding? Leonardo pretentiously flipped through the pages, but his mind was recalling whether he had noticed anything unusual when he returned home. The living room on the first floor and the study and bedroom on the second floor were no different from usual. Annie Hina must be hiding on the third floor. The third floor contained his late parents' bedroom and a terrace. Leonardo guessed that Annie Hina must be hiding in his parents' room right now. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Did she flee here because she thought the Nighthawks were only performing simple surveillance on me and wouldn't come to check the water meter? Leonardo made his guess while flipping a gold coin in his hand, chanting silently in his heart. Annie Hina is hiding in the master bedroom on the third floor. The gold coin landed steadily without making a sound. The king's head was facing up, indicating it was correct. Seeing the result of the divination, Leonardo's tense mood immediately relaxed. He wasn't a seer. The divination he could use was only the most basic kind. If the subject of the divination had anti-divination measures applied, he wouldn't be able to obtain any information. Yet, whether it was dream divination or coin divination, Leonardo had obtained valid information very easily. This indirectly showed that Annie Hina was at the end of her rope, unable to even cast anti-divination magic. After clearing his thoughts, Leonardo picked up his revolver, doing his best to control his steps so they wouldn't make a sound on the wooden floor. He crouched slightly. It was already evening. Leonardo first turned off all the light sources in the house, then turned and walked toward the third floor, standing before his parents' bedroom door. Ever since Franstone Connor, the original owner's father, had died, this door had never been opened again. Leonardo followed the original owner's memories to find the room's key. Holding his breath, he very gently inserted the key into the lock. A faint click sounded as the lock was opened. The closed door opened, and a heavy, damp smell wafted out. The gold-threaded soft bed in the center of the room was covered in dust. Leonardo's gaze swept across every corner of the room as he moved his feet, his hands tightly gripping the silver revolver. By the dim yellow sunlight shining in from the window, Leonardo saw the full layout of the room. The gold-threaded soft bed was in the center. On the side near the door was a massive mahogany wardrobe, filled with dusty cobwebs and black suits that were almost wrinkle-free. On the other side was a large floor-to-ceiling window. Standing before it, one could almost overlook the distant East Borough and see the ink-black exhaust billowing from the chimneys, reaching the sky and nearly covering the entire East Borough, blocking the sunlight. In the corner between the gold-threaded soft bed and the mahogany wardrobe, a wooden door stood ajar. The sound of running water came from inside, and grayish-white steam overflowed. It was a bathroom. Seeing the steam continuously overflowing, Leonardo confirmed that Annie Hina was hiding there. So, he raised his arm, pointed the barrel at the wooden door, and slowly moved toward it. With a bang, the wooden door was kicked open, hitting the wall with a heavy thud. And Annie Hina was lying in the white porcelain bathtub, meticulously taking a hot bath. Large patches of her exposed skin turned grayish-white. Seeing this, Leonardo immediately raised his revolver and aimed it at Annie in the bathtub. Annie remained with her back to Leonardo. She seemed to have already anticipated her end. She didn't turn around but instead lowered her head, letting out faint sobs as her shoulders trembled. Mayor Connor. Annie's voice rang out. This time, it lacked the previous seductive quality and the sharp, wraith-like edge. Her voice was that of a normal woman, carrying a hint of gentleness and maturity. Do you remember 5 years ago, the seamstress you once gave charity to? She was very ugly then, with rough skin and a face full of freckles. But she fell madly in love with you. She knew that with her looks and figure, she could never win your favor. She began to live in constant fear, resenting the injustice of fate, resenting why her birth was so humble and low, resenting why heaven gave her such an ugly face. Until one day, she met a woman. That woman had snow-white skin and an enchanting appearance, pursued by men all day long. In her room, jewelry and diamonds were beyond count. She told the girl that there were potions in this world that could make one beautiful. The girl was instantly filled with hope. She immediately consumed the potion, fantasizing that she would be married by that tall, blonde, young mayor riding a white horse. But she didn't know the potion had side effects, causing her to fall into lust and eventually sink into total depravity, becoming a demoness. Her name was Annie. Annie Hina told her story while sobbing. However, standing at the bathroom door, Leonardo was in no mood to listen to her story. Bang! Leonardo pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air and slammed into Annie's head, splattering blood. The bright red blood turned the clear water in the bathtub murky. As Annie's body lost its support and slumped into the tub, bloody water overflowed, spreading all the way to Leonardo's feet. Leonardo looked at Annie Heine's corpse with cold eyes. He said with some lingering fear, "That was close. I was almost bewitched by her Beyonder ability. Fortunately, I was vigilant and fired decisively. A bleeding heart is not a good thing." 19. Spirituality Tempering Ritual. Leonardo stepped forward and crouched by the bathtub, confirming that Annie had completely lost all vital signs. Leonardo didn't care whether the story of love she told was true or false. Even if it were true, that was the business of the original host. What did it have to do with him, a transmigrator? But once bewitched by her, his life would be back in her hands. This was the outcome Leonardo least wanted to see. Therefore, facing Annie's death, Leonardo felt no sadness at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief and exhilaration. In the few days since his transmigration, Leonardo felt like he had been living under the control of others. He couldn't interfere with the council's decisions, nor could he protect himself. All this time, he could only preserve himself by complying with the councillors. But now, he had not only made his own choice without relying on any faction but had also successfully killed Annie, a potential threat who might have come to assassinate him at any moment. Leonardo didn't dispose of the body immediately. He was waiting for Annie's Beyonder characteristic to precipitate. As a transmigrator who also possessed the setting collection, Leonardo naturally knew the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation. This would be his greatest reliance before promoting to Sequence 6 and gaining the core ability of the White Tower pathway, imitation. He wasn't an artisan, and he didn't know how to create mystical items, but Leonardo could rely on a tempering ritual to enchant a weapon with Annie's Beyonder characteristic, giving himself combat capabilities. While Leonardo was fantasizing about what magical abilities Annie's Beyonder characteristic would grant him, a purplish-red iridescent glow suddenly emanated from the murky blood water in the bathtub. Without hesitation, Leonardo reached his hands into the bathtub, feeling beneath Annie Heine's body to retrieve the Beyonder characteristic. When he pulled his hands out of the bloody water, in his palm was a pool of viscous purplish-red liquid, about 20 milliliters. It seemed to be isolated from the blood water, unable to mix, instead clumping together. Leonardo was instantly excited. He couldn't wait to bring this pool of purplish-red liquid back to the study and place it in a lead box. Leonardo didn't hold the tempering ritual right away. Instead, following the content in the setting collection, he reached for another medicine jar. Long before he had tempered his pistol, Leonardo had purchased most of the core materials required for ritual magic. What he needed to do now was to apply anti-divination to his room through the ritual magic of spirituality fog, so that the Nighthawks wouldn't discover the truth about him killing Annie and prevent them from coming to seize her Beyonder characteristic. Thus, Leonardo picked up the sachet containing night vanilla powder and returned to the washroom in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. He broke a mirror, picked up a shard, and cut another gash on his already injured left shoulder. This would minimize suspicion towards himself as much as possible. Leonardo pressed the broken mirror shard tightly against his skin, tilting his body to the left so his blood could slide onto the surface of the mirror. Next, he covered the mirror shard with night vanilla powder and devoutly chanted in Hermes language. "I sacrifice my traces in exchange for the pity of concealment." Almost simultaneously, Leonardo felt his spirituality rapidly depleting, and in the washroom, layers upon layers of illusory spirituality fog appeared out of thin air, then vanished instantly, seemingly merging with the walls. After finishing all this, Leonardo returned to the bedroom study, simply bandaged the wound he had just cut, sat back in the armchair, lit sandalwood incense, and decided to use dream divination to confirm if it worked. After writing down the sentence regarding Annie's whereabouts again, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, Leonardo only saw her fleeing to Howard Street before the dream came to an abrupt end and shattered. Leonardo woke up quickly and began to think about how to hide Annie Heine's body. But Leonardo couldn't find any ritual magic in the setting collection that could quickly dispose of a body for the time being, so he had to decide to secretly take Annie's body out late at night and hide it in a corner. Anyway, she wasn't wearing any clothes. He just needed to fake the surroundings into a crime scene of a lust-driven murder. And Annie Heine was already in a weakened state, powerless, and could at most use the Beyonder ability of charm, which would have no positive effect on a lust-driven criminal. Having made his decision quickly, Leonardo's gaze turned to the Beyonder characteristic he had placed in the lead box. He placed the lead box containing the pool of purplish-red liquid in the fireplace, lit the extinguished fire, and watched the flickering flames and the many small bubbles appearing on the surface of the purplish-red liquid. Leonardo quickly took out holy water, poured it into the lead box, and watched as the holy water continuously purified the residual pollution of the purplish-red liquid. Immediately after, he rapidly wrote on parchment with silver powder, "Bestow Beyonder abilities upon my weapon." The next second, Leonardo took the purplish-red liquid out of the holy water, which was boiling on the surface but felt like warm water, and placed it on the table along with the black walnut cane left behind by his father, which he had found after rummaging through everything. He mixed silver powder and moonflower juice into a paste, continuously infused spirituality into the tip of his pen, maintained a state of meditation, and skillfully drew runes on the surface of the cane using Hermes language. His lips moved. "O Evernight Goddess, loftier than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. You are the mother of concealment, the empress of misfortune and horror, the lady of crimson. Please grant my request and bless my ritual with success. Infuse my weapon with Beyonder abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Leonardo applied the purplish-red liquid to the cane and continuously infused it with spirituality until the runes began to emit a faint crimson glow, then slowly faded into its surface. Under the faint crimson glow, Leonardo saw the pool of purplish-red liquid being continuously absorbed by the cane. Its originally pitch-black surface was now tinged with purple and red. A few minutes later, the cane began to make a faint, hissing sound until it completely swallowed the purplish-red liquid, and the cane returned to its pitch-black color. Just as Leonardo picked up the cane, the Beyonder abilities of the cane immediately surfaced in his mind. Name: Substitute Cane. Origin: Demoness Pathway Sequence 7 inches Witch. It can block a fatal blow for the wielder without the need for spirituality infusion. It will not break under any attack, but the pain and sensations felt by the cane will be synchronized with the wielder. It possesses self-awareness and will behave like a gentleman in front of highly charming ladies. It can be forcibly recalled by the wielder. Leonardo was temporarily satisfied, but he wasn't too excited yet because he knew that all Beyonder items had side effects, so he continued to read the remaining information in his mind. Every time substitute is triggered, the total amount of damage received will be converted into an increase in the wielder's charm. This charm will make people around them infatuated, or even crazed, regardless of gender. The corner of Leonardo's mouth twitched slightly. He had just thought this would be an excellent life-saving artifact. But seeing this side effect, Leonardo really had to think carefully about whether to use it. Especially that last line, regardless of gender. Leonardo didn't dare to imagine the scene, but since he had already added blood during the crafting process, and moreover, he was truly too fragile, he had no choice but to temporarily treat this cane as a trump card. As long as the attacks received weren't too powerful, the side effect shouldn't be very obvious. He'd wait until his sequence improved to see if there was any ritual magic or Beyonder item that could suppress such side effects. Leonardo quickly made a judgment and decided not to use this cane unless absolutely necessary. Putting his thoughts away, Leonardo prepared to go upstairs to deal with Annie's body, but an inexplicably complex feeling arose in his heart. What did it mean? Chapter 20, Tower. Late at night, the streets of Tingen City were veiled in a crimson moonlight. After using divination to confirm there were no nighthawks monitoring the area, Leonardo laboriously hoisted Annie Heine's corpse, climbed out the back door of the house, and wound through one alleyway after another before finally setting it down at the intersection just as he was about to exit Howard Street. He also performed a simple camouflage of the scene. Upon returning home, Leonardo once again used the spirituality fog for anti-divination interference. Having done all this, Leonardo was just about to rest and had gone to the washroom to freshen up when suddenly, patches of gray fog materialized out of thin air before his eyes. This gray fog gushed out from the mirror, continuously eroding Leonardo's consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived above the gray fog, seeing a magnificent and grand palace, a long bronze table standing in the center, and 22 high-backed chairs arranged neatly. At this moment, Leonardo's gaze shifted to the head of the table, toward that stalwart figure with hands crossed in front of him, his face obscured by the surrounding gray fog. That figure suddenly spoke. His voice did not travel through ordinary means but carried a mysterious power that reached directly into Leonardo's heart and mind. "How did you learn my honorific name?" The voice was not loud, yet it carried an irresistible majesty. As expected, I'm still going to be interrogated by Klein. Leonardo thought to himself, recalling the speech he had prepared in advance. Mr. Fool, I express my gratitude for your act of saving me. This is a rare stroke of luck for me. Leonardo first stood up and bowed to the figure in the gray fog at the head of the table. Klein remained silent, pretending to be in deep thought while his eyes quickly swept over Leonardo from head to toe. To be honest, I can foresee a portion of the future. It is also with the aid of this ability that I became aware of your great existence. Leonardo kept his head lowered, not looking directly at the figure in the gray fog at the head of the table. Although he knew the other party was Qing, their relationship wasn't particularly good. This was the other's domain, and to make Qing more convinced of his words, Leonardo chose not to be offensive, instead maintaining a respectful posture. Amidst the silence, feeling Qing's gaze, Leonardo knew the other was using spirit vision to determine if he was lying. He indeed wasn't lying. Having read the original work, Leonardo truly knew the future plot developments, and it was precisely through the original work that he knew of Qing's existence. By not telling lies but instead speaking a portion of the truth, one could deceive most lie detection methods. Seeing Qing's imperceptible nod, Leonardo knew he had passed the first test. To take the initiative in this probing, Leonardo spoke first, breaking the silence. "How would you like me to repay you? My father once served as the mayor. Although he has passed away, I have also obtained many secrets of occultism. Perhaps what I know is merely insignificant in your eyes." After first demonstrating his value, he got straight to the point. "I wonder if you are interested in my foresight." Leonardo planned to let Qing know a certain direction of the story through the space above the gray fog. Since he could be reborn and had the protection of the gray fog, as long as he didn't provoke true gods or angels, Qing's survivability was extremely strong. Leonardo guessed that perhaps if Qing knew Dun Smith's fate, he could interfere with Zhangwill's plan to some extent. Although everything written by 008 would become reality. But Zhangwill's goal had always been Saint Selena's ashes, and Dun was just a small pawn in the plan. Leonardo believed that even without the pawn that was Dun, 008 could still make what it wrote become reality through other methods. While Leonardo's thoughts were racing wildly, Qing, sitting at the head of the table, finally made a decision. His lips moved slightly, and his voice entered Leonardo's mind directly. "No, your foresight ability is very precious. It is not of equal value to my saving you. Perhaps in the future, I would prefer to exchange other more valuable things for your prophecies." This unexpected yet reasonable answer made Leonardo pause in surprise. Then, he chuckled inwardly with a sense of relief. As expected of Qing, he has a sufficient understanding of himself and is cautious enough. Qing took the initiative to ask, "You can collect Emperor Russell's diaries for me." At this response, Leonardo feigned a look of surprise. Because in the eyes of most native Beyonders, Emperor Russell's diaries were not as miraculous as the legends suggested. The mere act of deciphering them was beyond most people's reach, and as time passed, no one regarded them as divine miracles anymore. Only Beyonders who had truly reached the demigod level could barely grasp how great some of Emperor Russell's secrets were. Immediately, withdrawing his surprised gaze, Leonardo returned to his usual steady demeanor. "As you command. I will need at most a week to collect them. Since I took over my father's position and became the mayor, I have certain resources and connections." "What resources and connections do you have?" Qing, who also knew the other's true identity, couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The fact that Leonardo Connor was a puppet mayor was well known to every Tingen citizen. However, he still believed that Leonardo might not be as simple as he appeared on the surface. If he truly possessed the ability to foresee the future, he might be able to help Qing avoid risks in the future, which would certainly be more effective than divination, but the prerequisite was to verify if he truly had prophecy abilities. Qing maintained his composure, trying not to let his emotions show while thinking about how to speak without lowering his status, when he suddenly heard Leonardo's voice echoing in the gray fog. "Mr. Fool, once I obtain the diaries, how should I contact you?" "Quite sensible." Qing praised Leonardo silently. He manifested tarot cards and drew Justice and the Hanged Man from among them. He knew the other party wouldn't be so foolish as to choose the Fool. "Choose a card as your identity. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, recite that prayer of yours in a private space. Without my permission, you are not allowed to inform anyone of this place's existence." Leonardo noticed that Qing had specifically emphasized his tone when saying the last sentence as a warning. "I can finally join the tarot gathering." Suppressing his inner excitement, Leonardo looked thoughtfully at the remaining 20 tarot cards. He was also a bit concerned about whether pulling 3 people into the gathering at once would be a burden for the current Qing, but since the other party had made the offer, it meant there shouldn't be any major issues. After quickly scanning the card faces, Leonardo's slender finger pressed onto one of them. In the center of the card was a white tower spiraling upward counterclockwise, and the crystal at the top of the tower was radiating a 7-colored brilliance. The background was the boundless cosmos, with illusory, translucent worms of stars slowly floating and swimming. Leonardo pushed the card toward Qing. "I choose Tower." Chapter 21, The Sticky Note Sealing Method. As Klein concluded this communication above the gray fog, Leonardo returned to the real world. The mirror in front of him had shattered and was now unusable, the bathroom floor was littered with glass shards. Because there was nothing to break the last time I prayed, did pulling me into the gray fog this time break the mirror? The fool's wicked sense of humor. Leonardo thought as he crouched down to pick up the mirror fragments from the floor. He had already cleaned up the bloodstains in the private bathroom of the third-floor bedroom and had also cleaned the entire house while he was at it. This left the hired female workers with nothing to do when they arrived. Their cleaning tasks were finished with great ease, and after preparing dinner for Leonardo, they quickly departed. As they left, every one of them was inwardly speculating about the changes in Leonardo. In their memory, their daily cleaning work usually resulted in at least 2 large bags of trash. The lead worker, carrying a trash bag that felt almost weightless, felt as if everything was surreal. Despite the cleaning work being very easy, Leonardo still paid the original price. This was a level of generosity that most employers were incapable of. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 days of council work had ended. It was now Friday afternoon. During these 3 days, Leonardo, having retrieved his bank card and seen his private savings increase by £400, bought himself a black suit vest with gold-gilded trim. Summer had arrived, and although the temperature difference between day and night in Tingen City was significant, Leonardo still felt that wearing a suit jacket or a trench coat would be a bit too hot. During those 3 days of council work, Leonardo's reappearance once again shocked John Maynard, who had thought victory was already in his grasp. He hadn't expected Annie to fail twice in a row, which led him to suspect that Leonardo had gained support from some faction. However, it couldn't be the Conservative Party, as he had personally seen Leonardo refuse to sign the increased Tingen City taxes bill. Thus, throughout the entire 3 days, John remained restless and uneasy, fearing Leonardo's retaliation. Leonardo also spent a certain amount on hiring several well-known private detectives in Tingen City to secretly investigate John's various misdeeds and his collusion with Annie. First, Leonardo feared that John might be in league with the demonist sect. He worried that having killed Annie, John might find a Sequence 6 demonist to deal with him. Second, he hoped these records of misconduct would provide him with some leverage over John, allowing him to control the new party to some extent. The status within the new party was determined by wealth. As long as he controlled John, the other minor councillors wouldn't dare to resist. After all, who knew if John would simply wave his hand and acquire their factories at an extremely low price? The investigation costs totaled 50 gold pounds. Adding in his recent expenses, Leonardo's wealth was down to just the £400 he had received from Audrey. The private detectives were efficient, and all their findings pointed to the same person. Sharon Hoy. This made all the clues fall into place. As a prominent councillor in Tingen City's political circles, it was only natural for John to be targeted by Madame Sharon. Through Madame Sharon, John had met Annie Hina. Annie, perhaps needing to gather Beander materials for her advancement, had chosen to help assassinate Leonardo in exchange for the exorbitant fee John offered. And the woman Annie mentioned in her last words, the one who had given her the potion formula, must also have been Sharon Hoy. With these thoughts, Leonardo, sitting in his study, closed his book. After 3 days of reading day and night, he finally felt the first signs of his potion digesting. He then turned his gaze toward that setting collection. Due to the potion's digestion, the blurred text in the setting collection became a bit clearer. Although there was no information on the Sequence 8 formula yet, there was more information regarding occultism knowledge, ritual magic, and sealed artifacts. There were 2 pieces of occultism knowledge. The first was the acting method, which involves imitating the symbolic traits of a sequence to make the soul resonate and fuse with the potion's characteristics, thereby accelerating the digestion speed. The second was the law of Beander characteristics conservation, which states that the total amount of Beander characteristics is constant. When a true god falls, the characteristics scatter throughout the world, and when a mortal advances, the characteristics are gathered into themselves. 2 more types of ritual magic were added. One was the spirit medium ritual, which allows one to communicate with the deceased in their spirit form to obtain information. The second was the specific method for summoning a messenger. This felt out of reach for Leonardo. After all, he was only a Sequence 9 Beander. Setting aside whether his spirituality could support opening the gates to the spirit world, if he were to summon a spirit world creature hostile to him, he would be turned to ash in an instant. Leonardo's gaze moved down to the sealed artifacts. Among them were 2049 Antigonus Puppet, 30782 Mutated Sun Sacred Emblem, and 008 Quill of Alzuhad. The moment he saw the shape of the quill, Leonardo quickly closed his eyes. He knew clearly how powerful this quill was. If you know of it, it knows of you, and it knows everyone you have come into contact with. The more you know about it, the more likely you are to be written into the story it weaves. Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. Without opening his eyes, relying on his memory of the study's layout, Leonardo accurately found some sticky notes. He then got some glue and covered all the descriptions regarding 008 to prevent himself from learning more about it. He didn't want to be written into a story by 008 and become a victim of the conspiracy involving Megos and the descent of the evil god's offspring. Because without the gray fog and without an old man mentor, he would surely die, and he wouldn't be resurrected. Having done all this, Leonardo finally opened his eyes, closed the setting collection, put on his vest, intentionally left his cane behind, and after confirming his revolver was tucked into his waist, prepared to head out. He had received a dinner invitation from John. He knew the other party wanted to test him, and Leonardo intended to take this opportunity to give him a proper warning. Controlling John meant controlling the new party, which would give him a certain level of influence in the council. Finally, there was the matter of bringing the Conservative Party nobles under his wing, but that would be relatively difficult. After all, a major reason Viscount Constance could become the leader of the Conservative Party was his seniority and title. It didn't mean the other noble councillors would be completely submissive; at most, they would remain respectful. If Viscount Constance were to stand on the opposite side of their interests, these nobles would ruthlessly turn against him, revealing their ugly faces. After tidying his clothes, Leonardo walked to the door and flipped a gold coin with his finger. He murmured, "John no longer harbors hostility toward me." The gold coin landed in his palm, king side up. 22. Sharon Hoy. As soon as he stepped out, Leonardo saw a white-gloved attendant in a suit and bowtie waiting outside. Behind him was a four-wheeled court carriage. The carriage was made of teak, with gilded carvings along the edges, luxurious and exquisite. The Maynard family crest was engraved on both sides of the carriage. The horses were precious purebred Eber ponies, capable of reaching a top speed of 60 km per hour. Since Leonardo was always the first to leave after every council meeting, this was his first time seeing John's expensive carriage. To welcome Leonardo, in addition to the white-gloved servant, there was also a maid and a coachman. The coachman was dressed the same as the attendant, in a suit, bow tie, and white gloves, unlike the coarse leather coats of ordinary coachmen. "Hello, Mayor Connor. Attendant Drake at your service." After the young attendant Drake bowed to Leonardo, he led him into the carriage. As soon as he stepped into the carriage, a maid wearing a black hoop skirt and a white apron immediately put on a brilliant smile, pouring tea for Leonardo with subtle, flirtatious movements and pulling him down to sit beside her. Leonardo, who had never experienced matters between men and women before transmigrating, suddenly stiffened his body. Four-wheel drive is indeed steadier than two-wheel drive. Leonardo evaluated the carriage while looking straight ahead. Attendant Drake sat across from him, looking at Leonardo with a smile on his face. The royal court carriage sped through the major streets of Tingen City, causing countless pedestrians to stop and stare at every turn, all of them admiring the luxury of the carriage in their hearts. Many middle-class ladies began to fantasize about how grand they would look riding in such a carriage. Everyone in Tingen City recognized the Maynard family crest. They didn't dare say much, and after just a glance, they immediately withdrew their gaze and turned their conversation back to ordinary topics. It wasn't until the carriage stopped before the wrought iron gates of a villa estate that Leonardo, led by the attendant, hopped down and saw the Victorian-style Gothic manor villa. The exterior walls were made of polished honey-colored limestone, shimmering with a satiny luster, and royal blue velvet awnings hung between the three-story arcades. In the front courtyard, a white jade fountain held a crystal rose water basin, the water droplets reflecting the silver bridles of four purebred Eber horses in the training paddock. The mahogany double doors were inlaid with Tiffany-stained glass irises, and brass lamp posts on either side burned with whale oil eternal flames, casting a glow on the geometrically trimmed yew hedges that turned them into imperial green velvet. "Mayor Connor, please come in." Attendant Drake walked to the front door and made a respectful ceremonial gesture. Upon pushing open the front door, the first thing that caught his eye was the black and white checkerboard marble floor, with a three-tier crystal chandelier casting a golden waterfall of light, and jacquard silk curtains hanging between gilded pilasters. In the very center, a black walnut-long table and high-backed chairs were neatly arranged, with delicious dishes placed on porcelain plates on the tabletop. Beneath the gilded pilasters stood attendant after attendant and maid after maid. This is quite a grand display, Leonardo thought as he looked up and saw Councillor John, his face wrinkled with a smile. Seeing Leonardo's arrival, John did not use the usual hat-tipping or bowing etiquette. Instead, he opened his arms, warmly preparing to embrace Leonardo. "Ha ha ha, Mayor Connor, welcome. Leonardo noticed that the look in John's eyes toward him no longer held the previous disdain and ferocity, it had become kind, like a lapdog. Leonardo used all his strength to take a step back, pushing away John's embrace. "Mr. John, you don't need to be so enthusiastic." Leonardo was no longer as unrestrained as before, he carried a sense of composure and the dignity unique to those in high positions. In his view, John's enthusiasm was only temporary, he wanted to use a show of weakness to make him reveal a flaw, thereby re-evaluating him. Therefore, Leonardo decided to show his toughest side. To let John know he was not to be trifled with. John warmly pulled him to the dining table and even specially pulled out a high-backed chair for him, signaling Leonardo to sit. Immediately after, John sat down in the seat of honor to Leonardo's right and extended his hands, clapping 3 times in the air. As the clapping stopped, the attendants and maids standing on both sides of the dining table immediately became busy, bringing one delicious dish after another to the table and placing them before Leonardo. With a smile, John very familiarly took Leonardo's right hand. "Mr. Mayor, please enjoy yourself." He then leaned in close to Leonardo's ear and added, "The maids here were all personally selected by me, each has a slender figure, and there are all kinds. After you've had your fill of food and wine later, I've arranged a room for you upstairs, and you can choose any of them. The same goes for the attendants." Leonardo couldn't help but shudder at John's words. Isn't Loan supposed to be conservative? This kind of atmosphere should appear in Intis. Leonardo forcefully pulled his hand away. He didn't pick up his utensils immediately, but instead sized up the glamorous woman sitting across from him. The woman wore a black and purple dress, lace-trimmed purple gloves, and a wide-brimmed velvet hat with a raven feather tucked into the brim. The woman looked up and met Leonardo's deep blue eyes, her gaze was frail and pitiable. "This must be Sharon Hoy, the sequence 6 inches pleasure. Luckily I didn't bring the wand out. Madame Sharon definitely belongs to the extremely high charm, female, category, who knows what kind of trouble it would stir up." Seemingly sensing Leonardo's gaze, John suddenly stood up and introduced her to Leonardo. "This is my good friend, Sharon Hoy, she is the widow of Baron Hoy. She very much wanted to meet you, please forgive me for not informing you in advance." John wove his lies with an apologetic air, making Leonardo, who knew the relationship between Sharon Hoy and John Maynard, almost believe him. "Good friends. More like another kind of relationship, I'd say. Counselor John, take a word of advice from me, you really need to watch your health. Look at those dark circles under your eyes, tisk tisk." Leonardo shook his head inwardly but smiled politely. Madame Sharon stood up, lifted her skirt, and performed a lady's curtsy. Leonardo did not have too much direct eye contact with her. After all, a sequence 6 inches pleasure is charming others almost every moment. Leonardo vaguely remembered a plot point he had seen in the original work. He recalled that Madame Sharon killed a counselor, but he could no longer remember the counselor's name, and the specific details had faded somewhat. Even though he was a reader, with a memory far exceeding that of ordinary people, he still couldn't clearly remember the contents of Lord of the Mysteries. Not paying much mind to this, Leonardo focused his attention on John Maynard. He was just about to bring up the 2 times John had tried to assassinate him, but considering that Sharon Hoy, a sequence 6, was present, he swallowed the words. What if this angered Sharon Hoy? It's a pity I specifically brought along the investigation file on John and Annie's private collusion. John spoke first, raising the silver goblet in his hand. "Mayor Connor, to express my apologies, I heard that you still take a public carriage every time you go to City Hall. This is clearly not fitting for your status and ability, Mr. Mayor. So, please allow me to express my apologies. I know you are as upright and honest as your father, so before every council meeting, I will have a coachman go to your residence to pick you up. Also, forgive my presumption, you are busy with a myriad of affairs every day, so I have decided to let my favorite attendant follow you to ease the burden of your work." As soon as he finished speaking, John signaled Attendant Drake to step forward and pay his respects. Drake stepped forward quickly from the pilasters on either side and bowed respectfully. "It is my honor to serve you, I await your orders." My master. Chapter 23, Cooperation. It's not really a problem for a servant to call someone master, but why does it sound so strange coming from your mouth? Leonardo did not refuse John Maynard's kindness. This was considered one of the points of cooperation reached between the two. The other party's meaning was likely that he could support Leonardo in future council meetings, but Leonardo had to accept his surveillance. So, Leonardo nodded slightly, looking at the somewhat feminine face of the servant Drake, and managed to force a smile. Although Madame Sharon and John were on the same side, perhaps to hide their relationship, John did not get straight to the point and instead just kept flattering Leonardo. Leonardo's attention was not on John's clumsy acting, but instead, his gaze hungrily turned toward the delicious food on the table. In the center was a silver three-tier tower. The top tier was smoked salmon with caper lace garnish, the middle tier was quail pie with black truffle slices, and the bottom tier was oysters marinated in brandy. The soup course consisted of creamy lobster bisque with a toasted cheese bread topping, and the main courses included steak rossini, roasted wild pheasant with orange, and whole lobster baked in butter. The life of capital is desirable no matter the era, Leonardo thought as he picked up his silver knife and fork, aiming for that piece of steak rossini. Amidst one flattery after another, John gradually became drunk, his face flushing red. Madame Sharon, having eaten her fill, tactfully left the table, leaving Leonardo and John private space to discuss business. After bowing respectfully to Leonardo, Madame Sharon picked up her skirt and left with the support of the servant. John instantly changed his expression, no longer looking drunk, he became calm and composed. He looked at Leonardo, lowered his voice, and suddenly spoke. Mayor Connor, what do you think of Madame Sharon? Leonardo didn't stop his movements. He speared a piece of steak and put it into his mouth, feeling the meaty aroma burst forth, and mumbled. Very beautiful, she's a very charming woman. But roses can also prick others. Leonardo gave the other man a slight hint. During the meal just now, Leonardo was still recalling the plot regarding Madame Sharon from the original work. He finally remembered that under the control of 008, and in order to digest the potion that was about to go out of control, Madame Sharon had risked making this councilman, John Maynard, die in pleasure, from cardiac arrest. And this indirectly caused the Conservative Party and the new party to completely oppose each other. The council began to fall apart, factory owners began to exploit workers, and nobles began to raise taxes. This eventually led to the descent of Megos as evil god spawn. Leonardo had no favorable impression of John at all. The reason he hinted to him was only to prevent the council from falling apart, which would affect 008's plan. As long as the council didn't collapse, whether John died or not had nothing to do with him. After all, hadn't he wanted to assassinate him? After Leonardo finished speaking, he saw John Maynard fall into a moment of deep thought. His expression became steady and serious. To be honest, I grew tired of Madame Sharon long ago, but for some reason, I can never resist her in bed. Every time I see her, an inexplicable evil desire arises in me, but afterwards, I always feel immense regret. Leonardo ignored him and continued to enjoy his steak. When he finally filled the emptiness in his stomach, he picked up a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Instead of answering, he asked back. Senior Councilman John, let's talk about cooperation. John was suddenly shocked, but he didn't dare to speak. This dinner was enough for him to see that the current Leonardo and the former playboy were simply not the same person. He continued to listen to Leonardo speak, his pupils dilating rapidly. No, impossible. You want me to invest in establishing a charity foundation. That's absolutely impossible. In the previous, Worker Protection Act, I have already made enough concessions. Do you know how much money that cost me? In just 1 week, my income decreased by 20%. That's several thousand gold pounds. John strenuously resisted Leonardo's proposal. Leonardo actually wanted to establish a charity foundation in John Maynard's name to help workers and those families who had lost their jobs and were struggling between life and death every day. After taking a sip of red wine, he spoke leisurely. He did not use the other's first name, but directly called him by his surname. Mr. Maynard, do you want to know your future? You will eventually die from your own desires, greed counts, and so does lust. If you don't want to die, you'd better do as I say. Leonardo's tone carried a threat. John fell into silent contemplation. He had seen Annie Heine's skills. In his eyes, Annie's abilities were as incredible as those in myths. Yet such an assassin had failed time and again at Leonardo's hands, and to this day, she had not reappeared. Plus, a week ago, Leonardo said he was going to become a Beander. What is a Beander? Countless incomprehensible questions popped up in John's mind, making him scratch his head in frustration. At this time, he heard Leonardo's voice ring out again. Annie Hina has already been executed by me. These words struck John's heart like a bolt from the blue. He knew Leonardo's strength. He clearly understood that compared to Annie, Leonardo was very fragile and had no possibility of a counter-kill at all. But the fact was right there. John didn't stop to think whether Leonardo's statement was true or false. He only guessed wildly in his heart that this mayor's sudden change must be due to the support of some massive power. Could it be the church? Or the royal family? Could it be that he has the support of a deity behind him? Thinking of this, the look in John's eyes as he watched Leonardo changed. He was somewhat shocked, somewhat fearful, and even more unable to understand the other's sudden change, his emotions complex. A crazy thought suddenly sprouted in his mind. The original Leonardo Connor was long dead. Now, another soul is controlling his shell. No, that's impossible. Aside from the change in personality, both his verbal habits and behavior were no different from before. Leonardo naturally noticed John's massive emotional shift at this moment, but he ignored it and spoke again, lowering his voice. If you don't listen to me, everyone will die, including you and me. If you follow my arrangements 100%, perhaps you can still fight for a slim chance of survival. As his words fell, Leonardo bowed respectfully to the other man. Under John's incredulous gaze, he walked out of the hall in a swaggering manner, stepped out of the main door, and disappeared into the crimson moonlight. The servant Drake followed quickly, and both disappeared around the corner. John Maynard stood frozen on the spot, his cheeks slightly flushed, but he had long since sobered up. He was still ruminating on the sentence Leonardo had left behind. Everyone will die, including you and me. 24. Elizabeth's visit. Back home, the hired maids were already waiting in front of the door. Leonardo Connor first bowed slightly, then stated he had already eaten dinner, but allowed the maids to clean, paying them the original price. He left the attendant Drake to supervise the maids, then quickly went up to the second floor, entered the study, and locked the door. He had to confirm one crucial thing first. He tossed a gold coin steadily, muttering under his breath. Attendant Drake doesn't have those kinds of feelings for me. According to his 20 years of life experience before transmigrating, Attendant Drake had always given him a strange feeling. He had encountered this feeling before while traveling in the Shu region. The gold coin landed steadily in his palm, face up, and Leonardo almost blurted out a curse. He slumped into the armchair like a deflated balloon, losing all interest in reading. No wonder John Maynard specifically emphasized that this was his favorite attendant. No wonder he had grown tired of demoness. He had developed feelings in this direction. Leonardo's thoughts wandered aimlessly as he reflected on today's dinner. Aside from the sumptuous food, Leonardo also gradually realized that John might be a clever man. He was actually able to sense Madame Sharon's charm towards him. Of course, it was also possible that John had lost interest in women. Leonardo's gaze suddenly fell on the silver mirror on the desk, seeing his own handsome and dashing self in the reflection. If I save him, he couldn't possibly have designs on me too, right? This world is truly fraught with danger. He still remembered the side effect of the substitute wand. Every use would increase Leonardo's own charm by an uncertain amount, and this charm would attract others regardless of gender. To prevent Drake from having improper thoughts about him after some future use, he decided to find a way. I need to set some rules for Drake, forbidding him from entering my room without permission. I might as well not let him come up to the second floor at all, let him stay on the first floor, there are guest rooms there anyway. Moreover, the Beyonders he had recently encountered were not of low sequence, so he had to improve his own strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he relied solely on the wand to save his life, that side effect would be enough to make his life worse than death. Having quickly made his decision and cleared his thoughts, Leonardo finally intended to dive back into the ocean of knowledge. Saturday morning, 10 o'clock. Leonardo, who didn't need to attend the council, had a rare lie-in. When he woke up, it was already near noon. After a simple wash, as soon as he stepped out, Leonardo saw a hearty breakfast at his door. Attendant Drake finally took off his apron, bowed, and said, "This is Mr. Maynard's instruction, my master. Mr. Maynard will cover your daily living expenses from now on, including the service fees for those maids." Leonardo hadn't forgotten last night's divination, so he avoided eye contact with the other party, merely nodding slightly. After informing Drake of the rules, he signaled for him to return to the first floor, while he himself took the breakfast into the study. Leonardo had almost nothing to do today, so he planned to devote all his time to reading in order to digest the potion as quickly as possible. Having been here for nearly a week since transmigrating, Leonardo now gradually felt that his potion digestion was progressing, about a quarter of the way through. This gave him great confidence. In a month at most, Leonardo would be able to completely digest the potion and advance to sequence 8. And when that time came, as long as he spent enough effort on the acting method, he would soon be able to advance to sequence 7. Perhaps Ince Zhangwil's plan would be delayed due to his influence, and by the time he truly began to implement it, he would likely have already become a sequence 7 Beyonder. That way, he wouldn't have to rely on the wand to save his life. Leonardo sat in the armchair, flipping through basic mechanical dynamics on his left, thinking about how to obtain the potion needed for sequence 8. Since the setting collection would only show the sequence 8 potion formula after he completely digested sequence 9, it would certainly take more time then. So Leonardo decided to purchase the formula and Beander materials at the tarot gathering. The well-traveled, the hanged man, might have clues. And since he possessed a lot of important knowledge of occultism, he could use this occultism knowledge at the tarot gathering to exchange for the formula and Beander materials. Thinking of this, Leonardo also chose which page of Russell's diary to give to Klein. He decided to give the page about the acting method to Klein. First, it would highlight his own value and make the fool look upon him with more respect. Second, he hoped Klein would master the acting method as soon as possible and hint to Dunsmith to comprehend the acting method, so as to sabotage in Zangwill's conspiracy. After all, above the grey fog, 008 would only think these were Klein's doing and had nothing to do with him. And John was willing to cover his expenses, which greatly eased his tight financial situation. Leonardo's mood relaxed slightly, and coupled with the bath of warm sunlight, he felt even more enjoyment and full of energy. He cheered himself up internally while looking at the mountain of books piled on the desk. Good. Read all of these today. 15 Howard Street, Connor House. In the first floor hall, attendant Drake sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the stairs leading to the second floor, his eyes anxious. Master hasn't come out all day. Could he have encountered some problem? Is he unwell? Is it the flu or something else? Drake felt increasingly unable to sit still. He hadn't seen Leonardo's figure all day. He was a bit anxious and began to pace in the living room. Meanwhile, Leonardo, completely immersed in knowledge, had even forgotten to eat lunch. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. A few seconds later, Drake regained his usual polite attendant appearance. He straightened his back, placed one hand in front and the other behind his back, and walked slowly toward the front door. Through the peephole on the door, he saw that the person ringing the bell was a plainly dressed girl with long brown hair. The girl seemed to notice Drake's gaze. She stood on tiptoe, but her slender calves made it difficult to maintain balance. She swayed, her breath unsteady as she spoke. "I am Elizabeth Clark, and I'm looking for Mayor Connor. My parents want to see him. Please forgive the sudden visit." Outside the door, Elizabeth recognized through the black pupil in the peephole that this was not Leonardo Connor. She clearly remembered those deep blue eyes that looked like the sea. Drake didn't answer. He was about to turn and go upstairs to report to Leonardo, but thinking of the rules the other party had set for him, he hesitated. He was worried this would make Leonardo feel he didn't know the rules, had offended his master, and would suggest to John to dismiss him. He didn't want to end this rare fate just like that. While Drake was torn, Leonardo's voice suddenly rang out from the stairs, surprising and delighting him. "Let them in." Leonardo heard Elizabeth's voice. Although he didn't understand why her parents would come to visit, Leonardo still politely invited the three of them into the house. At the same time, Leonardo also took in all of Drake's hesitation and conflict just now. He decided to add another rule for the other party. As he passed by Drake, Leonardo instructed, "In the future, if someone comes to visit, you can come upstairs to inform me. And from now on, call Messier. Don't call me, Master, anymore." Chapter 25, The Wand That Bows. Hearing Leonardo's order, Drake had a faint, imperceptible look of joy. He immediately stepped forward, afraid Leonardo would think he was slow, and quickly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Leonardo saw Elizabeth's youthful and beautiful oval face. Behind her stood a well-proportioned middle-aged man in a suit, his hands in his pockets. His wife walked beside him, arm in arm, wearing a cinched long dress and a faux silk veil on her head. Through the veil, the lady's delicate features were clearly visible. These must be Elizabeth's parents. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Even in their 30s, their figures and faces are impeccable. Leonardo made an objective assessment in his heart. At the same time, he stepped forward and friendly extended his hand toward Elizabeth. "You two, what business do you have with me?" Facing Leonardo's handshake, Elizabeth's father still kept his hands in his suit pockets and didn't respond immediately. Instead, he led Elizabeth and her mother into the house. They didn't come with good intentions. Leonardo withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly and gestured for Drake to brew tea for the guests, doing his best to show the politeness of a host. Sitting on the sofa, Elizabeth's father finally introduced himself in a serious tone. "My name is Charles Clark, Elizabeth's father. This is her mother, Margaret." Leonardo responded with a smile and sat down on the sofa. This silent atmosphere reminded him of the awkward scenes on Earth when he was taken home by his girlfriend to meet his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Thinking of this, Leonardo suddenly understood why Elizabeth's parents had come to his door personally. Could it be they're afraid I've taken a fancy to their daughter? Considering the original owner's rock-bottom reputation, did they come here to warn me to stay away from her? Leonardo thought this and almost couldn't hold back a laugh. After all, he was a transmigrator. From a third-party perspective, this was indeed a bit funny. But Elizabeth's parents seemed very affectionate and cared deeply about their daughter. From the original book, Elizabeth's father was just middle class, a clerk at City Hall. Now, to protect his daughter's reputation from being tarnished, he actually risked offending the mayor to demand an explanation. "Don't worry, Charles Clark, I have no designs on your daughter. We heard that the public carriage you were in on Monday almost hit her, giving her a fright and scraping her knee." Looking at Leonardo in front of him, Charles was still somewhat nervous and felt a bit weak inside. He was truly afraid that this warning would offend the mayor, who might fire him in a fit of rage, making it impossible for Elizabeth to wear beautiful clothes and for Margaret to lose her gorgeous jewelry. "Whatever. If I'm really fired, I'll just become a worker in a factory. In short, I absolutely cannot let Elizabeth be defiled by this kind of person." Charles encouraged himself internally. Leonardo still maintained a warm smile. He didn't deny it and expressed his apologies to the parents. Just then, the attendant Drake walked over with freshly brewed tea. Leonardo suddenly noticed tea dregs remaining in the cups and immediately realized something, stopping Drake. "Change to some good tea to entertain the two of them." Leonardo guessed that Drake likely saw the Clark couple being impolite to him and, feeling some resentment, specifically used tea scraps to brew the tea. Even though Leonardo really had no designs on Elizabeth, he didn't want to lose his dignity because of this. Hearing that Leonardo had noticed his little trick, Drake felt a bit ashamed and angry, but he maintained a calm exterior as he walked back to the kitchen with practiced movements. At this moment, Charles was about to speak but noticed the person beside him was curiously eyeing the luxury furniture left behind by the former Mayor Connor in Leonardo's home, so the words stopped at his lips. Leonardo keenly noticed this, so he took the initiative to speak, helping Charles resolve the awkwardness and internally mocking the other's lack of preparation, clearly acting on impulse. "Mr. Clark, madam, if you want Elizabeth to step away, I can have the attendant take her to my study to rest. My father left many books, I'm sure she'll be interested." Charles looked at Leonardo's smile, which always seemed to hold a fake kindness, but to prevent the upcoming scene of him and the mayor tearing into each other from hurting Elizabeth's young heart, he ultimately agreed. Seeing Charles nod, Leonardo quickly ordered, "Mr. Drake, please take Elizabeth to my study, and then come back downstairs." Leonardo didn't want Drake to stay on the second floor for too long, let alone enter his study. Who knew what he might do? Drake, who initially felt a bit excited knowing he could enter the study, immediately felt disappointed again upon hearing Leonardo tell him to come back downstairs. But he couldn't disobey the master's orders, so he put down the freshly brewed tea and led Elizabeth to the second floor and into the study. After confirming there were no dregs in the teacups this time, Leonardo felt relieved and prepared to face the questioning from the Clark couple. After taking a sip of tea, Charles's tension eased significantly. He spoke again. "We know you paid 1 gold coin as compensation, but... Inside the second floor study, because she could no longer watch the excitement, Elizabeth walked into the study with a slightly disappointed look and watched as the attendant Drake closed the door, leaving her alone in the room. Looking at the walls full of books, Elizabeth only felt bored. What she was interested in wasn't this dry knowledge at all, but occultism. But after looking around, Elizabeth couldn't find a single book related to occultism. This deepened her disappointment. She lay prone on the carpet, ear pressed to the floor, hoping to hear the conversation between her parents and Leonardo. Just then, she suddenly noticed that the dark, shiny cane Leonardo had leaned against the desk earlier appeared in front of her at some point. In Elizabeth's shocked gaze, the cane seemed to come alive, bending its waist to bow like a person, looking every bit like a gentleman. What's going on with this cane? How can it perform a bow? Elizabeth only felt it was funny and magical. She guessed in her heart that Mayor Connor might also be an occultism enthusiast. And this cane was the best proof. Besides occultism, Elizabeth couldn't think of any other field of knowledge that could make a cane bow, could she? The previously bored Elizabeth immediately stood up, lifted her skirt, and curtsied to the cane. She was just about to reach out and touch the cane when she saw its next move, and her mouth opened uncontrollably wide. At this moment, the bowing cane nuzzled against Elizabeth's palm like a kitten, using its curved handle to rub back and forth against her palm. Watching all this, Elizabeth was both surprised and delighted. She felt this cane was very much like the kittens she had fed ham to on the street, leaning their heads over to act spoiled. But, do canes eat ham sausages? In the first-floor living room, Leonardo was constantly responding and trying to change the Clark couple's stereotypical impression of him, when he suddenly felt something strange. He felt as if someone was stroking his head. He could feel that the hand stroking him was very soft and warm. Leonardo suddenly thought of Elizabeth in his study, and remembered that his substitute wand was leaning against the desk. He remembered the descriptions related to the wand. 26. Elizabeth's thoughts. The conversation lasted for a long time, and Leonardo finally managed to change the clerk's perception of him as lewd and perverted, showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor at every turn. Leonardo felt that since Charles Clark was a staff member at City Hall, he could use him to change the views of other clerical workers, which would be a vital first step in completely discarding the stereotypes associated with his original self. It was for this reason that he didn't end the conversation quickly and see the Clark family off. It wasn't until the sensation of being patted on the head finally vanished that Leonardo, fearing the wand might cause more trouble, ended the conversation and prepared to see the Clarks to the door. He then instructed the attendant Drake to call Elizabeth down from the second-floor study. As Elizabeth slowly walked down the stairs, she reminisced about the magical nature of that wand and felt a slight sense of admiration for Leonardo. She believed that to be able to create a wand with consciousness, Leonardo must be a teacher, proficient in occultism. Yes, a teacher. I must convince my parents to let me visit Mayor Connor often. I really want to study occultism. Selena's birthday is coming up soon. I can ask, teacher, to help me pick out a piece of jewelry with magical powers as a birthday gift. Elizabeth was almost jumping with excitement, already unconsciously referring to Leonardo as teacher. After seeing the Clark family out, Leonardo immediately returned to the study to investigate and see exactly what the wand had done. When he opened the study door, Leonardo saw the wand lying quietly on the floor. Even though it had no facial features or a face, Leonardo could still sense its excitement and satisfaction. But when Leonardo picked up the wand, it suddenly became cold, as if nothing had happened. Is my charm really inferior to Elizabeth's? Leonardo thought. Knowing he certainly couldn't ask the wand what it had done, he sat in the rocking chair and lit sandalwood, preparing to reconstruct the scene through dream divination. After writing the phrase, "What did Elizabeth experience in my study?" on the parchment, he controlled himself to fall asleep quickly and entered the dream world. Then, he saw the substitute wand hopping over to Elizabeth, bending its body to bow to her. Then, he saw the substitute wand stretch its head into Elizabeth's palm, letting her stroke it. Leaving the dream, Leonardo looked at the wand resting quietly by the desk, feeling quite helpless. How is this a substitute wand? It's clearly a lecherous wand. Fortunately, it likes charming women. If it were men. At this thought, Leonardo couldn't help but shudder. He forced himself to stop his wandering thoughts and return to his reading. Late at night, the Clark family's carriage traveled through the empty streets. Margaret pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the fine sweat from her husband's forehead. Elizabeth sat opposite them, her gaze fixed on the street scene outside the window, her mind still lingering on that wand. After letting out a long breath, Charles suddenly spoke. Although this isn't the first time I've met Mayor Connor, he is indeed very different from before. His wife, Margaret, immediately responded, expressing her opinion. Yes, he actually refers to his own attendant as a sir. How could such a thing happen with a nobleman? And not long ago, when I went to hire a new maid, I heard the maids talking about Mayor Connor's generosity. I think he's not the playboy described in the newspapers, but rather quite polite. Mayor Connor gave me a very different feeling today, but we still need to keep our distance from him. Although he doesn't seem that calculating, we can't deny that he might be pretending to be polite to bewitch us. Hearing Charles's opinion, Margaret nodded slightly in agreement, but Elizabeth, sitting opposite, voiced a contrary view. No, Mayor Connor must be a great researcher of occultism. He seems very proficient in this field. Besides, in all the stories, researchers of occultism are never lewd like you say. Elizabeth's sudden defense left the Clarks momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. I want to take him as my teacher and have him teach me occultism. You know I've never been interested in those boring things like steam and machinery. Father, Mother, you must support me. I believe Mayor Connor isn't like what you and the newspapers say. As Elizabeth spoke, she left her seat and sat in her parents' arms to act spoiled. Whether it was from his generosity after her fall last time or from that wand, she firmly believed Leonardo was a polite and knowledgeable gentleman. Besides, how could someone whose head is full of lewd things have such a polite wand? Seeing his daughter's insistence on studying occultism, Charles finally couldn't withstand Elizabeth's pestering and had to agree on the surface. At that moment, the carriage came to a stop, arriving at the Clark residence. Elizabeth jumped off the carriage with joy, lifting her skirt and performing a graceful dance. Watching Elizabeth dance under the crimson moonlight, Charles was still somewhat uneasy. He deliberately slowed his pace, letting his wife, Margaret, distance themselves from Elizabeth. He asked in a lowered voice, "Do we still have enough funds to hire a personal bodyguard?" Margaret was a bit surprised by her husband's question, but she quickly understood his good intentions and replied in a volume only the two of them could hear. "I'll go tomorrow." Margaret knew her husband wanted to hire a bodyguard to protect Elizabeth. If the mayor really showed his ugly fangs, Elizabeth would return home unscathed. At the same time, maintaining a good social relationship with the mayor was also important for her husband's career. The next morning at 9 o'clock, after Margaret packed the lunch prepared by the live-in maid for her husband and ironed his suit, she picked up her exquisite leather handbag and hurried out the door. Since the decision was only made last night, Margaret hadn't pre-selected a security company to hire a bodyguard from, nor did she know which streets in Tingen City these companies were scattered along. So, she had to go out and try her luck, hoping there might be a security company in the Golden Sycamore district where they lived. She walked aimlessly through street after street, finally stopping at Sidelined Street. Margaret saw a storefront with the words, "Security Company," engraved on it, located at 2 Sidelined Street. She couldn't help but quicken her pace, then suddenly stopped before the door. "I hope this security company's fees aren't too expensive." "No, even if it's very expensive, we must ensure Elizabeth's safety. If it's truly hard to afford, we can stop employing a maid, and I can learn to do many chores." Having made up her mind and feeling somewhat apprehensive, Margaret walked into the security company. As soon as she stepped inside, she heard a young girl's voice from the reception desk. "Hello, Blackthorn Security Company. How can I help you?" Chapter 27, I want to hire a security guard. "Hello, I need a security guard to provide close protection for my daughter. There's no need for concealment, for compensation, is it all right to pay per session?" Margaret tried her best to make her request seem easy to reduce the hiring cost. Roseanne, the receptionist at Blackthorn Security Company, looked up at the apprehensive Margaret. "All right, that's fine. When would the time be?" Roseanne asked, taking out pen and paper to quickly record Margaret's requirements. Margaret thought for a moment before speaking again, her gaze becoming firm. "Every Sunday afternoon, from 2 to 5. Although she hadn't asked Elizabeth when she wanted to go to Leonardo to learn that so-called occultism knowledge yet, she was her mother after all. She believed that once Elizabeth knew her parents supported her studies in occultism, she would be sensible enough to follow Margaret's schedule. To minimize contact between Elizabeth and Leonardo, Margaret's bottom line was only 1 day a week, and the duration absolutely couldn't be too long. Thinking of this, Margaret spoke again to add, "Do you have female security guards here? I hope." Before she could finish, Roseanne immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, beautiful lady. The female security personnel at our Blackthorn Security Company have combat capabilities no less than those of men." In her mind, Roseanne quickly compared Sekation with Klein Moretti. She remembered that Klein was still undergoing training, and his fighting skills were not yet proficient. After capably and concisely noting down all of Margaret's requirements, Roseanne capped her fountain pen and looked up to quote the price. Seeing Roseanne about to speak, Margaret's heart immediately tightened. She was afraid it would exceed what her husband could afford. 15 solely per session. That includes a 2 solely weapon usage fee, 8 pence per kilometer for carriage transportation, and 1 sol for an emergency medical kit. The security guard's wage is 10 solely. After Roseanne finished, Margaret began to feel conflicted. Her husband was a senior clerk at City Hall with a weekly salary of £3. Since 20 solely equaled £1, this was equivalent to 1/3 of her husband's weekly wage. Margaret had no job and no income. The Clark family paid about 10 solely a week to their hired charwomen and live-in maid. In other words, if she hired a security guard, Margaret would need to dismiss all the hired help. This also meant she would have to do the laundry, cleaning, and cooking herself every day. This was no small challenge for her. At the thought that her lovely Elizabeth might fall into Leonardo's trap, even though her opinion of Leonardo had improved somewhat, it didn't mean she would stop worrying. Given Elizabeth's personality, she should give up studying occultism soon. Her interest won't last long, and I won't be exhausted for long. Margaret comforted herself inwardly and finally made up her mind. She gritted her teeth, looked up at Roseanne, who was waiting for her answer, and said, "All right, then. 15 solely per session. We'll start the first one this afternoon." Roseanne was clearly a bit excited. She had heard the captain say that Blackthorn Security Company's financial situation was getting worse, and this had become even more apparent since Klein joined. Therefore, Roseanne, with a sense of collective honor, was happy every time she received a commission. Roseanne jogged all the way to the clerk's office to draft the contract, then brought it back to the reception desk for Margaret to review. The deposit for the first time is 5 solely. You won't need to pay a deposit on Sundays after that. Please write down the address and the information about the person who needs protection here. Margaret took the very simple contract, showing hesitation once again. Could this be a scam? Does this contract only have 6 or 7 clauses? Although I've never signed a contract before, don't standard contracts usually have dozens of pages? Margaret immediately felt suspicious. Seeming to notice Margaret's hesitation, Roseanne immediately explained. Please rest assured, beautiful lady. Although our contract is simple, we are very reliable in our work. Seeing Roseanne's triumphant and somewhat proud assurance, Margaret hesitated repeatedly but eventually signed the contract. She wrote down her home address and Elizabeth's information at the end and took a 5 solely note from her purse, handing it to Roseanne. Taking the contract back, Roseanne put away the 5 solely note and quickly ran to the accounting office to find Mrs. Oriana to stamp the contract. After a while, Roseanne gave a photocopy of the stamped contract to Margaret and guaranteed that a security guard would arrive at her door at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Margaret tucked away the contract and walked out of Blackthorn Security Company in a daze. It was a cloudy day with no sunlight. Margaret looked up and felt that her mood at this moment was like the heavy dark clouds, somewhat oppressive and confused. But thinking that Elizabeth could grow up healthy under her and her husband's protection, and thinking of Elizabeth's cute baby fat cheeks, her mood immediately improved a lot. It was already 12 noon when she returned home. The public technical school was on break. Elizabeth, who was resting at home, noticed that her mother had been a bit dazed since she returned and remained silent and focused while eating the lunch prepared by the maid, as if she were eating her last meal. Elizabeth looked up. Feeling that her mother's mood wasn't very bright, she spoke up to break the silence. Mama, I feel like you're not very happy today. As Elizabeth spoke, she linked her arm with Margaret's and held it in her embrace. Hearing Elizabeth's voice, Margaret finally snapped out of it and managed a smile, stroking Elizabeth's naturally curly brown hair. She didn't answer Elizabeth's question, but instead told her that she was allowing her to go to Leonardo to learn occultism. Hearing that her parents supported her studies in occultism, Elizabeth was so happy she almost jumped. Thank you, beautiful mother, and thank you, my great father. Then when can I go? Margaret replied in a calm tone. Every Sunday afternoon from 2 to 5, starting today. Elizabeth immediately kissed Margaret on the cheek, then put down her utensils and returned to her room to start picking out a dress. Seeing Elizabeth run back to her room so excitedly, Margaret immediately added. Your father and I have hired a study companion, lady for you, she will accompany you. Okay. Margaret didn't explicitly say, security guard, she didn't want to make Elizabeth unhappy because of it. And she also believed that her sensible daughter wouldn't boss the security lady around. In the eyes of Margaret and her husband, their daughter was independent enough and didn't need much looking after. Withdrawing her gaze, Margaret calmed her emotions and focused back on lunch. She felt that this was the most delicious lunch the Clark family would have for the rest of the summer. 28. Nightmare warning. 15 Howard Street, Connor House. Leonardo, having finished lunch, was currently standing in the center of his study, surrounded by 3 deep black candles. The area around him was sprinkled with moonflower essential oil and slumber powder. Standing in the middle of the deep black candles, Leonardo took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting in Hermes language. The Evernight goddess, higher than the cosmos and more eternal than the everlasting. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. Your devout servant prays for your gaze, prays for your listening, and prays for you to bestow the curtain of serenity. Please briefly grant me more spirituality. After speaking, Leonardo stood quietly in the center of the candles, waiting. Will this method work? While Leonardo was doubting in his heart, the surrounding candlelight suddenly flickered, the orange-yellow flames turning into a serene silver blue, and his clothes billowed without any wind. It really works. Praise the goddess. Leonardo drew a full moon on his chest, feeling his incredibly abundant spirituality. After seeing off Elizabeth and her parents last night, Leonardo had more guesses about the functions of the setting collection. He believed that the reason he couldn't see more content in the setting collection was actually because his own spirituality was insufficient, making him unable to observe it. Therefore, he chose to pray to the Evernight goddess, seeking to obtain more spirituality for a short time, and at the cost of most of his own spirituality, he hoped to see the potion formula for Sequence 8 feet student of ratiocination, of the White Tauren pathway. Now it was clearly a success, the Evernight goddess had responded to his prayer. Leonardo suppressed his joy, he didn't know how long these spiritual effects would last, so he immediately walked to the desk and accurately flipped to the page representing the White Tower pathway. Under the boost of spirituality, Leonardo indeed saw the sequence potion formulas following the White Tower pathway. Sequence 8, Student of Ratiocination. Potion formula. Main ingredients are the brain of a Naga priest and the spine of a riddle evil cat. Supplementary ingredients: 9 strands of Naga priest hair, 100 milliliters of riddle evil cat blood, 10 drops of black datura juice, and 10 drops of hydrosol that brings quiet and focus. Sequence 7, Detective. Potion formula. Main ingredients are the liver of a 6-armed Naga and the ear of a hunter fox. Leonardo recorded them rapidly, but because the spirituality he could obtain was truly limited, this brief boost only allowed him to reach the level of Sequence 8. For the Sequence 7 potion formula, there were only the main ingredients. But Leonardo was already satisfied. After all, he only wanted to see the Sequence 8 formula, and the main ingredients for Sequence 7 were a pure pleasant surprise. Amidst the surprise, Leonardo sincerely praised the Evernight goddess in his heart. Just after noting down the potion formula, Leonardo could clearly feel his spirituality rapidly depleting, or rather, being drained. Leonardo suddenly felt panicked. He was afraid his spirituality would be completely drained by the goddess, leading to a loss of control, so he immediately collapsed into the recliner and began to meditate continuously to recover his spirituality. After about half an hour, the sensation of being drained finally disappeared. Leonardo only felt exhausted all over, his brain dizzy. Thus, after locking the study door, he leaned back in the recliner and fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, Leonardo saw himself studying in the study. He saw himself losing control, his entire status panel turning into the texture of tree roots, and from within the panel grew one milky white worm after another, emitting a green glow, crawling all over his body. Immediately after, he saw himself enveloped in crimson moonlight. He saw countless nighthawks gathering from all directions downstairs at his house, and saw Leonard and Klein skillfully flipping in through the window. He saw himself being shot dead in the study by Klein and the others, and in his blurred vision before death, the figure of Dunsmith appeared, his gray eyes staring intently at him. Who? After rapid breathing, Leonardo quickly woke up from the dream, his mind still recalling what he had just dreamt. Is this a real dream? Because I prayed to the Evernight goddess, I became contaminated, and the dream is my end. Or is this Dun's nightmare ability? Is he warning me? Leonardo looked at the clock on the table. It was exactly 2 in the afternoon, and the time he prayed to the Evernight goddess was around 1:30. That is to say, he had only slept for an hour and a half, his spirituality had not yet recovered, and he was still in a state of depletion. This also meant he had no way to divine whether Dunsmith had invaded his dream, but he immediately tore a yellowed page from a book he had finished reading and wrote on the back with a fountain pen. After spirituality recovers, remember to divine whether Dun invaded my dream. As he finished writing, Leonardo also made a decision in his heart. He must never pray to the Evernight goddess to obtain spirituality again, otherwise he would definitely be contaminated and lose control. Although the Evernight goddess was friendly, the contamination brought by her level was still unavoidable. If needed in the future, he could pray to the fool, pray to Klein. He vaguely remembered that in the original work, members of the Tarot Club eliminated their own contamination and ravings by praying to Klein. I'm afraid I'll be troubled by nightmares for a long time to come. After tidying his thoughts, Leonardo lit some sandalwood to help with sleep. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the voice of the servant Drake sounded outside the door. Sir, Miss Elizabeth is here to see you. Elizabeth? Why is she here again? Leonardo stood up tiredly, wondering while preparing to turn the doorknob, but suddenly paused. He turned his head and looked at the substitute wand he had leaned against the desk. It's better to put it away, otherwise, who knows what it will do when I see Elizabeth this time. If only I had the ability of the gray fog. Thinking of this, Leonardo picked up the substitute wand and put it into a long tin box. He originally wanted to seal it with a wall of spirituality, but considering his depleted spirituality, he eventually gave up. When spirituality is depleted, using even a tiny bit of it could lead to a loss of control. Placing the tin box on the very top of the bookshelf, Leonardo followed Drake downstairs and saw Elizabeth sitting on the sofa drinking tea, and saw the white-haired woman who had come with her. This is Sacred Tion. Why is there a nighthawk? Could it be that my ritual magic just now was sensed by them, so they came to check the water meter? Leonardo was puzzled in his heart and sat on the sofa opposite Elizabeth and Sika. He remained polite, only glancing at Sika once before withdrawing his gaze to avoid making her feel uncomfortable. With just one glance, as a reader with significantly improved memory, Leonardo remembered Sika's general appearance. White hair and black eyes, around 30 years old, her appearance was quite ordinary, but her temperament was very outstanding, calm and peaceful. Coupled with the rare long white hair, she had a bit of unique charm. Just as Leonardo was still guessing Sika's purpose for coming here, Elizabeth suddenly spoke, her tone firm and her eyes serious. "Mayor Connor, I want to learn occultism from you. Please be my teacher. This is Miss Sika, a study companion, my mother found for me. She won't disturb our studies and is not interested in occultism, she is only responsible for picking me up and protecting me from harm on the way." After Elizabeth expressed her thoughts straightforwardly, she introduced Seika Tian. Leonardo, sitting opposite her, almost spat out the tea he had just sipped. "Hey, Elizabeth, can you not mention occultism in front of a nighthawk? They'll come to your door to check the water meter." Leonardo complained silently. 29. Teacher Leonardo. Leonardo suppressed the urge to spray out his tea and controlled the twitching of his lips. After hearing Elizabeth's introduction, he realized that Seika Tian, this nighthawk, hadn't come because his ritual magic had been detected. Her current role was merely as a security personnel for the Blackthorn Security Company. Is the Blackthorn Security Company so short on cash? They're taking any kind of job. Leonardo complained silently. He quickly composed himself, acting with composure as if it were their first meeting. After bowing politely to Sika, he prepared to begin his lesson, right there in the first-floor hall. Since Leonardo didn't actually understand much about occultism, the laws he knew were from the original book and setting guides and he wasn't truly proficient, out of his honest nature, he didn't demand any fees. Just as he was about to fudge his way through with some basic knowledge, Elizabeth suddenly spoke up. "Teacher, please allow me to address you as teacher." Leonardo nodded with a smile, waiting to see if Elizabeth had any other requests. "I'd like to study in your study, I'm sure there are many books on occultism there." "No, you don't. There are only boring textbooks in there." Leonardo complained silently while maintaining his smile. Elizabeth was clearly after the substitute wand. It must have amazed her enough to mistake him for a scholar proficient in occultism and want to become his student. But Leonardo had no intention of letting Elizabeth into the study. After all, he hadn't sealed the substitute wand with a wall of spirituality. If Sika sensed something odd about the wand and triggered a Nighthawk investigation, Annie's death could no longer be kept secret. He had indeed performed anti-divination, but that kind of ritual magic only lasted 3 or 4 days. If a new Nighthawk investigation was sparked and they sensed something fishy about Annie's death, Klein would only need to divine above the gray fog to quickly get a result and identify him as the murderer. For a moment, Leonardo found himself in a dilemma. If he refused Elizabeth, Sika might suspect he had some secret to hide, leading to a Nighthawk investigation. If he agreed, Sika would detect the secret of the substitute wand, also leading to a Nighthawk investigation. After weighing his options, Leonardo responded with an excuse, hoping not to arouse Sika's suspicion. "No, not today, Miss Elizabeth. My study hasn't been tidied yet, it's quite a mess, with books all over the floor. Besides, this is only your first lesson. I will explain some basic knowledge of occultism to you. It's easy to grasp and doesn't require any books for assistance. It would be quite impolite to let a lady enter such a messy room, wouldn't it?" Faced with Leonardo's counter-question, Elizabeth had no reason to persist. She had no choice but to agree to study in the first-floor living room. Seeing that Sika didn't frown, Leonardo finally felt at ease. After a long sigh of relief, he began his explanation for Elizabeth. He planned to teach her some history of occultism, specifically the history and development of the Fifth Epoch. Of course, this knowledge was common, any Beander who took the time to look for it would soon know it all. During the lecture, Leonardo deliberately avoided the term Beander, and did not directly inform Elizabeth about Beander powers or the existence of the 22 pathways of the divine. In Elizabeth's eyes, he seemed like a learned and cultured professor. In Sika's eyes, Leonardo was simply posturing with common knowledge, a typical amateur move. Throughout the afternoon, pot after pot of tea was brewed. After 3 hours of non-stop talking, Leonardo's throat felt like it was on fire, while Elizabeth listened with great interest, nodding and exclaiming from time to time. Once Sika confirmed that Leonardo was merely posturing, she lowered her guard and leaned back on the sofa to catch up on sleep, though her ears remained attentive. As a novel enthusiast, Sika thought Leonardo would make an excellent supporting character. She planned to dramatize him in her novel, which would surely pass the newspaper office's review and be published. It wasn't until Sika reminded Elizabeth it was already 5 in the afternoon that Elizabeth reluctantly snapped out of her focused state. After thanking Leonardo, she prepared to leave. Before departing, Elizabeth expressed her determination to continue the lessons and hoped to schedule them for every Sunday afternoon. After some thought, Leonardo readily agreed. Although he couldn't remember the potion formulas from the original work, Leonardo could still recall the ritual required for the reader pathway to advance to sequence 5. It required teaching at least 50 polymaths, or 5 mid-sequence beyonders who had grasped the acting method on their own. Since the mid-sequences began at sequence 7, Leonardo planned to include Elizabeth as part of his advancement ritual. He felt that if he chose a suitable pathway for her, by the time he finished digesting the sequence 6 potion and needed to advance to sequence 5, Elizabeth should be able to reach the ranks of sequence 7. He remembered that in the advancement ritual, choosing to teach 50 polymaths would result in being relatively mediocre. However, choosing to teach 5 mid-sequence beyonders who grasped the acting method on their own would lead to being strengthened in the corresponding fields. But the ritual said, at least, which meant that if Leonardo could teach even more mid-sequence beyonders who grasped the acting method, he would be strengthened in even more fields. This would be a crucial turning point for the reader pathway, as important as the college entrance exam. At the same time, it would pave the way for advancing to a demigod at sequence 4 or higher, an angel at sequence 2 or 1, or even a true god at sequence 0. Thinking this over, Leonardo decided to put teaching mid-sequence beyonders the acting method on his agenda. By starting to lay the foundation now, he wouldn't be delayed too long by the advancement ritual when it came time for sequence 5, preventing him from being a mere bystander in the upcoming War of the Gods. After seeing off Elizabeth and Sika, Leonardo returned upstairs to rest early while preparing for tomorrow's tarot gathering at 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon. Blackthorn Security Company, 2 Zoutland Street. Inside the captain's office, Dunn held his pipe in his mouth as he listened intently to Sika's mission report. You believe he poses no danger and that his knowledge of occultism is limited to the most basic and common parts. Yes. For at least the entire afternoon, he was practically talking about the same thing, just from multiple angles to keep the teaching from being boring and making it seem exciting. Sika recalled the afternoon's experience, and as something occurred to her, her gaze gradually turned serious. I remember now. I smelled moonflower essential oil on him. He might be attempting ritual magic to pray to the goddess. After hearing this, Dunn took a deep draw from his pipe, let the smoke circulate fully in his lungs, and then exhaled. All right, keep him under surveillance. From now on, all requests to protect Miss Elizabeth will be handled by you. 30. Tarot Gathering. Time passed to Monday afternoon. After attending the council, Leonardo returned home, locked his study door, and took 4 steps backward on the carpet while chanting the honorific name of the Fool. Immediately after, he sat in his recliner, quietly waiting for Klein to pull him above the gray fog. Half a minute later, a deep red radiance suddenly appeared before Leonardo's eyes, surrounded by gray fog. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived above the gray fog, sitting on one side of the long bronze table. Behind him, stars were rapidly forming the pattern of the White Tower. He noticed a man sitting beside him with blue hair and eyes, wearing traditional cleric robes with the crest of the Church of Storms embroidered on the cuffs. Sitting opposite him was a blonde young woman with green eyes, smooth facial features, and earrings set with precious gemstones. The Hanged Man, and Justice. Leonardo immediately came up with the answer in his heart, then looked toward the Fool, Klein at the head of the table. He saw him sitting amidst layers of gray fog, fingers lightly tapping the tabletop as if waiting for something. Thus, he spoke up first. Mr. Fool, following your will, I have found a note from Emperor Russell. As soon as he finished speaking, the Fool appeared slightly surprised and pleased. Klein hadn't expected Leonardo to find a diary page so quickly. He leaned back against the high-back chair, revealing his mood while also offering a form of praise to Leonardo. It wasn't until Leonardo spoke that Justice, and the Hanged Man, noticed a new member had joined. A new member has joined. I didn't expect Mr. Fool to develop so rapidly, and this new member has actually already found Emperor Russell's diary. Justice Audrey first marveled in her heart, then remembered she had already become a Beander. She switched to her spectator state, making herself appear calm on the surface. The Hanged Man Alger, however, showed no surprise. Calm on the surface, he immediately began speculating about the new member Leonardo's identity in his heart. From the previous gatherings, it wasn't hard to see that Miss Justice was a noble lady and quite wealthy. So who was this member with the White Tower symbol behind him? Could he be a prince of some country? Or perhaps he belonged to a certain church like me? While the Hanged Man Alger's thoughts were wandering, he heard Klein speak. Very good. Klein first spoke in praise, then guided Leonardo to manifest Emperor Russell's diary. Now, carefully recall the contents of that diary page in your mind. Leonardo did as instructed, quickly locking onto the portion he had previously chosen for Klein in his memory and repeating it continuously in his mind. Soon, an illusory parchment page manifested out of thin air in Klein's hand. What Leonardo had prepared in advance for the fool, Klein was precisely the content regarding the acting method. This would allow Klein to take up a position at the divination club and begin acting as soon as possible. Furthermore, through Klein, he could indirectly let Dunn Smith grasp the acting method, enabling Captain Dunn to resist corruption and thwart Ince Zangwill's conspiracy. Although he really wanted to include Dunn Smith in his future Sequence 5 advancement ritual, he still had no clue about it, and the crisis of Ince Zangwill was imminent, the sooner, the better. As long as he could provide Russell's diary to Klein at every gathering to demonstrate his value, it would make the fool, Klein value him more in the future and become even more unwilling to lose him. Of course, that was on the premise that Klein himself was not under threat. Just as the fool, Klein intended to carefully read the Russell's diary provided by Leonardo, the voices of Justice Audrey and the hanged man Alger rang out one after another. Justice Audrey was the first to speak. "Mr. Fool, I have also obtained a page of the diary." After speaking, Audrey glanced at Leonardo with a subtle, triumphant look. This was because she had said, diary, rather than the note Leonardo had mentioned. This was something Mr. Fool had specifically emphasized in previous gatherings, and something the newcomer, Leonardo, who had just joined, wouldn't know. This was merely Justice Audrey's thought. The hanged man Alger also followed suit. Me too. While Klein was both surprised and delighted, lamenting the bountiful harvest today, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't introduced Leonardo yet. Thus, after deliberating for a few moments, he spoke leisurely. "This is Mr. Tower." Immediately, Klein didn't give Audrey and Alger time to ponder what Tower represented, instantly instructing them to recall in their minds and manifest the Russell's diary in his hands. Once, the fool, Klein was completely immersed in the diary, Justice Audrey and the hanged man Alger finally began to speculate about what the illusory, white tower symbol behind Leonardo signified. Leonardo didn't mind their gazes, instead thinking about how he should establish a profound and unfathomable persona. As everyone knew, at a tarot gathering, the most important thing was one's persona. A good persona could help Leonardo avoid many unnecessary troubles and win the respect of other members. After much thought, Leonardo believed that his familiarity with the plot could be packaged as prophecy, to enhance his image, giving Justice and the hanged man an initial impression of him as someone powerful and mysterious. And after he submitted that diary page about the acting method, the fool, Klein, in order to maintain his own image and seeing Leonardo's value, would certainly not expose him on the spot. At most, he would only chuckle in his heart. After the decision was made, the fool, Klein then let those 3 pages of Russell's diary dissipate into gray fog. He leaned forward, crossing his hands on the table, signaling to everyone that the trading segment could begin. Leonardo didn't speak, pretending to be completely ignorant of the tarot gathering as he waited for Justice and the hanged man to propose their requests. Justice Audrey spoke first, looking toward the head of the table. She informed the fool, Klein, that she had already conveyed the suggestion regarding the civil servant examination to her father, and then stated that she had nothing to trade. Although the hanged man Alger had just been promoted to Sequence 7 inches seafarer, for the sake of his future development, he still spoke up hesitantly. "I need the wind-blessed formula." Fearing Leonardo might not understand, Alger patiently added, "It belongs to the sailor pathway, Sequence 6. Leonardo did not respond to the hanged man Alger's request because he couldn't see it himself. To obtain the wind-blessed potion formula, he would at least have to wait until he became a Sequence 7, and on the premise that the fool was willing to lend him spirituality, he would then be able to see the wind-blessed formula. Otherwise, he would have to wait until Leonardo had completely digested the Sequence 7 potion before he could see the entire Sequence 6 formula. This would take at least 3 or 4 months. After a long silence, seeing that no one had anything to share or trade, the fool, Klein, was just about to end the gathering when he heard Leonardo speak. "I need the mysticism magister formula. Furthermore, I possess the ability of prophecy. Since this is the first time, and also to give you time to verify it. This time is free." Chapter 31, Prophecy. As soon as Leonardo finished speaking, the 2 members of the tarot gathering, Justice and the hanged man, were both plunged into shock. The fool, Klein Moretti, sat with his legs crossed, prepared to listen to Leonardo's so-called prophecy. Simultaneously, he speculated and wondered in his heart about which sequence the mysticism magister formula belonged to and which pathway's sequence 9 Leonardo actually was. In the silence, only Leonardo's voice could be heard as he spoke slowly. When autumn arrives, a pirate admiral shall perish in Backland. Leonardo had originally thought about mentioning other things, such as the Alfalfa tragedy, but felt that they didn't match the value of a prophecy. Ultimately, after much consideration, he chose the fall of Qilangos to highlight his own importance. After all, the death of a great pirate at the admiral level was enough to shock the 3 people present. Leonardo was in no hurry. After all, he didn't currently need to overutilize prophecies for exchange. He possessed a vast amount of mysticism knowledge and potion formulas, which were all considerable wealth. It would only be in September, when Qilangos died at the hands of Azak Eggers in Backland, that they would suddenly realize his prophecy possessed a certain level of authenticity and high value. Gathering his thoughts, Leonardo then observed the reactions of Justice, Audrey Hall, the Hanged Man, Alger Wilson, and the Fool, Klein Moretti. First was Justice, Audrey. Although she, having just entered the Beander world, didn't know what a pirate admiral signified, based on the prophecy Leonardo uttered, this event would happen soon and would certainly be shocking enough. As for the mysticism magister formula Leonardo was seeking to buy, the prophecy also led her to associate that the other party was definitely not a sequence 9 like herself. He was at least at the level of Mr. Hanged Man's sequence 7, or perhaps even higher. Next was the Hanged Man, Alger. If Audrey was merely surprised and curious, then Alger was deeply shaken at this moment. Having drifted on the sea for years, owning a ghost ship, and controlling a certain number of pirates, Alger naturally understood the weight of a pirate admiral. Furthermore, having been in the mysterious world for many years, Alger also understood that a Beander capable of possessing prophecy abilities was at least at the demigod level, sequence 4, a powerful existence capable of becoming a regional bishop. Thinking of this, the Hanged Man, Alger felt a chill of terror upon deeper reflection. If Mr. Tower's prophecy was true, then it meant he must have reached the demigod level or was about to advance to sequence 4. And for Mr. Fool to be able to pull such a powerhouse above the gray fog to participate in a gathering, and from Mr. Tower's performance, he showed a certain level of submission and was willing to collect Emperor Roussel Gustave's diaries for the Fool. When, the Hanged Man, Alger's gaze turned toward Klein at the head of the table, his eyes carried a hint of respect and adoration. Only Klein sat there in a daze. He had a certain degree of trust in Leonardo's prophecy ability. After all, Leonardo knew the Fool's honorific name and knew how to pray to him. And this had also undergone preliminary confirmation through his divination. However, Klein was more curious about what the Hanged Man was thinking. Why was the gaze he directed at him so full of shock? It was clearly Leonardo who had spoken the prophecy. Leonardo sat there, maintaining a smile, watching the racing thoughts of Justice and the Hanged Man. Deciding to strike while the iron was hot, he spoke unhurriedly. Everyone, I do not know what you look like or what your identities are. But in my prophecy, I have seen the symbols behind you. As soon as he finished, Justice and the Hanged Man both gasped simultaneously, letting out a faint hissing sound. After a long time, Alger finally recovered from his shock. He lowered his voice, no longer showing the slight disdain from the beginning, and instead adopted a respectful attitude. Regardless of whether Mr. Tower was putting on an act or truly possessed the ability of prophecy, Alger felt he needed to maintain a certain level of respect. If the other party's prophecy was false, then he had merely shown his politeness. If the other party's prophecy was true, then continuing to maintain a disdainful attitude would offend a terrifying existence. Mr. Tower, how much certainty do you have regarding this prophecy? Leonardo responded with a relaxed air. 100%. Leonardo had considered that even if the course of the story might shift slightly due to his arrival, he was currently only a sequence 9 with limited abilities. Moreover, Tingen was far from the sea. No matter what trouble he caused in Tingen, it was fundamentally impossible for it to affect the sea or affect Qilangos. Leonardo was about to add more, wanting to swear an oath under the Fool's witness to gain the conviction of Justice and the Hanged Man, but ultimately gave up. After all, one must always leave a way out for oneself. He only added at the end, if you find the formula I need, I will pay a handsome reward. Having finished, Leonardo leaned back against the high-backed chair, his shoulders relaxed. He certainly didn't have the money to pay, but the current Justice and the Hanged Man were simply unable to collect a sequence 5 formula. The reason he said this was merely to elevate the status of his image. He could completely use the excuse that he had already found the formula in a later gathering to withdraw the commission. In any case, he was still far from advancing to sequence 5. Besides, by then, Leonardo would already be able to see all the required materials for the formula in the setting collection, so there would be no need to collect them at the Tarot Club. He praised silently in his heart. "Oh great cuttlefish god, thank you for your setting collection." The subsequent Tarot Club quickly resumed its normal process under Klein's guidance. Justice proposed using money to pay in exchange for the secrets Klein saw in Russell's diary, while the Hanged Man and Tower both used 2 pages of Russell's diary as bargaining chips, expressing the same intention as justice. Leonardo hadn't originally wanted to participate in this exchange, but considering that Klein was not yet able to use the gray fog to open private sessions and isolate him, and for the sake of fitting in and expressing friendliness, he ultimately decided to participate. In any case, Russell's diaries were the easiest things for him to obtain. However, Leonardo also had a wild speculation. He also knew simplified Chinese. Perhaps when providing Russell's diaries in the future, Leonardo could add embellishments or even fabricate them. He didn't need to imitate Russell's handwriting. After all, since the other party had written so many pages of diaries, Leonardo could completely pick out the words he needed one by one and piece them into a complete sentence, or even an entire page of a diary. If Klein bullies me above the gray fog one day, I'll use this method to vent my anger. Thinking of this, Leonardo's mood completely relaxed, and he felt a faint sense of anticipation. 32. A hint for Dunn. The tarot gathering finally disbanded after The Fool, Klein Moretti announced its conclusion. Leonardo followed the example of Justice and the Hanged Man, standing up to salute The Fool at the head of the table with a slight bow. "Your will is our will." The gray fog dissipated immediately. Upon opening his eyes again, Leonardo had returned to his study and began reviewing the gathering. Overall, his performance was quite good, consistently meeting his expectations. Through him, Klein obtained the valuable Russell's diary and learned about the acting method. Meanwhile, Justice and the Hanged Man had a fairly good initial impression of him. At the very least, he had established a powerful and mysterious image. As long as he maintained this, whether Leonardo purchased Beander materials or mystical items, even if they didn't match the sequence 6 strength he displayed, the other two could explain it away through their own imagination. In basically 2 months, when the incident of Kilangos's death occurred, Leonardo believed his image would be completely solidified in their minds, and they would no longer doubt him. Leonardo didn't give himself any more time to rest. After all, to perfectly maintain his image, he couldn't obtain the Beander materials for sequence 8 inches student of ratiocination through the tarot gathering in the short term. During this period, he could only rely on himself. Is this the consequence of pretending to be a powerful being? Leonardo immediately thought of the predicament Klein faced when he first organized the tarot gathering. The tarot gathering lasted only about 10 minutes. Due to being plagued by nightmares of losing control, Leonardo did not intend to go to sleep. He turned his attention back to the books scattered on the desk. By now, the pile of books he had finished reading on his left was getting higher and higher, nearly exceeding his own height. This gave him considerable motivation. Gathering all his thoughts, Leonardo once again plunged into the ocean of knowledge. Reading continued until late at night. Only when Leonardo was completely exhausted did he exit the reading state. After a simple wash, he lit the sandalwood he had placed by his bedside to help him sleep. Ever since his prayer to the Evernight goddess yesterday, Leonardo had been plagued by nightmares of losing control. This caused the quality of his sleep to plummet, and he began to suffer from some insomnia, making it difficult to fall asleep. Therefore, he could only rely on essential oils and sandalwood to assist him in falling asleep. But today was clearly different. Just as he pulled up the covers, Leonardo quickly fell into a deep sleep. This gave him a sliver of hope, thinking the nightmares had finally ended. But as soon as he entered the dream, Leonardo once again saw himself losing control. Over the past few days, the dreams had cycled repeatedly, finally freezing on the back of Dunn Smith. Just as Leonardo thought he was about to be startled awake again, he suddenly realized that this time, there was no sign of him waking up. At the same time, Captain Dunn suddenly crouched down, his gray eyes sweeping over his entire body calmly yet inquisitively. Dunn spoke leisurely. "Have you performed a prayer ritual to the Evernight goddess? What was your purpose?" Hearing Dunn speak, Leonardo suddenly realized something. Dunn had invaded his dream once again. However, because the recent nightmares had been repetitive, the sudden change caused Leonardo to become lucid. So, he spoke carefully. Since he was in a state of near-death loss of control in the dream, his voice was intermittent. I prayed to her to explain a certain piece of occult knowledge to me. I find it difficult to understand. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Dun's eyes as he followed up. What knowledge? Leonardo felt this might be a perfect opportunity to guide Dun into mastering the acting method. His intermittent voice sounded again, mimicking the sequence, symbolic traits, letting the soul and the characteristics of the potion resonate and fuse, thereby accelerating the digestion speed. Just as he finished speaking, Dun suddenly fell into a state of deep thought. After a long time, Leonardo noticed that Dun seemed to have realized something but couldn't quite grasp it. His expression was complex, and his brows were unusually furrowed. What does it mean? What answer did you receive? No, I didn't get a complete answer. Perhaps I'm just not able to understand it yet. Leonardo did not directly point out that this was the acting method. Instead, he shut his mouth in time to keep the secret. After all, the Sequence 5 promotion ritual required teaching 5 mid-sequence beyonders who would independently comprehend the acting method. If he explained everything too clearly, it might lose its effect. Since he had left Dun with doubts, Dun would likely frequent his dreams in the coming days searching for answers. If a long time passed and Dun still couldn't comprehend the acting method, Leonardo would have to give up on including Dun in his promotion ritual and just tell him directly. In any case, he wasn't an official member of the church, so he wasn't bound by any so-called secrecy. Moreover, the acting method concerned Dun's ultimate fate. Leonardo hadn't forgotten his original intention of wanting to save Dun. Where did you learn this occult knowledge? Dun wanted to ask more, but he saw that Leonardo had completely collapsed, losing all signs of life. It's my dream anyway, and besides, I'm in a lucid dream state. I can answer these questions however I want, Leonardo thought playfully to himself. Seeing Leonardo completely collapsed and no longer answering his questions, Dun left somewhat dejectedly, leaving his back turned to the fallen Leonardo. The night passed quickly. Leonardo finally woke up from the repeated nightmares. He boarded the luxurious carriage prepared for him by Member of Parliament John and arrived at the City Hall to participate in today's council session. The dull and tedious council session reminded Leonardo of his politics classes on Earth, where he would always take a nice nap against the heater. But he didn't sleep. On one hand, he didn't want to ruin his image, on the other, he didn't want to see the nightmare of himself losing control and dying again. Leonardo noticed that the attitudes of John and the other new party members toward him had clearly improved. During the speaking and voting sessions, they would prioritize following Leonardo's wishes. If the Conservative Party proposed a new bill, John would specifically observe Leonardo's movements and expressions before voting. This resulted in the phenomenon of a bill passing unanimously for the first time in an entire year at the council. Viscount Constance and others from the Conservative Party also keenly noticed this, looking at Leonardo with a somewhat unfamiliar, scrutinizing gaze. Leonardo didn't spend too much effort on the council members. He had only just won over John and the other new party members, and he didn't plan on subduing those stubborn noble members in the short term. He flipped a gold coin on the side as if playing with a toy. At the same time, Leonardo muttered in his heart. Klein Moretti has already joined the Divination Club. 33. The Divination Club. Inside the Divination Club, Klein, who had just become a member, was sitting on a sofa drinking black tea, waiting for his first client to arrive. While flipping through the Tingen Honest Boy, he looked up and saw a familiar figure at the club's entrance. Mayor Connor. How does he know I'm here? Can his prophecies be accurate down to the individual? While speculating, Klein saw Leonardo walking toward him, led by the beautiful receptionist, Miss Angelica. He quickly stood up, took off his hat, and bowed. Mayor Connor, fate has brought us together again. What brings you here? Klein first voiced his question, then, following Angelica's recommendation, chose the amethyst room for the divination. Leonardo followed Angelica and Klein. He didn't rush to answer Klein's question, instead stating that he needed a divination. In the hallway, Leonardo noticed Klein tossing a copper coin in his hand, seemingly performing a divination. Leonardo wasn't worried about this. Because he had considered that Klein would be suspicious of such a coincidence, and in the entire Tingen City, almost no one knew he was here. Thus, Leonardo had deliberately gone to the Blackthorn Security Company first, the place they had previously agreed upon, to look for Klein. After receiving the expected confirmation that Klein had already finished work, he circled the streets a few times before finally entering this divination club. All of this was to prevent Klein from discovering his abnormality through divination. He believed it wasn't yet the time for fellow transmigrators to recognize each other. Meanwhile, he sighed inwardly. The The seer pathway truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 coward pathways. Even a slight lack of caution could lead to discovery. Entering the amethyst divination room, Leonardo and Klein sat opposite each other. At this moment, Klein put away his copper coin and instead picked up the tarot cards laid out on the table, skillfully shuffling and drawing them. After confirming that the re-encounter with Leonardo was most likely a coincidence, Klein visibly relaxed. He said with the air of a charlatan, "Please state your doubt, Mayor Connor." Seeing the receptionist Miss Angelica leave, Leonardo lowered his voice, his expression grave. "I want to divine the whereabouts of a Beander material." Klein paused suddenly, remembering his previous agreement with Leonardo and the other's generosity. He placed the tarot cards back on the table and also lowered his voice. "Which Beander material do you need me to help purchase?" Although Klein couldn't request Leonardo's materials at the tarot gathering, as it would expose the fact that he was the fool, fortunately, he had learned from old Neil that one could buy Beander materials at the Evil Dragon Bar, which was a brand new channel. Quite clever, as expected of Klein. Leonardo praised Klein in his heart while remaining calm on the surface, pretending to know nothing. Leonardo's original plan was to have Klein go to the Evil Dragon Bar to buy them. After all, his own identity was too sensitive, and his golden hair was too conspicuous, so he could only commission Klein. Since Klein asked proactively, it meant he already knew about the existence of the Evil Dragon Bar. The brain of a Naga priest and the spinal cord of a riddle evil cat. After Leonardo finished speaking, Klein took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote them down. He then quickly added, "If you know of anyone seeking a Sequence 9 potion formula, regardless of the pathway, let me know. Even if I can't provide the formula, I will pay you a finder's fee." Leonardo also intended to use Klein to start his formula selling business in Tingen City. After all, this was the fastest way he could think of to make money. Leonardo wasn't worried about being unable to provide a Sequence 9 formula. After all, he had the setting collection. Due to the trust established during their last cooperation, Klein didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Finally, after Leonardo once again expressed to Klein that he would pay a reward higher than the market price, he prepared to leave the divination club and return home to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge. After paying the fee, just as he was about to walk out of the club's door, he noticed a young lady stepping in aimlessly, looking very anxious. With the intention of supporting his friend's startup and increasing Klein's favorability, Leonardo stepped in front of the young woman before the receptionist Angelica could. The young woman immediately recognized Leonardo as the dissolute mayor from the newspapers and subconsciously stepped back, placing a hand in front of her as if in defense. Leonardo felt helpless as well but didn't mind. Instead, he bowed slightly. "Hello, madam. If you wish for a divination, I can recommend a seer to you. I guarantee it with my reputation as the mayor." The young lady was suddenly a bit dazed, and all of this was caught by Klein's eyes. He complained in his heart once more. "Who else but me would believe you have a reputation?" The young woman quickly noticed her lapse in etiquette. She took a breath, returned Leonardo's greeting, and introduced herself. "My name is Anna Meyer. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Mayor. Beautiful lady, if you are looking for a divination, I recommend you choose this seer." After saying that, Leonardo pointed to Klein Moretti's name on the seer registry in Angelica's hand. "Okay, alright, thank you for your guidance." Anna calmed down. Although she was equally skeptical of Leonardo's reputation, her anxiety left her no time for careful selection. Thus, she subconsciously followed Leonardo's suggestion and chose Klein Moretti. Under Klein's joyful gaze, Leonardo bowed at the door and then left the club. Klein hadn't expected Leonardo to introduce business to him, and he was also delighted to receive 2 payments on his first day joining the divination club. With his significantly enhanced memory, Leonardo soon remembered the character Anna. She was Joyce Meyer's fiancée. Leonardo vaguely remembered that Anna came to the club for a divination to relieve her anxiety because her fiancé, Joyce Meyer, had not returned home for a long time after going to sea. Her fiancé, Joyce Meyer, was one of the survivors of the Clover tragedy. The Clover tragedy was also orchestrated by the demoness Trissa. However, at that time, he was still male and later advanced to witch under Madame Sharon's guidance, becoming a woman. "I didn't expect Trissa to appear so soon. But why are there so many demonesses around me?" Amidst his doubts, Leonardo's figure completely disappeared around the corner, leaving only the rushing traffic. Meanwhile, the beautiful receptionist, Miss Angelica, still had her eyes fixed on Leonardo's gradually disappearing back. She remembered how she was about to introduce a seer to Anna when Leonardo beat her to it. Angelica's feelings were very complicated. Chapter 34, 5 Charms. Time flew by, and Friday arrived, Tingen had passed the entire week peacefully without any ripples. Because the Workers' Basic Security Act had come into effect, the lives of the workers had clearly improved. They no longer worried all day about tomorrow's food. Although their working hours had decreased, the intensity of their labor had significantly increased. Leonardo did not intend to change this aspect through legislation. After all, this was the reality of people's livelihoods in this era, and it couldn't be completely cured in just 2 short weeks. However, under Leonardo's suggestion, John Maynard also established a charity foundation. Although it failed to attract more great nobles and large factory owners, it formed a significant trend among the middle-class elite. Most middle-class families in Tingen City had begun to generally believe that setting aside a small portion of their income for charity was an important way to demonstrate their good character and raise their social status. Of course, John Maynard seemed to have realized something and was gradually distancing himself from Madame Sharon. In recent council meetings, Leonardo also observed that John's complexion had noticeably improved. His cheeks were becoming rosier, no longer the dark blue-green they had been before. As for the Alfalfa tragedy and Triss's escape into Tingen, Leonardo believed these were the duties of the Nighthawks, and he didn't need to intervene. If he had too much involvement with Trissa, it would easily attract the attention of 008 and be written into its story, ultimately leading to his death. Leonardo's potion digestion process was already halfway through. He guessed that in another week or 2 at most, he would be able to completely digest the sequence 9 inches reader potion. Unfortunately, Klein still hadn't brought any clues regarding Beander materials. In the last dream tip, Captain Dunn also seemed to have realized something. He began to frequently enter Leonardo's dreams. Although he expressed helplessness regarding Leonardo's nightmares, seeing that the other party wasn't pressing further, Leonardo guessed that Dunn must have already or was about to grasp the acting method. It was now mid-July. If Dunn started acting now, he should have already advanced to sequence 6 by the time Ins Zangwill's plan was implemented. Leonardo also received a letter from Elizabeth. Elizabeth invited Leonardo to attend the birthday dinner of her friend from the public technical school, Selina Wood, on Sunday evening, and stated that Leonardo wouldn't need to conduct occultism lessons this week. Selina readily agreed after hearing that Leonardo possessed quite a wealth of occultism knowledge. Her father, Mr. Wood, had also noticed Leonardo's recent changes and had started wanting to maintain a good social relationship with him, which was why he consented. In the letter, Elizabeth also mentioned that she had chosen an amulet for Selina as a birthday gift. During the selection process, she met a gentleman wearing a half-top silk hat, who seemed to be around the same age as Leonardo. The man appeared to be an occultism enthusiast as well, with considerable research in the field of amulets. Under this gentleman's guidance, Elizabeth finally completed her selection of the amulet. In the final paragraph of the letter, Elizabeth very confusedly asked Leonardo a question. "Respected teacher, I don't know why that gentleman would suddenly come to guide me when I clearly don't know him at all. Moreover, I noticed that he was very discreetly looking me up and down. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but I'm still a bit confused. Could it be that he likes me? I'm just an underage girl." After reading the letter, Leonardo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knew that the gentleman described in Elizabeth's letter was none other than his friend and fellow Earthling, and he also pieced together the whole story. At Leonardo's request, Klein had indeed gone to the Evil Dragon bar to help him buy Beander materials and inquire about clues for purchasing formulas. It was just a misunderstanding involving Elizabeth. Seeing Klein working so hard for him, Leonardo decided that at the next tarot gathering, he would let Klein off the hook for a while. Instead of using Russell's diary to prank him, he would continue to provide him with high-value diary content. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Leonardo also began to wonder, recalling the time when Elizabeth and her parents came to his door to demand an explanation. Could it be that Elizabeth also mistakenly thought I liked her back then, so she told her parents, which led to the couple coming over? Then, after seeing my substitute wand, her curiosity about occultism made her completely forget her previous delusions and want to become my student. Leonardo sat in the armchair in his study, with one bizarre question after another being tossed around in his mind, making it difficult for him to settle down and read. Recently, the potion digestion process had accelerated, and his spirituality was gradually increasing. New content was also gradually appearing in the setting collection. This time, the content was all related to the field of spiritual charms. To Leonardo's surprise, there were a total of 5 charms. Is this for fear that I'll lack combat power and suddenly drop dead one day in the future? Leonardo joked to himself, his gaze immediately scanning the setting collection. The first one was a basic charm mastered by the Nighthawks, the Slumber Charm. Its effect was similar to the chanting of a sleepless pathway sequence 8 inches midnight poet, that could make people fall into a peaceful sleep. Its shape was a rectangular silver flake. The second one was also a basic charm of the Nighthawks, the Requiem charm. It could soothe ghosts, shadows, zombies, and water ghosts, and to some extent, cause damage to wraiths and evil spirits. Its shape was a triangular silver flake. The third one was the same as above, the Dream charm. Corresponding to nightmare, it could help the practitioner enter the target's dream. Its shape was a circular silver flake. The fourth one was different, it belonged to the Church of Storms, the Lightning charm. It could perform electric shock attacks on a target, paralyzing their movements and causing a certain amount of damage. The fifth one was named Words of Filth, belonging to the Secret Supplicant pathway. It could make an opponent hear terrifying roars and infect them with madness. As for the final result, it would depend on the target's resistance in this area. If strong, they might gain benefits at the cost of becoming a devout believer of the true Creator. If weak, they would collapse on the spot and die screaming. Leonardo, after a quick glance, I feel I have gained a lot. The 5 charms each corresponded to different combat areas. If they could be produced in batches, they would greatly strengthen his combat capabilities, combining control, defense, combat, purification, and spiritual attack into one. Leonardo remembered that at Selina's birthday dinner, Selina would be contaminated and possessed by an evil spirit due to a magic mirror divination. Therefore, he planned to prioritize making the first 3 basic Nighthawk charms, which would significantly enhance his combat ability when facing Selina. The second step was to make the Lightning charm. As for the last, Words of Filth, Leonardo was in no hurry. After all, the production process for this charm was very complicated and required praying to the evil god, true Creator. Leonardo believed that if he really tried to make it, the nightmare of losing control in his dreams would become a reality. The production method for basic Nighthawk charms was relatively simple. One only needed pure silver as a material, then carve the relevant incantations and symbols on the surface in Hermes, and pray to the Evernight goddess to successfully create them. But now, at the thought of praying to the Evernight goddess, Leonardo still felt a bit of a shiver. But this uses the charm as a carrier, not myself. As long as the Evernight goddess is willing to respond to me, this devout believer, there probably won't be too many side effects. Well, I shouldn't make too many either, 3 should be enough. Otherwise, if my spirituality is exhausted from making charms, there will be a high chance of losing control. The contamination left by the Evernight goddess is still inside my body. Leonardo quickly made a decision, stood up, got dressed, and went downstairs. Although Leonardo couldn't directly appear in Beander gatherings, pure silver was a material that could be purchased in many shops. Even though most people weren't Beyonders, they still believed that believers keeping some materials with corresponding symbolism would receive the favor of the gods. Seeing Leonardo preparing to go out, the attendant Drake instinctively wanted to follow but was stopped by Leonardo. "No, you stay here. The hired female workers will come again tonight, and you need to pay them. I'll be back soon." Watching Leonardo leave, Drake couldn't snap out of it for a long time, only gradually coming to his senses when the hired female workers arrived to clean the rooms. At this time, Drake noticed a strange face among the female workers. Out of responsibility, he spoke up and stopped the strange female worker at the door. "Madam, I have never seen you before, not in the past, and not now." The female worker was clearly a bit startled after being stopped by Drake. She acted as if she hadn't yet adapted to her own body, stumbling as she walked and keeping her head down the entire time. The female worker who had been stopped was about to speak when she heard the voice of another female worker from inside the house. This female worker had been working part-time at the Connor house since the time of Leonardo's father. Her name was Wendy, and she was about 30 or 40 years old. Drake knew her husband worked in a factory and they had 2 children, a son and a daughter. Wendy was the most senior and most credible among all the hired female workers at the Connor house. One of the female workers caught a cold and is sick at home. This worker has come to fill in. Lord Drake, please be understanding. Her family situation is very poor, her parents died long ago, and her younger brother is also nearing the end of his life. Her name is Trissa, my lord. Chapter 35, A Man. After listening to Mrs. Wendy's explanation, Drake finally relented and let Trissa into the house. Throughout the entire cleaning process, he paid extra attention to Trissa. Although he had little interest in women, Drake knew it was impossible for a female laborer's skin to be so delicate and snowy white. Looking at Mrs. Wendy and the others, their skin was rough, their figures bloated, and years of bending over for work had left them with the threat of becoming hunchbacks, their hands covered in calluses. That was what a normal female laborer should look like. Furthermore, Drake noticed that whenever his gaze met Trissa's, an inexplicable impulse would surge within him, an impulse that had previously only appeared when he looked at Leonardo. Drake stood to the side of the hall with his hands crossed in front of him, his eyes fixed on every movement of the female workers. However, for some reason, even though he remained focused, in the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 5 female workers who had been working in the living room remained. He pointed his finger and counted over and over again. After confirming that only Trissa was missing, Drake immediately stepped forward. Realizing something was wrong, he grabbed Mrs. Wendy's hand and asked, "Where is that new female worker? Why isn't she with you?" Mrs. Wendy was nearly knocked off her feet by the sudden grab. Startled, she let out a long sigh of relief after seeing it was Drake, patting her chest as she panted. "Goodness, Lord Drake, you really gave me a fright." Drake did not let go of Mrs. Wendy, his eyes staring intently at her. "She said she was going to clean the study. Although I'm usually responsible for that area, I saw how frail she was and figured she couldn't handle the heavy work down here, so I let her go up." Upon hearing Mrs. Wendy's explanation, Drake's pupils contracted. Mr. Leonardo's study was never open to outsiders, not even to himself. Mrs. Wendy was able to clean it only because of her seniority and loyalty. Aside from her, Drake had never seen anyone else enter Mr. Leonardo's study without permission. He turned abruptly, released Mrs. Wendy's arm, and quickly ran upstairs. The upstairs corridor was empty, and the study door was slightly ajar. Drake, leaning on his cane with his white-gloved hand, pushed the door open forcefully and looked down at Trissa, who was lying on the carpet. "What are you doing?" As he asked in a serious tone, he noticed that the impulse he had felt earlier in the first-floor living room was growing even stronger. Like a floodgate opening, he heard Trissa's voice ring out, a voice that was sweet and numbing. "Mr. Drake, I am cleaning the study for the Lord Mayor." Mrs. Wendy felt sorry for me, she truly is a kind person. Trissa did not follow etiquette and stand up. She was wearing a tight maid's dress, lying on the carpet with her back to Drake. Drake said nothing more. Trissa maintained the same posture, her waist swaying as she wiped. After a long silence, Trissa's voice rang out again. The voice was still sweet and numbing, slightly surprised, and accompanied by a coquettish gasp. "My lord, what are you doing? Please, please let me go." It wasn't until late at night, when the gas street lamps on both sides of the street emitted a dim yellow glow, that Leonardo finally returned home under the crimson moonlight. As soon as he entered the door, he felt that something seemed off with Drake. Usually, Drake would quickly run forward, greet him with a smile, and report on the female worker's progress. But today, Drake was suddenly acting out of character. Upon seeing Leonardo, he not only failed to report but also avoided eye contact. Leonardo found it strange, but he didn't intend to ask directly. After all, the other man's sexual orientation made it difficult for him to maintain a normal conversation with Drake. He simply planned to use dream divination to reconstruct what had happened tonight once he returned to his study. With that thought, Leonardo took off his gold-trimmed vest, tossed it onto the sofa, and jogged into the study, placing the various shapes of pure silver flakes he had purchased on the desk. He quickly sat down in the easy chair. Drake's abnormality worried him deeply, so instead of rushing to craft charms, he chose to perform a dream divination first. On a piece of parchment, he wrote, "What happened while I was away tonight?" He placed the parchment in front of him, lit the sandalwood, and used meditation to quickly enter a state of sleep, arriving in the dream world. The more Leonardo watched, the redder his face became and the faster his heart beat. He saw Drake standing outside staring into the night after he left, saw the hired female workers arrive, and saw Drake blocking that young, beautiful worker at the door. Perhaps because he himself was not a seer, Leonardo could not hear any sound. He saw that after Mrs. Wendy stepped forward to explain, Drake let the young, beautiful worker inside. The scenes that followed reminded Leonardo of the adult films about his original self that he had seen in his mind when he first transmigrated. He saw the young female worker enter his study and saw Drake run up in a panic. He saw the worker lying on the carpet with her back to Drake, saw Drake swallowing hard as he approached, and finally saw him squat down behind the worker and unbutton his clothes. Fearing he might miss some important information, Leonardo watched the entire movie-like dream through half-closed eyes, covering his face. By the time he returned to the real world, his cheeks were burning hot, sweat had broken out on his forehead, and his lower body was stiff. He took a sharp breath of the sandalwood, hoping the olfactory stimulation would help him forget what he had just seen. But with his enhanced memory, Leonardo couldn't completely forget. He could only shove the images from this dream divination into the deepest recesses of his memory, along with the adult films created by his original self, and stop thinking about them. He tried hard to calm his emotions, using meditation to cool himself down and soothe his restlessness. After a good while, Leonardo finally calmed down. The redness on his cheeks faded, and he began to think. Strange, didn't I get the correct answer through divination that Drake is interested in me? But why was he so different tonight? It's not the first time I've been away at night, and Drake would never have acted like this in the past. Leonardo waved his hand, dispelling all the resurfacing images, and then crossed his hands in front of him, carefully considering every detail. Starting with that unfamiliar female worker, Leonardo had also noticed her snowy white skin and pretty face. This was very different from the other workers. Even if she was a newcomer, female workers usually came from lower-class families, and their skin should have already started to become rough before they became hired laborers. Therefore, that new female worker obviously didn't come from an ordinary family. Her parents must have been nobles at the very least for her to be so well maintained. How could a noble's daughter be a female worker? Even if her family had fallen, these noble ladies would still be sought-after prey in the eyes of various elite classes and even wealthier moguls. The elite class hoped to improve their social status through a noble lady's surname. And the wealthy would likewise develop strange feelings for a fallen noble lady and take them as mistresses. Thus, the origin of this female worker became the biggest point of suspicion. Having organized his thoughts and found a breakthrough, Leonardo wrote again on the parchment. The origin of this new female worker who came to tidy my study tonight. He lit the sandalwood and quickly entered the dream. In the dream, Leonardo's pupils shook, his mouth hung open uncontrollably, and his mood was like a bolt from the blue. Because in the divination, he didn't see the upbringing of a noble lady as he had guessed, nor did he see this new female worker appear, there wasn't even a similar face. He only saw a man. 36. Selena's birthday dinner. A demoness. Another demoness. Why can't I ever get away from these demonesses? Leonardo only needed one look to understand the identity of that new female worker. Changing from male to female, and even being able to charm Drake, besides a demoness, Leonardo really couldn't think of anyone else who could do it. But counting them up, in the 2 weeks since he transmigrated, the only Beyonders Leonardo had seen besides the Nighthawks squad were demonesses. First there was Annie Hina who tried to assassinate him, then Sharon Hoy who seduced Member of Parliament John Maynard, and now a new one of unknown identity. Leonardo only felt that he was becoming less and less safe. He had clearly only killed a sequence 7 inches witch, Annie, there was no need for the demoness sect to take him so seriously, right? Could it be that existence was intentionally pulling the strings, insisting that he must die? How was that possible? Leonardo believed that he was just a sequence 9 and the mayor of Tingen City with no real power yet, nor had he joined any hostile forces of the demoness sect. Killing him wouldn't provide any benefits at all, would it? The more Leonardo thought about it, the more he felt his train of thought was blocked, making it difficult to think clearly. So, he simply stopped thinking about the underlying reasons and intended to deal with the matter at hand first. From the current perspective, that new female worker didn't have much hostility toward him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have disguised herself as a worker, wouldn't it have been more convenient to come straight to his door using mirror magic? That new female worker is very likely here for Drake. After all, with my hint, John Maynard has already gradually distanced himself from Madame Sharon. One doesn't even need to think to understand that this new female worker is also likely one of Madame Sharon's subordinates, calling Madame Sharon, mother. But why would Sharon Hoy target a normal person like Drake? After much deliberation, Leonardo locked onto a target, John Maynard. Drake was previously Member of Parliament John Maynard's most beloved attendant, so it was very likely that Madame Sharon wanted to start with Drake to re-bewitch John. But why did Madame Sharon insist on finding John? His thoughts were blocked again. Leonardo felt that all of this was too strange, too coincidental. He simply gave up on thinking, understanding the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Thus, he decided to help Drake, helping him become a Beyonder. And Drake's pathway should ideally help him resist the temptation of a demoness, and also completely change his sexual orientation to make him give up his ideas about Leonardo, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Leonardo quickly opened the setting collection and, according to his memory, quickly flipped to the Hunter pathway. In his view, the Hunter, which represented pure Yang, was the perfect pathway to counter the demoness, who represented pure Yin. Leonardo's gaze swept over quickly, firmly memorizing the Hunter potion formula in his mind. He decided that at the next tarot gathering, he would tell Justice and the Hanged Man that he had obtained the formula for mysticism magister, and put out a request to buy, letting them search for the Beander materials needed for the hunter. Even though this might affect his mysterious and powerful image in their eyes, it was insignificant compared to the current problem. Anyway, by the time Kilangos died, his persona would be completely and deeply rooted. In the setting collection, the sequence 9 inches hunter formula of the Red Priest pathway was exceptionally eye-catching in Leonardo's eyes at this moment. He chanted it silently to consolidate his memory. Main ingredients: 1 bloody red chestnut, a crystal from an activated marsh. If it came to it, he could just have Drake go to John for reimbursement if he couldn't afford to buy it himself. At the same time, Leonardo also felt a more urgent desire to increase his sequence. Currently, he only had enhanced memory and learning abilities. If he promoted to student of ratiocination, then he would be able to catch clues to many problems. As his reasoning ability improved, the problems he couldn't figure out now would be easier to answer. Sunday night, the Wood House, Selina's birthday dinner. Leonardo, who had already prepared the charms, sat at the dining table under Mr. Wood's introduction, listening to the flattery of the people around him. Mr. Wood was a senior employee at the Tingen City Bank, and those around him were all elite middle-class people from various industries. Most of these people had participated in the charitable foundation organized by Leonardo, so when they saw Leonardo arrive, the focus of the conversation naturally shifted to him. But Leonardo didn't pay much attention to the praise of those around him. He reached into his vest and confirmed the position of the charms again, 2 triangular ones and 1 rectangular one. He had made a total of 2 requiem charms and 1 slumber charm, with the corresponding incantations being expel and crimson. The reason he didn't make a dream charm was that Leonardo was afraid that, like Dunn, he would look directly at the true creator in a dream, leading to his own contamination. He understood that Selina's magic mirror fell under the category of an evil spirit, so he carried an extra requiem charm. And before leaving, Leonardo had used a gold coin to divine the danger level of this incident. The king's head was facing up, representing that Leonardo's preparations were sufficient to resolve this crisis. He could certainly have chosen to turn a blind eye and let Klein solve it independently, but that would lead to Dunn entering Hinia's Vincent's dream and looking directly at the true creator, resulting in contamination. Therefore, throughout the entire dinner, Leonardo kept a constant watch on Selina's situation. The dinner of mutual boasting finally ended, and next was time for free activities. Selina took her classmates upstairs, wanting to show them the magic mirror divination she had learned. Meanwhile, the ladies gathered together, discussing various trivial matters of life and showing off the expensive jewelry they were wearing. Mr. Wood suggested the men sit at the card table for a few rounds of Texas Hold'em. Leonardo did not participate, but he keenly noticed a seer was mixed in among them, winning a fortune. This was exactly Klein Moretti. Beside him stood Benson Moretti, wearing a simple suit, with thinning hair and the phrase, curly-haired baboon, occasionally popping out of his mouth. Due to the special nature of Klein's work, Leonardo chose not to acknowledge him, otherwise it would lead to many unnecessary explanations. His gaze was fixed on the corner of the stairs. He believed that after Elizabeth saw Selina's abnormality, she would run down to seek help from him, her mysticism teacher. After a long time, Leonardo still hadn't seen Elizabeth's figure, so he planned to go into the washroom to take care of nature's call. But just as he was about to turn the washroom doorknob, Elizabeth suddenly appeared. Without a word, she rushed to his side, grabbed his arm, and forcibly pulled Leonardo out just as half his body had stepped into the washroom. Elizabeth's eyes were panicked. She leaned on her knees, panting heavily, completely losing her former etiquette. Her face was somewhat pale, and her lips were turning blue. Teacher, Selina, she's a bit different, Elizabeth said haltingly, gradually calming down under Leonardo's soothing. Immediately afterward, Elizabeth took a deep breath. She raised her hand and pointed to the second floor. Selina was just showing us the magic mirror divination she recently learned. But I saw it. In that mirror, I saw a completely different Selina. The Selina in the mirror looked like a devil. Chapter 37, The Power of Charms. Leonardo first bent down to comfort Elizabeth's uneasy emotions, then displayed a peaceful and relaxing smile. Infected by his smile, Elizabeth gradually regained her calm as she heard Leonardo continue to speak. Where is her room? Where are her occultism materials? Leonardo asked. In the original book, Klein used Selina's occultism materials to pray to the Evernight goddess by interrupting the ritual, ultimately saving Selina. Although Leonardo did not plan to pray to the Evernight goddess, fearing it would further worsen that out-of-control nightmare, He wanted to use those occultism materials to construct a closed space and then use spirituality fog for anti-divination, so as not to disturb the guests downstairs or Klein. As long as Klein didn't experience this incident, Dunn wouldn't risk entering Hinia's Vincent's dream and wouldn't be contaminated by the true creator. Elizabeth took a few deep breaths and pointed to the room behind her. It's right there, and the occultism items are there too. At some point, Leonardo had already pinched 3 charms in his palm. Holding the substitute wand, he walked over. Through the ajar door, he saw bottles of hydrosols, extracts, and boxes of herbal powders neatly arranged under the dim yellow glow of the streetlights and the crimson moonlight. With his back to Elizabeth, he instructed. Elizabeth, our lesson for this week starts now. I'm going to teach you how an ordinary person should save their friend when facing evil forces. Having said that, he twisted the doorknob, quickly entered the room, and lit the gas lamp. Elizabeth, with the determination to save Selina, quickly followed Leonardo inside. She saw that after Leonardo entered, he suddenly became serious and earnest, like a professor in a high-level university, familiar with every item and material, operating in an orderly fashion. Then, Teacher Leonardo, what should I do? Elizabeth was still uneasy, speaking with a slight stutter, but she clenched one hand into a fist and gripped her wrist at her chest with the other, cheering herself up in her heart and plucking up her courage. Don't be nervous, Elizabeth. You just need to return to Selina's side as if nothing happened and bring her here under the pretext of giving her a surprise. The way to knock, well, 3 long and 2 short will do. Then wait at the door and don't let anyone in until I come out. After speaking, Leonardo placed the substitute wand at the door, had Elizabeth leave quickly, and closed the door. Elizabeth swallowed and nodded in agreement. With the door tightly closed, Leonardo's gaze quickly locked onto the night vanilla powder. He then grabbed a glass reagent bottle containing hydrosol and smashed it hard against the corner of the table. The exploding glass shards cut his palm, and blood flowed, dripping onto the glass fragments. Without time to care about the pain in his cut palm, Leonardo's other intact hand reached for the medicine box containing night vanilla powder and grabbed a large handful. Anyway, these materials weren't bought with his own money, so he didn't feel bad about wasting them. Thinking this, Leonardo covered every piece of glass scattered on the floor with night vanilla powder from top to bottom, emitting a minty fragrance that mixed with the dripping blood. His lips moved. I sacrifice my traces in exchange for the pity of the hidden. In an instant, his spirituality depleted crazily. In the empty living room, illusory mist surged until it expanded and filled every corner of the room. Leonardo quickly sat cross-legged on the floor, entering a state of meditation to recover his spirituality. After an unknown amount of time, a knock sounded, 3 long and 2 short. Outside the door, the voices of Elizabeth and another young girl could be vaguely heard. It's about time. Leonardo's eyes darkened. He immediately stood up and took out a small silver knife. Spirituality gushed from the tip of the blade. Holding the silver dagger, he used the tip to trace every fine crack in the doors and windows. With spirituality fog plus the wall of spirituality, these 2 types of ritual magic could almost completely ignore how much noise was made without attracting attention from downstairs. Even if Klein, who possessed spirit vision, might feel something was wrong, his divination would not yield any revelations. Prepared, Leonardo stood before the door. As the 3 long and 2 short knocks ended, he took a deep breath and pulled open the door. The moment the door opened, the red-haired Selina was still talking to Elizabeth at the door in surprise, wanting to ask what kind of surprise Elizabeth had prepared for her. Before Elizabeth could answer, Selina felt her arm suddenly pulled by a huge force. Her body quickly floated and fell violently into the room. By the time she regained her senses, the person in front of her was no longer the brown-haired, baby-faced Elizabeth, but a slender man with long blonde hair standing in the shadows of the light, with his hands crossed in front of him. She immediately recognized the man's appearance. Mayor Connor. Selina exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Even though she was a minor, she had heard more or less about how flirtatious this mayor was and how he was addicted to lust. For a moment, she felt that Elizabeth must have already fallen victim to Mayor Connor's poisonous hands, having been bewitched by him, and that Mayor Connor's next prey was herself. Thinking of this, when Selina looked up again, she suddenly noticed that at some point, the blonde man had taken out a rectangular silver thin plate in his hand. And the copper magic mirror in her arms was now restlessly agitated, as if it wanted to break free, as if something was about to rush out from it. Without time to think, Selina saw Leonardo throw the silver thin plate towards her. She heard Leonardo say an ambiguous word. Crimson. Crimson moonlight burst forth, carrying a command to sleep, quickly infecting every corner of the room, intertwining with the gray mist in the living room, and merging with the crimson moonlight falling from high above. Selina felt her head getting heavier and heavier, her eyelids closing uncontrollably. Before her vision blurred completely, she saw Leonardo's hand reaching towards her bosom. Selina struggled frantically in her heart, but the increasingly thick and intense sleepiness made it difficult for her to resist falling into a slumber. Finally, only one last thought remained in her heart. I'm finished. After Selina had completely fallen asleep, Leonardo reached out and took out the magic mirror. Stepping over Selina, who was collapsed on the floor, he placed the magic mirror on the table. At the same time, he finally saw that in the magic mirror, it was not himself reflected but Selina. The Selina in the mirror had deep red hair, carrying a certain evil quality, her mouth curled at a weird angle, and her eyes were cold, making one shudder. Then, the Selina in the magic mirror suddenly spoke. No matter what question you ask, I will answer it for you. The mirror did not make a sound, the voice came from the mouth of Selina, who was already fast asleep behind Leonardo. The voice was no longer a young girl's clear voice, but was as piercing as a wraith, making one uncomfortable. Leonardo did not respond. He kept his spirituality focused at all times to prevent being seduced by the magic mirror. He placed the magic mirror on the tabletop and reached for the hydrosol. In occultism, hydrosols represent holy water and have a certain purifying effect on evil and spirits. As the hydrosol was splashed on the magic mirror, it made a hissing sound like cold water hitting a hot oil pan, and a thick black mist steamed up. The Selina in the magic mirror covered her face in pain and crouched on the floor, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably as if she were sobbing. A thought couldn't help but flash through Leonardo's mind. Do evil spirits cry too? Are you going to tell me some painful history of growth and beg for my pity? Hey, you found the wrong person, Leonardo thought. Before the Selina in the magic mirror could speak again, he pressed 2 requiem charms firmly onto the surface of the mirror, poured in his spirituality, and spoke in a low voice. Banish. 38. Dun's gratitude. 2 requiem charms were activated at the same time. Crimson light rippled out from Leonardo's fingertips in layers. This time, it wasn't a slumber-inducing tranquility, but a hidden unreality. The hissing and black mist on the magic mirror grew more intense. Leonardo pressed his hands down hard, pinning the 2 charms firmly as he poured more of his spirituality into them, striving to suppress the evil spirit within the mirror. After a long while, the noise downstairs subsided. The banquet was gradually coming to an end, and the guests began to leave. The crimson moon hung high. Mr. Wood and his wife stood at the entrance, directly below Selina's sitting room, with faint smiles and lingering drunkenness, bowing to each departing guest. Klein walked in front, while his brother Benson and sister Melissa followed behind. Melissa held Benson's arm. With bows from Klein and Mr. Wood, they prepared to leave the banquet, board a public carriage, and head home. Klein, carrying the joy of having won money, suddenly paused. He pressed his forehead and looked up toward the sitting room on the 2nd floor. Elizabeth stood before the door, waiting anxiously. She paced back and forth in the corridor, her high-heeled dress shoes clicking against the floor. She repeatedly traced the sign of the crimson moon on her chest, praying for the goddess's favor and for her to save teacher Leonardo and her friend Selina. The substitute wand leaned quietly against the door. It seemed to sense the danger its master was about to face. No longer flippantly trying to please Elizabeth, it waited outside the door like a silent guard. Not until all the guests downstairs had dispersed and Elizabeth had prayed to the goddess countless times without seeing Leonardo or Selina did she think about going downstairs for help. Tears welled in her eyes. To Elizabeth, Leonardo must have failed to save Selina, and now both were likely in the hands of the evil spirit, suffering or even dead. Elizabeth hurriedly wiped away her tears. Just as she reached the stairs, she heard that familiar, calming voice behind her. It's settled. Selina is fine. The wand suddenly vanished. Now leaning against the door was a weary-looking Leonardo. His blonde hair shone like bright gold under the wall lamp. Leonardo stood up tiredly and spread his fingers in midair. To Elizabeth's shock, the substitute wand appeared out of thin air, gripped tightly in his hand. Leaning on the wand, Leonardo gestured for Elizabeth to enter the room. Selina had returned to normal. The battle just now had drained Leonardo's spirituality. At this moment, he was like a stalk of straw in the wind, trembling and on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. But he did not show his weakness in front of Elizabeth. Instead, he straightened his back and forced himself to walk normally, slowly heading down the stairs. Watching Leonardo's receding figure, Elizabeth's heart began to race inexplicably, fast and heavy. Even though it was late at night, Elizabeth felt as if a spring breeze had brushed past her nose, comfortable, relaxing, and soul-stirring. Leonardo left Selina's house, feigning composure. After thanking Mr. Wood and his wife, saying the food was delicious and the banquet was delightful, he turned a corner and vanished into the moonlight. Even though the matter was resolved, Leonardo still felt a lingering fear. Just as he was about to finish off the evil spirit with the Requiem charms, the magic mirror suddenly exploded under the spirit's influence. Countless shards flew toward him as if controlled by someone, aiming for his neck and heart. If he hadn't used the substitute wand in time, the evil spirit's final strike would have likely taken him down with it. Leonardo wandered the streets. He felt incredibly weak, his energy completely spent. He stopped, wanting to hail a public carriage to avoid collapsing on the street, catching a cold in the night air, or becoming a banquet for mosquitoes. But when he tried to raise his hand and turn around, a gust of night wind nearly knocked him over. He no longer had the strength to even lift an arm. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he was surprised to find his body suddenly stopped midair. A large hand supported his tilting frame from below. He looked up and saw a pair of gray eyes. Captain Dunn. Dunn hoisted one of Leonardo's arms over his shoulder, supporting him firmly, and spoke slowly. "Thank you, Mayor Connor. This should have been our responsibility. You saved the girl who almost caused a catastrophe. It was Klein who keenly sensed your danger. He said his divination failed and yielded no revelations, so after the banquet, he ran to Blackthorn Security Company and found me. Thank you again." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Leonardo's lips. "Just call me Leonardo. Captain Dunn, do not investigate the cause behind this magic mirror. Please trust me. I will guard Tingen together with you." Dunn said no more and nodded slightly. Under his support, Leonardo could no longer resist the heavy drowsiness and fell completely into a dream. Dunn Smith's gaze remained fixed ahead. Before him were not the streets of Tingen City or the terraced houses, but clusters of thick black fog. He stepped into the black fog and then stepped out, returning to the starting point, back to where Leonardo had almost fallen. Leonardo spent the entire night in a peaceful dream. Not until the sun was high and warm sunlight filtered through the arched windows, casting dappled shadows. Only then did Leonardo slowly open his eyes. He had slept for a full 10 hours and felt completely relaxed in body and mind. Just as he was about to get up to wash, he was suddenly startled by his surroundings. This wasn't his room. The layout was different, and so was the decor. The overall style was very similar to Selina's bedroom from last night, but it wasn't as large, nor did it have a soft bed or curtains. Strange, didn't I go home? Where is this? While Leonardo was wondering, there was a knock at the door. Leonardo got up and opened the door warily. The first thing he saw was Selina's long red hair. Her mother followed behind, carrying a tray with milk and bread neatly arranged on it. "Mayor Connor, you drank too much last night, so we helped you to the guest room to rest. We couldn't prepare in advance, so it's a bit simple. Please forgive us." Selina's mother walked in, placed the breakfast on the table, and turned to leave with a smile. Selina stood at the door, her head bowed and her face flushed with shame. She felt guilty for having misunderstood Leonardo the previous night. "Elizabeth told me everything. Thank you, Mayor Connor." After speaking, Selina fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, bowed deeply to Leonardo in gratitude, and then ran off. Leonardo stood there, completely bewildered. Didn't I go home supported by Captain Dunn? He didn't just pull me into a dream, did he? Just to say thank you. Or has he completely mastered the acting method and is performing a deep nightmare role? Thinking of this, Leonardo put the aroma of breakfast out of his mind and pulled a gold coin from his pocket. He opened his mouth but made no sound, chanting silently in his heart. "Dunn Smith used a Beyander power on me last night." With a clink, the gold coin landed in his palm. The king's head was facing up. 39. Alger's imagination. Inside Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, who was at work as usual, came to the captain's office and saw Dunn Smith lost in thought. Last night, at Selina's birthday party, Klein had sensed that something was wrong upstairs. His divination hadn't provided any revelations, so he made an excuse to leave the card table, turned into the washroom, and went above the gray fog. With the assistance of the divination above the gray fog, he saw Leonardo handling the magic mirror in the hazy mist, and saw Selina in a deep sleep. When he discovered that above the gray fog could strengthen his divination and pierce through that spirituality fog to see the facts, Klein couldn't help but guess that the previous divination regarding the whereabouts of the witch, Annie, which had shown similar spiritual divination results, might also have been Leonardo's doing. Therefore, the truth about Annie's death finally came to light. She hadn't died from being weak and taken advantage of by gangsters as stated in the report, but had died at Leonardo's hands. However, considering that the other party was doing a good deed, and that Leonardo had already joined the Tarot Club and possessed the important value of being able to easily obtain potion formulas for many different sequences in Russell's diary, Klein decided to help Leonardo cover it up. He also planned to divine from time to time whether Leonardo would cause harm to Tingen. Klein only informed Captain Dunn that Leonardo was in danger and left it at that. Because the revelation he received from his divination above the grey fog was that Leonardo was in some danger, but not much. Seeing Klein arrive, Dunn raised his eyes and asked, "Did you divine the truth behind the magic mirror from last night?" Klein, who had already prepared his answer, blurted out without blushing or skipping a beat. "No, I think it was just something Selena obtained by chance, but she didn't know its side effects, so she started using the magic mirror for divination." Klein naturally associated this with Phineas Vincent, who also used a magic mirror for divination at the divination club. But the divination told him that the other party was already dead, so he didn't delve deeper. Dunn was still deep in thought. He remembered when he entered Leonardo's dream last night, the other party had warned him not to investigate the truth behind it. As Dunn was lost in thought, Klein activated his spirit vision and suddenly said in shock, "Captain, you've advanced." Dunn nodded slightly and replied, "Soon." Seeing that Dunn had no other instructions for him, Klein stopped at the door and waited for a long time. He guessed boredly in his heart. It seems the captain has already grasped the acting method. I don't know where he learned it, but in any case, this is a good thing. The stronger the captain is, the safer Tingen will be. After a long while, Klein didn't wait for Dunn to add anything, so he closed the door and left, preparing to get off work and return home to prepare for this week's tarot gathering. Monday, 3 p.m. After locking the door, Leonardo sat in the armchair in his study, watching the ticking hands pass, gradually reaching 3 o'clock, waiting patiently. Drake the attendant had indeed listened to his advice and no longer associated with that demoness disguised as a female worker. At noon today, after the council meeting, Leonardo specifically went to the employment center to dismiss the female worker. Although Mrs. Wendy felt it was a pity, she couldn't bring herself to stop him. Drake the attendant had also initially broken free from the effects of charm. This could be seen from the fervent look in Drake's eyes when he looked at Leonardo when he returned home not long ago. Last night, Leonardo had used the substitute wand for the first time and realized that the side effects had taken effect. His charm, regardless of gender, had been enhanced. Fortunately, the attack last night was not strong, so the consequences were minor. On his left side was the magic mirror Selena had used last night. Although the mirror surface was completely shattered and the evil spirit had been expelled by him, Leonardo believed that it had at least received some influence from the true creator. As long as he found the right method, he could use it to assist him in crafting that, words of filth, charm. Amidst his flying thoughts, a deep red light suddenly appeared, and the gray fog diffused, completely enveloping him. When he opened his eyes again, Leonardo had arrived above the gray fog, sitting on the high-backed chair with the symbol of the tower behind it. Beside him, the hanged man Alger was bowing his head, while Justice Audrey stood up and greeted the three men starting with the Fool. Leonardo was the last in line. After smiling and responding to Justice, the tarot gathering officially began. First was Justice, then the hanged man and the tower, Leonardo. With Klein's help, the three of them materialized the Roussel's diary they had obtained this week into Klein's hands. Leonardo had embellished the diary this time, adding a sacrificial ritual so that Klein could adapt it, making it easier for himself, the hanged man, and Justice to receive the necessary Beander materials. The Fool, Klein, sat at the head of the table, flipping through Roussel's diary, sometimes puzzled, sometimes suddenly enlightened. His body sometimes leaned back, sometimes sat straight, and sometimes leaned forward. Eventually, the 4 pages of the diary were quickly read by Klein and dissipated into the gray fog. Accompanied by his fingers tapping on the table 3 times, the free exchange session officially began. This time, Leonardo spoke first, seizing the initiative. I have already obtained the formula for mysticism magister, everyone does not need to search for it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Justice let out a slight hiss of surprise, sighing inwardly at the richness of Mr. Tower's resources and connections. But the shock did not last long. Justice regained her calm and entered the spectator state. The hanged man Alger appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was surging with waves. He hadn't even had time to find out which pathway this mysticism magister formula belonged to, or what sequence it was, and the tower had already obtained the formula. Of course, the suspicion of lying could not be ruled out, but thinking of the deep impression the other party left on him at the last gathering, the hanged man decided to ignore it for now and put away his shock. Immediately, Leonardo spoke again, stating the Beander materials he needed. I need 1 bloody red chestnut, a crystal from the activated swamp, the brain of a Naga priest, and the spine of a Riddler evil cat. I will pay for each Beander material at the market price. As soon as Leonardo finished speaking, Justice had no reaction, maintaining her spectator state. The hanged man fell into deep thought again, his heart almost becoming a contradiction. Why does Mr. Tower need these very common, easy-to-obtain Beander materials? The value of these materials is only that of sequence 9 and sequence 8. This does not match the sequence he initially displayed at all. I thought he was a demigod, at least sequence 4. Alger was filled with repeated doubts in his heart, and one guess after another sprouted from the bottom of his heart. The first guess was that the tower had been putting on an act all along. He had no prophetic ability, no demigod strength, and had not found the potion formula for mysticism magister. Judging from the Beander materials he needed, he was only sequence 9 or sequence 8. The second guess was relatively bold. Alger believed that the tower indeed possessed demigod-level strength. He held a certain status in major churches or major fields, and obtaining formulas and Beander materials would not require searching at the tarot gathering, unless he had unspeakable secrets, and this secret must be kept absolutely hidden from the church. At this moment, Alger suddenly thought about what the tower's secret actually was. The Fool. Above the gray fog. Tarot gathering. He himself was also a member of the church, and he had been hiding the existence of the tarot gathering from the church. And the tower seemed to have not been afraid of the Fool at the head of the table since joining, unlike him and Miss Justice, but rather, respectful. This attitude very likely indicated that Mr. Fool was a great existence with a long life, and judging from the tower's respectful attitude towards the Fool, he definitely was not meeting Mr. Fool for the first time. And the tower seemed to be very familiar with the process and existence of the tarot gathering. Beyonders who reached the demigod level would also have their lifespans increased. Some demigods of specific sequences could even live for up to 1,000 years. At the same time, Alger felt more and more that this bold guess was gradually being confirmed, being convinced by himself. The tarot gathering had appeared once, or even many times, in the past history. And both he and Justice were participating for the first time. Mr. Tower was obviously not there for the first time, because he didn't have the freshness of a newcomer and the natural fear he should have. Mr. Tower very likely participated in the tarot gathering hundreds of years ago. It was just that the tarot gathering at that time had always maintained secrecy, and no eye-catching activities had occurred. The Fool had fallen into a deep sleep, and until hundreds of years later, the Fool reawakened, and Mr. Tower followed. The more Alger thought about it, the more he felt the turbulent waves, and his worldview was being reshaped. In summary, the Tower was the representative of the Fool's will in the tarot gathering. He needed to help the Fool reorganize a huge organization called the Tarot Club, and needed to constantly develop downlines. This was why he needed those low-level Beander materials. Alger, who had been drifting on the sea for many years, knew that the first two formula materials the tower needed belonged to sequence 9 of the Hunter pathway. And although Alger didn't know which sequence the latter two formula materials belonged to, he could be sure that these were two different pathways. No one would need formula materials for two different pathways at the same time. Only when developing downlines would there be such a high demand. If a Beander wanted to found their own organization, mastering many potion formulas and pathway sequences was necessary. The tower mastered at least 2 pathways, or even 3, or 4. Chapter 40, I'm just a dog. What is this guy thinking again? Leonardo sat on the high back chair, watching Alger beside him trembling constantly, drawing the gaze of everyone present. But he didn't care much, Alger always liked to make conjectures anyway. Leonardo's attention remained on the trade. I need to quickly turn Drake into a hunter, and use the potion to forcibly change his sexual orientation, otherwise it'll be hard for me to sleep peacefully. Leonardo thought to himself, tapping the table in front of Alger to snap him out of it. Let's put our focus back on the trade. Which of you can obtain them? Alger had just come back to his senses from his conjectures when he realized his loss of composure. He realized he might very well be making a demigod-level powerhouse and a true deity wait for him. Thus, he stood up abruptly, first bowing to the Fool, to apologize for his lapse, then bowing to Tower, to apologize, and finally to Justice. Alger's conjectures just now had sparked countless flights of fancy and intense curiosity in Justice. At this moment, she was extremely annoyed that she hadn't become a Beander sooner and reached a higher sequence to be able to hear the inner voices of others. Otherwise, it would definitely be wonderful. Audrey silently applauded in her heart. Alger had just sat back down in the high back chair when he noticed Leonardo's gaze fixed intently on him. He calmed his excitement before responding to Leonardo's expectations. Mr. Tower, I can quickly obtain the first 2 Beander materials you mentioned, bloody red chestnut and crystallized active swamps. They are quite common at sea. In a few days, my ship will dock, and I can assist you with the purchase then. Alger had intended to address Tower as my lord, but considering that Tower surely wished to hide his true identity, he changed it to Mr. Leonardo had long expected Alger's response. After all, hunter formulas were not uncommon at sea. He showed no joy, nodding calmly without any emotion. Alger quickly formed another conjecture. Could it be that Mr. Tower already foresaw that I could obtain them, and said it this time specifically for me? Alger quickly shook his head in denial within his heart. It's a fact that I'm at sea. Mr. Tower likely knows where these Beander materials are distributed, but due to the church's surveillance, he can't go looking for them himself and has to delegate. True, I'm only a sequence 7, so why would Mr. Tower bother prophesying about me? It's time to consider Mr. Tower's previous prophecy about the fall of a pirate admiral. Alger continued thinking, completely convinced by his own conjectures, unconsciously believing that Tower's prophecy was the future about to unfold. Once Leonardo's needs were addressed, he spoke no more, quietly waiting for others to speak. The Hanged Man, Alger once again brought up his need for the sequence 6 feet wind-blessed potion formula, but there was no response. Although he held expectations for Tower, the thought that they hadn't successfully completed a real trade yet led to a lack of trust. For a moment, he even entertained the idea of earning merits under him, praying to obtain the sequence 6 formula in the future. Justice spoke last. She didn't ask for a formula or Beander materials, but instead posed a question to the Hanged Man. Mr. Hanged Man, could you tell me what you were thinking of just now? The moment the question was asked, Audrey immediately felt regret. Driven by immense curiosity, this did not fit the role of a spectator. But the words were out and couldn't be taken back, so Audrey made a silent promise to herself to definitely do better next time. The fool, Klein also imperceptibly tilted his head at this moment, his gaze glancing toward the Hanged Man, Alger. Alger noticed the gazes of Justice and the fool simultaneously, while Tower appeared completely indifferent. In his interpretation, Justice was purely curious, while the fool was issuing a warning. This could be seen from the silent Tower. After taking a deep breath, the Hanged Man spoke to refuse Justice's request. No, madam, it was just my idle imagination, with no value for sharing. Audrey was clearly a bit disappointed. Suddenly, she realized once again that she was carrying emotions, which did not meet the requirements of a spectator. In just a few seconds, she had once again broken her own promise. Finally, this week's tarot gathering concluded with the Fool's announcement. The gray fog and crimson before his eyes quickly dissipated, and Alger returned to the real world, back inside the captain's cabin. He kept taking deep breaths to calm himself, reflecting on his various conjectures about Tower. Although the Fool was powerful, able to pull Justice, Tower, and himself, scattered across the world, into a mysterious space, Alger still believed the Fool was in a stage of having just awakened and could not cause significant interference in the real world. But Tower was different. He was a living human being in the world, and a powerful one at that. Years of survival experience told him that maintaining a good relationship with such a powerhouse was definitely beneficial. With that thought, Alger made his decision, quickly stood up, walked out of the captain's cabin, and shouted to the sailor at the helm. Turn the course to Byam. In reality, Alger wasn't about to dock, he had just left Byam. The reason he lied to Tower was purely because he wanted the other to see his value, so that he could obtain the wind-blessed formula from him in advance to sequence 6. In a luxurious villa in Empress Borough, Backland, Audrey returned to the real world and reflected on her performance. Before entering the gray fog, Audrey had been telling herself to be a true spectator, not to let her emotions be swayed, and to observe objectively. This state lasted until Mr. Fool finished reading the diaries, and until Mr. Tower issued a new request for purchase. The Hanged Man suddenly fell into an intense shock, a shock that even someone who wasn't a Beander of the spectator pathway, even an ordinary person, could feel. And she herself was stirred by the Hanged Man's shock, piquing an uncontrollable curiosity. Ultimately, she failed to maintain her state as a spectator and had her emotions moved by him. Overall, this performance above the gray fog was a failure. Failed. Audrey sat before her dressing table with a dejected expression. She had wanted to properly showcase her talent in occultism before Mr. Fool and let him see her rapid progress, but that state hadn't even lasted a third of the time. Audrey, oh Audrey, how can you be so curious about everything? Curiosity killed the cat. Audrey recalled the famous saying created by Emperor Russell and quoted it. Just then, her bedroom door was pushed open, and a golden shadow slowly walked in, its tongue lolling out of its mouth with a smile. Susie, didn't I say you should knock before coming in at this time every week? You scared me to death. Instinctively, Audrey scolded Susie, the golden retriever pet dog, but soon slapped her forehead mentally. How could I expect a dog to knock? Audrey, how can you be so stupid? Susie wore a confused expression and spoke in human tongue. Audrey, I'm just a dog. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.